Ugh.
There you go.
So like this is the biggest frustration. I don't know if you've seen the Fairy Queen leaks or whatever. I don't know why people keep saying this. They keep saying that I asked her to delete the comment, but you can.
You said, well, Queen is dead to me. Shunted like the common riffraff. Fatherless behavior. I just can't do dog piles every time. Every time I have a caller in, there's like someone else in the call, and it ends up just being me and someone else, fucking JJK boogie woogie, teleporting next to each other, fucking punching this guy. It's like, look, can we just talk about something instead of?
Have I seen the new marriage law in Iraq? You mean the one where you can marry like a 9-year-old?
To protect Destiny from the allegations?
No. So like this is the biggest frustration. I don't know if you've seen the Fairy Queen leaks or whatever. I don't know why people keep saying this. They keep saying that I asked her to delete the comment, but you can just read my message. I explicitly tell her I'm messaging her because I don't want her to remove the comment. I want her to remove the identifying piece where she talks about like friends, because I don't want anything that could narrow it to Pixie.
Hi, Sunday.
What utterly fatherless conduct.
Okay.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I can't just have you in here like raping some random caller with just 2v1.
Yeah, you're afraid of the caller. That's who you're afraid of. It's okay. It's okay. I understand.
Well, what did you want to come on and say, Sunday? What do you want to talk about?
Nothing.
Okay.
You'll never know. That's
okay.
It. It's over.
Okay.
It's over. The threshold's been crossed. Boy.
Okay.
Because the main thing that Pixie has said to me over and over is the publicity piece. So the only thing that I have cared about, by and large, has been following what Pixie feels that she needs in that moment, right? Listening to like what she's asking for. There are certain things it's possible that she could ask me to do where I'd be like, I'm not comfortable facilitating this, right? But saying something like, please don't make my name public. No, please don't address it publicly, and please like try to keep it as quiet as possible. 100%.
Dodo donate $2. Where's your Destiny video?
Basically, America puts in this oil.
I slept all day. I woke up at 8:30 in the morning, and then I was like, it's a little early and I'm still a little tired. I'll take a nap. And then I woke up at 4:30. And then I had to go to the store and get food, and now I'm here. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I'm going to do that. Like, no question.
Sure.
Not valid. And like, and
embargo, and knows that the outcome of failed negotiations on getting rid of that embargo is a total world war of this kind. And it's not even for the main strategic objective, which is, you know, you got to get Hitler, you got to beat Germany. Wasn't this just our failure of grand strategy to realize, why are we doing this? What's our strategic objective here?
Hold on, we weren't fighting Germany. The only reason we fought Germany is because Hitler made a major blunder. He had an alliance with Japan that said if Japan was attacked, he would come in. Not if Japan attacked someone else that he would come in. He interprets it broadly, and he declares war on this country. That is how the United States got into World War II. If Hitler had not made that blunder, FDR would have been in a world of trouble trying to
Richard's Frozen Sperm Wells donate $2. Ask Dr. Avi how he feels about Tiny's lawsuit, and please tell us his opinion. Also, go on Just Talk stream and discuss whether or not Eurodite was hard sweeping for Tiny or not. Thanks. I don't know why Avi would care about any of that. And, I really don't care. People are making way too big of a deal out of this horse shit. But thanks for the donation. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Lower your windows, all of them.
No.
What's up, my man? Hey, you got a valid driver's license, proof of insurance?
Gummy, stop scratching the blanket. Why are you being so annoying? You know this son of a bitch broke my fucking GPS for my motorcycle? I brought it inside to update it. It was sitting on the fucking island counter in the kitchen. And then this fucker jumps up and just whacks it off. And breaks the screen.
All that good stuff. Hey, you blew that red light.
I like your yellow and turned red when I went under.
It was red when you blew it.
It was yellow.
It was probably yellow. Well, yeah. I saw it. It was red. So, all right. Well, you got a proof of insurance?
Front of your bump is past the limit now. Right. He's being cooperative. Wound down on his foot. He's doing the right thing. Being legitimate. He's doing the right thing. He's doing right.
Just hang tight. You got
Yeah, I'm not with anyone.
you got anything crazy in the car?
Yeah.
What do you got?
A gun.
You got a gun? You do? All right. Where's that? It's on you? Okay. As long as you're cool. And...
I'm chill.
No, man. I appreciate your honesty.
I ain't got time.
That's awesome. So you have concealed carry and all that good stuff? No, you don't. All right, you're not a convicted felon, right? Nothing.
I do everything, whatever.
Okay. All right. So what we're gonna do is, just for my safety, your safety, I'm gonna have you step out. All right, fair enough. And we're just gonna remove the pistol from you, and then we're gonna run your license, make sure everything's good, and I'm gonna send you on your way.
Get out this way.
Yeah, just hang tight. Just do me a favor, lower that window.
Because he did run a red light.
Hey, he's very compliant. He does have a pistol on him, so we're gonna take him out from that side, remove the pistol, and we'll go from there. All right.
Okay, see, if you black, this is how you behave. Right. This is how you behave around cops. Yeah. Be respectful. Yeah. Compliant. Yeah. Just all you have to do is act like white people. That's all you got to do.
Get out.
Yeah, you're good.
On my
It's fine. Uh-oh, female cop.
I appreciate it, man, being very honest.
You okay?
She shot the dude. So the female cop was removing the pistol. She then shoots him with his own pistol. He doesn't have to work. He is not going to have to work another day in his life. He just got his.
You know, a lot of the negligent discharges I've seen are from female cops. I don't know why. But a lot of them. Elias donated $2. Let me see. It was a 9-year-old child bride marrying her 30-year-old husband in Iraq. Well, Trump ever wants to bomb Iraq, you can start with this dipshit.
Becoming part of the United States.
It's good.
Would you rather be a part of the United States or Denmark?
United States.
And you? United States or Denmark?
United States.
What makes you guys excited about potentially becoming a part of the United States?
McDonald's.
McDonald's.
McDonald's. We want fast food.
How do you guys feel about becoming...
I mean, these are dumbass kids. That one was fake. I love parrots. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
Gay.
This is an alpha male clip.
Alpha male advice is a joke. So he just reacted to the video I did with FitX Fearless?
By FitX. Where you calling from?
This, even with younger women, like there's this idea that you can kind of mold them into what you want to be.
Yeah, how to train your girlfriend. She will be my eternal dishwasher. And here's a thought. If the person you love has to play games, playing hard to get.
Yeah, right, like I'm watching that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
No questions, bips squeaks.
Wow. That's a really good cat. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
His reparations. He does not have to work another day in his life. And if he spends his money correctly, his kids don't have to work.
You got down. Go down. You okay? You got shot in the leg. Rescue 1068. HQ 2162. Hey, rescue 1068.
This is what scares me about female terror.
Out the knife with a gunshot to his leg. He does have a pistol on, so we're going to take him out from that side.
2:12 and 55 seconds. Andrew Wilson takes the position that the Bible is against homosexuality. Do you agree?
Need to address. So Eddie for $10 says, Brandon, how would Paul in Romans 1:26 referring to? How would you answer Paul? I think you get what the question is.
Yeah, Romans 1:26 is quite simple.
Romans 1:26 doesn't really say anything about homosexuality being bad. It mostly refers to like rabid sexual lust being bad.
Well, I would argue that in the first century Greco-Roman world, the primary way that same-sex sex took place, primarily, not only, was between people of higher status and men of lower status. And I would say it's sexual exploitation and abuse. And so what Paul is referring to, and this did happen among both men and women, is the sexual excess of the Roman people. Paul says that the people engaging in this acts are to exploit and abuse.
Where does Paul actually make any statement about the fact that they're being abused or that there's a social status distinction in the category for their sexual intercourse?
Yeah, this is why.
All you have to do is read the fucking passage. There's nothing explicitly stating homosexuality is bad. It really just states that like their sexual lust is so insane they start like dudes start fucking dudes, and like that's what it says. All you do is have to read it.
Seriously, how the fuck can SJWs possibly defend Iraq after they allow stuff like that?
I don't know, Dodo. Thanks for the donation. Didi.
Where's your pistol at? On my side. Okay. Just put your hands on the top of the vehicle for me.
Yeah, dude, literally anytime you have a female cop, you better watch the fuck out. Like, they just are less competent. So for one thing, they can't catch any criminals. So they're basically useless. 2, a lot of them have a chip on their shoulder, So if you're like filming in public, they're going to make a way bigger deal out of shit than male cops will because, oh, I have to prove myself. Oh, everybody thinks I'm a weak woman and I have to stand up for myself. So a lot of these female cops will literally create a problem when it's not even there, and they'll start like trying to throw their weight around and shit. And they are less safe when it comes to handling firearms. This is something this is something that does happen in stressful situations. People kind of clam up. There's like this tendency to just hold on to things tighter. And if you have a gun and you're in a situation that's making you stressful or nervous, you're going to be more likely to pull the trigger because of that sort of, you know, natural reflex. Women are inherently more nervous and neurotic than men. It wouldn't surprise me if women are more likely to have negligent discharges because of that, where they have like more fear and nervousness around a situation and they're just more likely to pull a trigger by mistake. Wouldn't surprise me. I've seen quite a few, police involved shootings that involved negligent discharges where it was a woman. Chick was pointing her gun at a suspect that was being detained. Bang. I think there was some chick who, there was one recently where she claimed she was going for her taser and she pulled out her gun and shot somebody. There's so many instances, like there's so few female cops, but so many instances where I see women, negligent discharge. Wouldn't surprise me if they do have a higher rate.
Warman Police.
Yo, hi everybody, this is AB. So I'm here today in Woking. You can see a lot more from here. Hello, you alright? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm good.
Are you after somebody?
No.
What are you doing?
Not a lot.
Are you waiting for somebody to come to station?
No.
Here it comes. There we go. There she goes.
Yeah.
What are you filming?
Not a lot, just...
Well, my name's Casey. Hi. Okay.
Hi?
Yeah. Why are you filming? What are you up to?
Did you smoke anything?
Did I smoke anything?
Yeah.
No, absolutely not.
You sure?
Yeah.
Are you feeling a bit high?
No, but I'm just wondering why you're outside the police station filming somebody. Or me, or what my colleagues are doing inside the station.
I just literally just arrived.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what are you up to?
Not a lot. What are you up to?
Well, I'm asking you some questions. Your behaviour...
Well, we already know what you're up to. Smoking ganja?
Absolutely not.
So why are you high?
Okay.
Can you answer the question? Why are you high?
I'm not high. I'm absolutely capable.
You said you are high.
No, I didn't. At no point did I say that.
Yes,
Have
you
got any
did.
ID on you?
ID?
Yeah.
This seems like a rookie officer, honestly.
Yeah.
What kind of ID are you looking for? Don't be so rude. You asked me for something and then...
What is she doing?
You know, I'm just not state 12. My earpiece isn't working.
I promise you don't need another unit.
I've asked you who you are.
I won't be aggressive.
You're outside of the police station.
Hang on.
You're filming
Yeah,
and
I know.
recording.
I know.
You've then made some concerning comments.
Oh, wow, a woman being nosy and asking stupid questions and butting in when she doesn't need to. What a fucking surprise. Perfect for a fucking cop.
That I'm high on.
Because you said you were high.
I didn't say I was high. At no point did I categorically say that, and everything is being recorded.
That's why you said you were high.
I'm asking you a question of who you are and why you are recording outside of the police station.
Just relax for 1 second. Okay.
You can't answer my questions. I've asked you several times.
Just relax. Oh my God. Just relax. You're talking too much without listening.
Not really.
All right, just relax for 1 second and then we'll respond to you.
Okay.
First of all, you need to relax. You don't need another unit. I won't be aggressive to you.
But
You dropped it on the floor face down, so...
I don't know who you are, and actually...
From?
No.
So I thought you were smoking ganja while you working.
Why would I be doing that? I'm going to ask you who...
Easy. Hang on.
No, put your hands where I can see them, okay? I don't know who you are.
There we go. I'm going to arrest you because you're doing perfectly legal things in public, darling.
Easy. You will see it later once I get the body cam footage, like I always. He did give it there then. The number. Don't talk to me anymore. Sure, you do that record. You do the record and you zip it.
There we go. So he's literally just filming in public. She walks out, has a stupid fucking conversation. What are you doing? Why are you filming there? I'm gonna need backup. I'm scared. I'm a woman. I can't handle things on my own. Like, it's... Yeah, women are not good fucking cops. There's already enough fucking problems with male cops. Like, holy shit. Son Goku donated $2. I'm gonna play devil's advocate answering this question. 80% of black women are overweight, so black men are more socialized to gravitate towards large women. Thoughts? Oh, fuck. I have no idea. I have no idea. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
He'll tell you what she's doing, not minding her own damn business, as to be expected from the cops.
Yeah. And of course, you definitely need to call in for backup so you have men there that can help you if anything goes wrong, like if he takes out another camera, or maybe he has a microphone to record audio. Fuck. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Vegeta donated $3. Let me see.
So, Mr. Batson and I have just come back from a rescue. We picked up Mr. Forrest here. He's in a filthy mood. Simply wasn't enough room for him.
I've seen this video before. It's a nice bet. Thanks for the donation, Vegeta.
I appreciate that, me and her. Oh, you're right. Oh, shit.
You see the woman's face? That was so woman-like.
You okay?
Yeah.
Put the gun down. Put the gun down. You okay?
He told her to put the gun down. The cop told her, put the gun down. Put the gun down. Oh, man. Like, okay, if I'm a police officer, now I'm going to remove a weapon from somebody's waist or wherever it is. When I put my hand in, it's like this. You don't do any grabbing motion, right? You do like this. Yeah, I'm feeling for the barrel and stuff and the handle. Yeah. I'm making sure I'm staying away from the trigger. Right. How do you go in his pocket and then pull the trigger? Well, it's a natural reaction. Every time, think about it. What's a natural reaction? To pull the trigger, go in your pockets and curl your fingers and pull out whatever you want. Well, she knows what she's going for. Well, we talking about a woman here. Yeah, most men's like, I gotta stay away from his trigger. She go in his pocket like she pulling out candy. Yeah, remember that one female police officer accidentally shot that guy thinking it was her taser? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, rescue 1068. Let's go.
There's a surprising amount of videos online from female officers just doing the most retarded fucking shit imaginable. Like, considering they don't really do much police work, they're probably way worse than male officers. $2 donated, another Trump W. This is why I've been voting for Trump for past 20 years now.
Holy crap, the madman actually did it. President Trump, on his first day in office, kept his promise to pardon Ross Ulbricht, who has been serving a life sentence in federal prison for creating the Silk Road. Now, in case you didn't know, the Silk Road was basically the OG hidden marketplace on tour. There were technically other ones that came before it, but the Silk Road had a lot of its success and gained a lot of notoriety for being the first hidden marketplace to use Bitcoin as the only form of payment, which lets you host a website on the dark web. Though he got the book thrown at him with a lifetime prison sentence of government.
That might be good. I don't know much about the case, so I have no idea. Thanks for the donation, though, too. Sengoku donated $2. Any truth to these claims? Porn causes damage to your brain and body regardless of whether or not you're in a relationship. No. So, no. They don't cite any sources whatsoever, and they just make baseless claims. Like, by the way, if they're gonna claim porn is harmful, like, is sex harmful? Like, if I'm fucking every day, am I damaging my brain? Because, you know, supposedly watching people have sex, that causes brain damage. So if I have sex, like, on a near daily basis, does that cause brain damage? Like, it's funny how none of them are making that claim. It's just retarded. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
These uniforms are totally necessary for their work. Thank you, women.
Yeah, women's track and field outfits are pretty sexy. These look like they might be underage girls, so I don't know about that. Alright, thanks for the donation, dude.
I am trying to transition into veganism, but it's hard. Do your classic bicep flex and say, and as always keep making those positive changes to your transition to a more plant-based diet, even if you don't end up being a 100% vegan, gains to cheer me up.
How about I just choke you with whatever you have for your next meal if it's not vegan? Thanks for the donation though, John.
Rescue 1068, hey, man, 1020. Walk with me. Walk with me. Go ahead. Sit down, sit down, sit down, sit down.
Notice how she has yet to apologize yet. You'd think if you shoot somebody by accident, you'd say, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry, da-da-da." No, walks away, just stares at him, you know.
I've seen enough. That is crazy. I have no idea why women want to be... I don't know why women want to be police officers. I don't get it. I don't get it either. It's like me wanting to be, what's a woman's job? A stripper. Like me want to be a hairdresser for women. I mean, you can. I mean, there's men to do it. Huh? There's men to do it, but they... I was thinking of being a hairdresser.
Son Goku donated $2. Who's your favorite anime waifu? Mine would be Orochi from Bleach. Also, Nami from One Piece is also pretty hot. I have no idea. I don't really like anybody. Like, there are women who are very attractive, but when I think of being in a romantic relationship, Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku.
Explain why he's suddenly going to be fighting Nazis over an attack on Pearl Harbor by Japanese. So that's a separate issue. The main thing that Americans who thought deeply cared about is the international system, that we should deal with each other through laws, through freedom of navigation. So this is how you run your commercial transactions, that big countries don't get to overrun small countries, because if they do, the entire international system goes down. And the logic that you're describing is excellent logic. And this is what the Japanese are saying. It's like, why would the Americans care about this? Americans care deeply about the international system. And it's also like, why not let the Russians eat all of Ukraine? Why are the Europeans suddenly all over this problem, right? And they've unified very recently on this. It's because the whole system is at stake. So it is really high stakes at a strategic level. The Japanese are looking at the operational level and going, why do you care about these countries? We care about the entire system because our prosperity is based on it.
So I wonder if the problem here is that America isn't, at least at the time, wasn't willing to give enough concessions to the factions within Japan that care about peace so that they can save face and actually argue for ending war, where just the idea that they're going to give up Manchuria as well, obviously that's not going to happen. And when Secretary of State Hodge just sees these vacillating telegrams from the Japanese, he assumes it's because they're fickle or something. It's like, no, it's a civilian part of the government, like trying its best to prevent the military from taking over. And you got to give them something to save face, you know?
That faction had already lost, and they lost in 1936. Takahashi Korekiyo is Japan's longest-serving finance minister, and he was a very distinguished man. In fact, he brought the Japanese economy out of the Great Depression before anyone in the West was doing it, through government spending and trying to get people to spend at home. And he told the army, he said, fellas, if you go on this bent for empire, you're not going to actually get resources, because you're going to spend a lot of money fighting with people, resources doing that, and then it's going to take you years of investments to access these resources. So you got to be able to cover these investments for years and years and years. And he's saying, cooperate within the international system. That is the way to prosperity for Japan. Well, that was the February Young Officers Revolt, where he and I can't remember how many others were murdered. They came to his home in the middle of the night, and as he stood up to talk to them, they literally hacked him apart. They had lost. That whole game is over.
But Prince Konoe doesn't, he knows the person who's prime minister in 1941 realizes that they're going to lose a war against America, and he doesn't want to do that. It's just that Tojo, the war minister at the time, doesn't answer to him. There are people that the prime minister doesn't want war.
Wait a
and
minute.
we don't give him enough to save face,
wait a minute.
right?
They have a huge army there that's more than capable of assassinating people, and they get in the way. So that ship has sailed. That you can make. This is what a pivotal decision is. Once you've made it, there's no going back to the way the world was. And Japan, it lost too many people. And there are too many figures in the army. It's we think that it's an inevitable outcome of having the world the way it is now, with this Japan, this wonderful country now, at the lead of so many different areas of human endeavor. And we think, oh, that's the inevitable outcome. It's not.
I guess what I'm trying to ask you is there anything America could have done in the immediate years leading up to the war that could have prevented this outcome? Because prima facie, you should assume that if there is a world war, things weren't done optimally, right? That doesn't mean everybody's equally at fault. But is there anything that could have been done differently?
Holy smoot.
But in the years directly before.
But this is serious. Holy smoot tariff is a game of half-court tennis. You're looking at the United States, it's in a terrible depression, you want to protect jobs here, and so you raise these big tariff walls. And then, okay, what's the other side of the net going to do? They're going to raise their tariff walls and pay you back. What's that going to do? It's going to cost a lot of American jobs if you play that game. You need to be talking with other people. So once you have set the conditions, hothouse conditions for fascists to take over in Germany and in Japan, you are in a world of hurt. The easy solutions are no longer there anymore.
So maybe I'll ask the question this way. The oil embargo, was it a mistake? Because if the idea is to protect the international system, prevent empire, well, we got more empire, we got a world war, we got communists taking over in China. Whatever's going to happen if we got rid of the oil embargo, it can't have been worse than that, right?
Well, it was. What Roosevelt was really scared of was that the Japanese would attack Russia. Because then he thought Russia would fall. And if Russia fell, he thought the Nazis would win. So at least when the Japanese attacked, they attacked us. That was actually better than attacking Russia. So the oil embargo, so let's say you don't do it and Japan never attacks us, and then the Russians are down and you've got Nazis in control of the world, so it must be better?
Doesn't seem, but you don't have the world war with America. Like, it doesn't seem insane to think that. And we're still going to find the Nazis.
You're not going to have an international system. And the Nazis were gearing up because eventually they're going to fight us.
To keep pushing back on this.
I don't have an answer beyond, I've given you what little I can think of it. But hey, I'm not the grand profiteer in this world. These questions you're asking me are way above my pay grade.
So people in the YouTube comment section get mad at me when I keep asking about like counterfactuals, and I understand, obviously I don't know.
As on Monday, Donald Trump was sworn in as the 47th president of the United States. Please don't turn off the video. I know so many of you are sick and tired of hearing about Donald Trump, but let me show you why this is important. This is a picture of a Ukrainian defender from the 54th Brigade in Donetsk, watching Donald Trump's inauguration live on an iPad, in a bunker, in the middle of a war zone, looking for what's coming next.
Hey, gum.
The era of speculation of what Donald Trump will do is officially over. We're there. He's president. We're now going to be talking about what is Donald Trump doing today. And I'm shocked, but it's almost all good news for Ukraine. This is what we're going to get into. Stick with me.
Did you see the dairy colon cancer study? Do you think it was rigged by dairy industry? Personally, I can't see how dairy without any fiber and full of IGF-1 could prevent any kind of cancer. Thoughts?
Calcium reduces colon cancer. Dairy is high in calcium, so it reduces colon cancer risk. Anything that's high in calcium is going to reduce colon cancer risk. Thanks for the donation, Slenderman.
First of all, reality bites. Trump tells retired Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg to end the war in Ukraine in 100 days. All of the talk of I can end this war in 24 hours, well, now we're going for 100 days. This is more realistic, and I think this is a good thing that we're now living in reality. Donald Trump is listening to his experts, and retired Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg says, you can't do it in 24 hours, Mr. President, but I believe we can do this in 100 days. This would take us to April or May, and yeah, it'd be fantastic if we could get this war over by April or May. So we're now getting a new cast of characters. Jake Sullivan is gone, Antony Blinken is gone, and this is the new Secretary of State. Ukraine ceasefire is top priority for Trump, according to Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio was unanimously confirmed in a vote, 99-0, and I like this guy, he gets it. He understands the Russians. So let me show you this clip of Marco Rubio speaking, and it's about the language. What language is he using? Let me play this clip.
The promise the president made, really, if you look at it, is it's going to be the priority. It's going to be the official policy of the United States that the war in Ukraine needs to come to an end. It is a stalemate. It's a war and it's a conflict that was started by Russia. But it is now a stalemate, a protracted and bloody conflict, been incredibly...
Russia
started this war, not NATO. We're not going to talk about NATO enlargement or NATO expansion anymore. This is the
No,
language that the Trump
ouch.
administration is using everywhere. Russia started this war.
Destructive. I would argue for both Russia and Ukraine, but Ukraine is paying the biggest price of all to its energy infrastructure, to the people, lives that are lost, to the millions of Ukrainians that have had to leave their countries and are living overseas. The conflict needs to end. And it's a policy of the United States that we want it to end. We want to do everything we can to help it end. We're going to engage in making it end and in a way that is sustainable, meaning we don't just want the conflict to end and then restart in 2, 3, or 4 years down the road. We want to bring stability. We have a lot of important and pressing issues around the world, and I think everyone should wake up.
Those are the words. We need to end the war that is sustainable. We want stability. Now, Ukraine has been using the language of security guarantees. We need security guarantees to end the war so Russia just doesn't attack us again. And Marco Rubio is using different language, talking about stability and sustainability, but it's the exact same thing. Marco Rubio is working towards a long-term solution that will prevent Russia from attacking Ukraine again. This is good news. Trump makes 90-day foreign aid freeze, Ukraine military support supposedly untouched. So one of the 1,000 executive orders that Donald Trump signed on Monday was halting all disbursement of U.S. development assistance for 90 days. This isn't a big deal, but when you read this headline, it makes people in Ukraine nervous. And as far as I can tell, all cooperation and assistance to Ukraine from the United States is not being halted or interrupted. I guess you could say, USAID has already fully dispersed all direct budget supplement support. This is legal language, but basically everything's already been allocated by Biden. It's just being delivered. So Trump didn't halt anything for Ukraine when he took office.
Cookies, donate $2.
Can they get milk? Can they get butter? Can they get eggs? Can they get flour? Can they get chocolate? Well, then they can make their own fucking cookies, retard.
If Trump was so high tea like his cocksucking MAGA fans claim, why doesn't he just nuke Russia and China then? Throw Iran and Gaza, Afghanistan, North Korea in there and you get rid of all bullshit in the world.
Yeah, if he was a true Chad, he'd just nuke all the assholes. Thanks for the donation, Kleckler. Gummy, no. Out. I don't want to have to fucking play that stupid game again.
Do you gotta start every goddamn video like that, bitch? Yeah. I hate that side of your face, too. Your stupid ass be like, well, you don't like that side? How about this side, bitch? It looks better than the other side. That's my fucked up side. This is my good side right here. Yeah. The fuck out the way. Helen Reynolds. Helen what? Reynolds. She 88 years old. This lady been living a long time. 12 more years, man, that bitch gonna hit 100. 100-year-old bitch. Right? How old is you, 100, bitch? One day she was sitting in her apartment. Yeah. Right? Some dude came in the house. What was she looking at? The Golden Girl? I bet you that's what that. I bet you that's what she was watching. She's either watching the Golden Girls or Sanford and Son. How you know she wasn't sitting there watching porn masturbating? She probably had a fucking 12-inch dildo for all we know, just ramming that bitch out. Just because she's 88 years old don't mean she's sitting in the living room knitting fucking blankets all day. Right? She's probably there looking at fucking porn, got a fucking 12-inch fucking BBC dildo, and just fucking dropping the nuts in that damn. All right, let's get serious. She was in there minding her own business doing old woman things, right? I'm sure. Yeah, she had a dildo and shit. What? You trying to fuck a damn near 100-year-old woman? Yeah, because this damn woman, she got some George White. Let me see her.
To be fair, Kamala Harris herself is a wimp for selling out to Palestine.
Yes, I would agree. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
God damn. That's all kinds of George Washington. So he probably didn't even wait till the first of the month to rob.
Just hit 405 pounds today on the bench. It feels good, man. Your advice on hand placement helped me a ton. Hope you're doing well today.
Well, that's good to hear, dude. Congratulations. That's a pretty big achievement. I am very tired today. I ate 2.3 pounds of broccoli last night, and then I had diarrhea. So that might be kind of why I'm tired, but... Gummy! For fuck's sakes! Gum! No! No! Oh my god, dude. Oh... But, thanks for the donation, David Chubby. Gummy, stop fucking biting that!
Do you think the outrage of age gaps in relationships is cringe and overblown? My hot take is older women get jealous of younger women, so they shame the men. Karens don't want older men waking up to their potential.
Yeah, that's probably... It's probably mostly it. Thanks for the donation, Tool.
The bitch. She probably went through damn now all her damn Social Security. She ain't got nothing but some goddamn fucking coupons in that bitch, right? But the way she stopped him, the way she thwarted his attack. Thwarted? Yeah. The fuck does that mean? Stopped me. I'll say, bitch, you lying your ass off. Oh! Yeah!
That wasn't funny.
And indeed, military supplies are continuing. At least one 747 full of supplies for Ukraine was delivered on Trump's first.
Will you film a training video with Alex Leonidas? You guys seem to agree on stream on most things.
I might. Yeah, I might come over here, so maybe. Thanks for the donation, Slenderman.
First day in office. He didn't halt it. It's not being stopped. Military aid and cooperation from the United States to Ukraine is still continuing. Trump could have stopped this if he wanted to. And now we're getting the language from Trump now that he's president. Trump plans to call Putin days after taking office. So Trump wants to speak to Putin now that he's president, but this call hasn't happened yet. It could have happened. It could have happened on Monday, Tuesday, or even today, but Trump hasn't spoken to Putin yet. Why is that? I don't think Donald Trump appreciated this move. Putin and Xi tout growing partnership during a video call. On the day of Trump's inauguration, China and Russia decided to have a phone conversation over video chat and release it to the media. This is not a coincidence. Xi and Putin could have had this phone call on Sunday. They could have had this phone call on Tuesday. They had the phone call on Monday to send a message to Trump that they're not going to tolerate him being a global superpower, the lone hegemon in the world. And this is what Dmitry Medvedev confirms. Here is a post from Medvedev on Telegram. This is what Medvedev is saying. It is obvious that the main takeaway from the rather amusing inauguration of the US president was the dialogue between the leaders of Russia and China, which took place after yesterday's event. It served as the best proof of the multipolarity of the modern
I am
world.
honestly very disappointed in Kamala. I can't believe a pre-sad intel nominee would just give in to peer pressure like that.
Yes, it's pretty gay. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The strategic partnership of our countries. Once again, it has become clear to everyone that the modern world is not interested in the golden age of America, which Donald Trump
Where can I meet vegan women? My country doesn't have plant expos and dating apps don't specify diet preference like Tinder etc. Any advice?
Try to pick up girls around the broccoli aisle of your grocery store. That should work. Thanks for the donation, Slenderman. I'm gonna have to put my bowl away because Gummy won't stop fucking trying to get it. Fucking irritating today, you know that? Yeah, you're fucking annoying. Literally just decides to break my fucking shit today. Oh, man. Anal Fissure donated $2. Do you know of any RCTs or cohort studies on cats living on a plant-based diet? I only found this about survey. You can check Avi's Discord. That's just yeah, most studies on that topic are going to be surveys. But thanks for the donation, Anal Fissure. I think there's one RCT, maybe. But that's what, like, that's the type of research that you see for that, you know, sort of topic.
Theatrically declared yesterday, but in the development and prosperity of all humanity. Guys, we need MAGA on our side. And this is a gift. Spread this message from former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev that the Russians are not interested in a golden age for America under Donald Trump, and that they want a multipolar world. Just logically think about this. If you're Donald Trump or a Trump supporter, why would you want to share power on the global stage? Why would you want to have to consult with the Russians and the Chinese before you make important decisions, like invading Greenland and Panama? I'm not laughing, that's a serious matter. But we're going to get conflict. It's only been 2.5 days, and the Russians and Trump are already clashing. This is good for Ukraine. US likely to sanction Russia if Moscow refuses peace negotiations. Confirmed by Trump, he said it himself, it's on camera, let's play the video.
Vladimir Putin doesn't come to the table to negotiate with you. Will you put additional sanctions on Russia?
Sounds likely.
And do you think that the war should be frozen currently?
So the reporter asked, would you increase sanctions on Russia? And Trump said yes. He never said this during the campaign. I can find for you the clip 6 months ago in which a reporter asked Trump, what do you think of sanctions on Russia? And Trump responded, I'm not a big fan of sanctions. Sanctions on Russia is hurting the United States more than it's hurting Russia. That's what Trump said as a candidate. And now that he's president, he's saying something completely different. Putin is destroying Russia by not making a deal to end the war. This is a clip. I'll link the entire thing down below. The lighting's not very good because it's late at night, and the audio is not good because it's kind of an echoey room. This is the Oval Office. Trump is doing a marathon signing of like 1,000 executive orders, and reporters are just casually asking him questions. And of course, they asked him about Russia and Ukraine, and this is what Trump said Monday night.
I have to speak to President Putin. We're going to have to find out. He can't be thrilled. He's not doing so well. I mean, he's grinding it out, but most people thought that war would have been over in about 1 week.
So this is Trump dunking on Putin, saying the war is not going well for Putin. Everyone thought the war would be over in a week, and it's still going on 3 years later.
And now you're into 3 years, right? So he can't be thrilled. It's not making him look very good. Now, eventually, I mean, it's a big machine, so things will happen, but I think he'd be very well off to end that war. We have numbers that almost 1 million Russian soldiers have been killed.
So Trump is lying, saying that almost 1 million Russian soldiers have been killed. Ukraine's own estimate of casualties, wounded and killed, is close to 800,000. The true number of soldiers fighting for Russia killed is probably closer to 300 or 400,000. Still a lot. But Trump is now spreading disinformation to make Russia look bad. And everyone in MAGA will probably now start repeating this information. This is good for Ukraine.
About 700,000 Ukrainian soldiers are killed.
700,000 Ukrainian soldiers have not been killed. That might be total casualties, and Ukraine is better about saving the lives of their soldiers. There's a lot of wounded people who served in the Ukrainian military, but Trump is deliberately saying that Ukraine is doing better because they've taken fewer casualties. That's the point he was trying to make.
Russia's bigger, they have more soldiers to lose. But that's no way to run a country.
You said you plan to speak with President Putin soon. What about President Zelensky? What's your message?
Yeah, I would, but he's told me he wants to make a deal. Zelensky wants to make a deal.
Zelensky wants to make a deal, and Zelensky does. So Trump is not saying anything negative, anything bad about President Zelensky or Ukraine. 6 months ago, he was calling Zelensky the greatest salesman in the history of the world. Every time he comes to the United States, he walks away with a check for $100 billion. That's what Trump was saying to MAGA 6 months ago. And now he's not saying anything critical of Zelensky anymore.
I don't know if Putin does. He might not. I mean, he should make a deal. I think he's destroying Russia by not making a deal. I think Russia's going to be in big trouble. You take a look at their economy, you take a look at the inflation in Russia.
So Trump then just casually talks about how inflation in Russia is so bad and their economy is being destroyed. This is fun, guys. Trump tells Putin to make Ukraine deal now or face tariffs and sanctions. So here's the tweet from this morning, and this is fantastic, guys. Let's go through this together because there's a lot to unpack. Trump starts by saying, this is his Truth Social account, "I'm not looking to hurt..."
Is it vegan to kill insects? Like, let's say a wasp enters your house and annoys you.
Depends on the insect, but yeah, if it's a wasp, then sure. Thanks for the donation, Vachito.
Hurt Russia. I'm not looking to hurt Russia as a threat. Trump just threatened Putin. I love the Russian people, and I always had a very good relationship with President Putin, and this despite the radical left's Russia, Russia, Russia hoax. We must never forget that Russia helped us win the Second World War, losing almost 60 million lives in the process. So this is really going to upset Putin and the Russians, saying that Russia helped the United States win World War II instead of the United States helping Russia win World War II, which is how they frame the war. They don't even call it World War II. They call it the Great Patriotic War. and they claim the United States only had a minor role in helping defeat the Nazis. Russia's casualties also weren't 60 million. That would include all civilians. It's closer to 50. And this is Soviet deaths. This is not Russian deaths. Of this 60 million number, a lot of them were Ukrainians or people from the Baltics, the Caucasus, and Central Asia that Stalin forced into his military. Only 5% of modern Russia was ever under Nazi control. Meanwhile, Ukraine was 100% under Nazi control for 2 full years. Trump doesn't need to know this. All of that being said, I'm going to do Russia, whose economy is failing, and President Putin a very big favor. Settle now and stop this ridiculous war. It's only going to get worse. If we don't make a deal and soon, I have no other choice but to put high levels of taxes, tariffs, and sanctions on anything being sold by Russia to the United States and various other participating countries. Okay, this part is stupid because there's almost no imports to the United States from Russia for us to tax or put tariffs on. But as far as sanctions, we have that testimony from U.S. Treasury Secretary, I've already forgotten his name, but this was the hearing last week, and Trump's secretary nominee said he's in favor of high-level sanctions on Russia's oil industry to cripple them, to make them stop this war. Trump will eventually be told what he...
Mango.
Well, thank you, Raw Vegan Cowboy. Appreciate the donation. You know, it's fucking annoying. It's about negative 20 fucking degrees outside. I went to the grocery store on my fucking motorcycle, freezing my ass off. I forgot the goddamn avocado oil. I forgot it. It's so annoying. Now I have to go back just to get a stupid fucking bottle of oil. Just Random Vids donated $2. Let me see. Yeah, it's a weird cat.
Hear me, you bastard! I'll cut off your nutsack and nail it to my door! Like one of those lion door knockers rich folks got! That will be your ball! You hear?
What is this from? That's weird.
I'm stressed out. Wait, why am I stressed? This is my brain, and I can think whatever I want.
Reese's Puffs, eat 'em up,
Boy, I sure...
Thanks for the donation.
He can do. Let's get this war, which never would have started if I were president, over with. We can do it the easy way or the hard way. And the easy way is a lot better. It's time to make a deal. No more lives should be lost. Well, I'm going to share with you the reaction of Gary Kasparov. Putin stopped reading after the first sentence. Russia won't stop its unprovoked war on Ukraine without the pain of much higher military, economic, and political costs. For the next 100 days, this is what we're going to do. Trump is going to tease and harass Putin on social media, hoping that...
Deleted scene from Jennifer's body. It's funny how that guy sounds like Patrick. Like when he's just talking.
That Putin will just give up on his dreams of reconstituting the Soviet Empire. And then after 100 days, I think Trump is going to initiate some kind of Lend-Lease program for Ukraine and give them more military aid, and then impose...
It's not -20 right now. Right now -11 in Ottawa. When did you go to the grocery store?
A few hours ago. I think it was at like 5 or something. Maybe 6. Thanks for the donation, non-Kionis.
It's the most devastating sanctions imaginable on Russia to cripple them. Two things that Joe Biden was never willing to do for 3 years as president. Here's Gary Kasparov's recommendation to Trump: stop looking for common ground with a war criminal leading a terrorist regime that's invading Europe. That's what Obama and Biden tried at and failed, while emboldening other belligerent authoritarians like China and Iran. If Trump wants peace, it has to be through strength. Strength in Ukraine.
I wish life was always like this ending and movie. Why can't life be a fairy tale? He loved this girl and got her an abortion after his cheap best friend took her and impregnated her and dumped her.
Listen, where's Karen? Flash.
Cause here we are, we're back to be just once. Can we figure out what we want? Can we too much?
Well, okay then. Thanks for the donation.
Hemp seeds better.
Yeah, I can't wear that on my motorcycle. Pretty sure it's too thick for a helmet. I already have a balaclava. Thanks for the donation, Raw Vegan Cowboy.
Bravo. Bravo. Trump has no substitute for victory in Ukraine. So all of the crazy people who have sympathies towards Russia are not talking to Trump anymore about this war. Elon Musk has nothing to do with the war planning. RFK Jr. has nothing to do with the war planning. Trump's national security team is Mike Waltz, I approve of, Marco Rubio, retired Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg, and maybe Pete Hegseth if he gets in, but Hegseth is basically neutral on Ukraine. So Trump is figuring it out that maintaining good relations with the G7, maintaining good relations with the EU and NATO is in America's best security and economic interests. Why would we do Russia any favors? During the campaign, I think Trump was okay with Russian bot farms helping him get elected. But now that he's been elected and sworn in, what does he need Russia's help for anymore? Trump is turning on the Russians. And I'm all for this, guys. So Trump said that his administration was looking into sending additional weapons to Ukraine. But first, Europe should be doing more to support Ukraine.
Yeah, get donate $2. You're such a shitty deadbeat reactionist. Give an in-depth reaction to that video, dipshit. Why do people donate to this guy? Thanks for the donation, faggot.
There's an easy win here. If the NATO alliance agrees to increase their spending relative to their GDP, increase it to 3 or 3.5%, it doesn't matter if they hit that target in the next 10 years. They just have to say they want to. If they agree to this, Donald Trump will be okay, I think, with a Lend-Lease style assistance program. There won't be any more free military aid. I don't think Congress will appropriate anything, but Ukraine could be given a line of credit to buy whatever they want, and then after the war, they've got to give it back or pay it back through making a deal. And Zelensky has already offered Trump so many good options. Zelensky publicly has said, if the United States doesn't want to have their troops on the European continent anymore, Ukraine will become the protector of Europe. The Ukrainian military will be stationed along the eastern flank in order to protect Europe from Russia in the future. And Ukraine is willing to make deals with Trump, with American companies, to get oil, gas, and natural resources out of the ground. That would be a huge victory for Trump, that he could tell his supporters, look what these two things I got for America. Russia can't offer anything like that to Trump, guys. So let me share with you some other headlines, things that have happened in the last 2.5 days. Trump claims he urged China's Xi to help end Russia's war in Ukraine. This is another pressure point. Biden was never...
Look at this little bitch Winnie the Pooh looking fuck. I don't know why any of these world leaders give any of this guy any amount of respect. They should all be calling him Winnie the Pooh. Go eat some fucking gutter oil, you fucking dipshit. Like, fuck Xi Jinping. I hate his ass so much.
Can I get a quick take on the Destiny Pixie situation? Do you think he is fucked?
From a social consequences standpoint, yeah. He's pretty much lost every single one of his friends and business partners. So Dan doesn't want to work with him. Lonerbox doesn't want to work with him. His podcast is over. Like, that's all done. As far as legal ramifications, highly doubt the civil case that Pixie is claiming she's bringing against him is going to go anywhere. One, she's clearly a manipulative liar. It's obviously the case that Destiny took nudes of hers and sent them out to people. That did in fact happen, but Pixie is an extremely manipulative person, and it wouldn't surprise me that she's just trying to create this like GoFundMe thing just so she can get money, and then she'll come up with some stupid excuse for why she won't actually sue Destiny. Like, oh, it's going to cost too much money, and he's probably going to win anyway, and even if I win, it's not going to cover the legal fees. And then she's just going to say, thanks for the support, da-da-da, I'm going to pocket the money now. Like, it would not surprise me if that happens. And she's only asking for $25,000, which is nothing. I've personally had to defend myself. This was a criminal trial, but I remember there was a $5,000 retainer for the lawyer. The first bill was $10,000, so we blew way past the retainer. What's his name? Carl Jobst. He's representing, or sorry, Carl Jobst is in a civil trial with Billy Mitchell right now. His court fees or lawyer fees, they've run in excess of $100,000. I remember he got an $80,000 donation from the guy who made Minecraft. I think he had a GoFundMe where he raised a lot of fucking money, so he's spent well in excess of $100,000 on a civil suit. the idea that this chick is going to get anywhere suing Destiny for only $25,000 in a civil suit, like, that'll cover like maybe 2 or 3 months worth of lawyer fees. I just don't see it going anywhere. What I would imagine if she's genuinely interested in pursuing a civil suit is she's gonna get a lawyer, with the $25,000, and they're just going to push for a settlement as quickly as they possibly can. So there's no way there's actually going to be a trial if she can only raise $25,000. It's just not happening. So, oh yeah, and she posted ridiculous shit online, which, it's probably going to make it impossible for her to even win a civil trial. And I know there's one other chick who's pursuing criminal action against him. She filed a police report. I don't see that going anywhere. Like, the likelihood of the cops giving two fucking shits about these girls giving their nude photos to some dumb dweeb online, I highly, highly doubt the police are going to care. So, in all likelihood, Destiny's probably going to be fine in a legal sense, but in terms of like how it affects his career reputation, like that's probably going to take a big hit. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Russia, donate $2, Jessica Biel. I don't find Jessica Biel that attractive. Like, she has a nice butt and everything, but I've never found her attractive. Thanks for the donation, dude. Wandering Mason donated $3. Let me see.
How was school today? Hello?
No.
I'm just a bear driving.
Daddy, stop that.
Nope, I'm a bear.
Wow, this kid's a fucking pussy. Yeah, if that kid was in Sparta, he'd get thrown off that fucking cliff. What a wuss. Imagine being afraid of a bear when you're like 5 years old. Fucking pussy. My god. What a wiener.
You're in my world now. You want to go home? Yeah. You are home in my bear cave. Ah. Set the tone!
Yeah, that kid's a retarded wuss. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
People like Trump are the reason I have housely lost all respect for the law. Respect the law is bullshit anyway.
Yes, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo, donate $2. Have you talked to Destiny since the thing happened, and do you consider him a friend still? No. You should call him on stream right now, can you? So you're saying his career is over, no more Destiny vegan debates. Is he still streaming? I don't think he's streaming tonight. I think he's probably going to take some time off. So, thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Willing to place sanctions on China or interrupt trade relations with China. But Donald Trump doesn't care. If Donald Trump thinks he can apply pressure on China with economic policy to force the Chinese to apply pressure on the Russians with economic policy, I think over the next 100 days he's going to explore this, and we'll know about it. He's going to make the threats on Twitter before he actually does anything. But now China's Xi has to worry about this. If China's Xi does not apply pressure to Russia, America is going to apply pressure on China. This was interesting. Kremlin critic Khodorkovsky attended Trump's inauguration. Now, this guy is a billionaire. That might be the only reason why he was invited. But Mikhail Khodorkovsky is a Russian dissident. Putin imprisoned this guy for 10 years, and Putin hates him. And Trump made it a point to invite him to his inauguration. That's pretty funny. And I know that President Zelensky technically was not invited to Trump's inauguration. Don't worry about that. There were other people from Ukraine at the event. One of them I want to share with you is the chief rabbi of Ukraine. This is Rabbi Osman. And on social media, he was posting pictures of all the people that he was talking to at the inauguration ball. Here's the chief rabbi of Ukraine with Rudy Giuliani, trying to explain to Rudy Giuliani why it's so important for America to support Ukraine. And here's the chief rabbi of Ukraine talking to Roger Stone. And Roger Stone loves Russia. So this is a fantastic photo, and I'm sure this conversation didn't go well. But bless this man for trying. Bless this man for trying. This is interesting. Russia blasts the United States for reinstatement of Cuba on the terror watch list. President Biden removed Cuba from the state sponsor of terror list, and Trump immediately put Cuba back on the list. And I support this. This is a good thing, because the Cubans back in July allowed Russian warships to dock in the port of Havana. I'm sorry to the government of Cuba, but if you're going to cozy up to the Russians and allow their warships to sail into the Caribbean, then yes, you're going back on the state sponsor of terrorism list. This is a good thing. Here's a tweet from Trump's national security advisor, Mike Waltz. President Trump will not look kindly upon groups and countries holding Americans hostage. We will do everything we can for these families and to stop this madness. So what's a country in the world that's currently holding on to Americans? And it's the Russians. And I think this individual, if you remember him, this is Staff Sergeant Gordon Black. He went AWOL from his units after leaving South Korea. He just casually swung into Vladivostok to visit Russia to get into an argument with his Russian girlfriend, and the Russians have been holding on to him. This is an active duty service
Dude, this guy is a fucking idiot.
member who's a big Trump supporter, by the way. He's got videos online saying how much he loves Trump. This was
What a dumbass. Dodo, donate $2. When are you making a Xi Jinping China video? Are you still going to make Destiny video or skip it because it fell out of relevance? Also, did you say you don't consider Destiny a friend anymore? What did he do? What did he do? Leak nudes, so he did the same thing as your Australian friend. No. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
while Biden was president. And I think we need to talk this guy up. I think we need to make this guy a martyr. I don't want anything bad to happen to him, so martyr is not the good word here. But if Russia is holding on to a Trump supporter, an active duty military member, refusing to give them back, we need to be talking about this guy. We need to be telling MAGA that one of their own is being persecuted and held hostage by the Russians, and the Russians won't give him back. I might make a separate video and try and get this guy some more attention. I genuinely don't want him suffering in a Russian prison. I want him to come home. When he comes home, he will be punished for going AWOL. But he's ours. He's ours to punish, not the Russians.
He may be retarded, but he's our retard.
So while Trump was getting sworn in, President Zelensky was in Switzerland. This was in Davos. Zelensky stressed his goal of fair and reliable end to the war in 2025. Let me play for you a clip of President Zelensky at the World Economic Forum.
Ladies and gentlemen, Europe can't afford to be second or third in line for its allies. If that happens, the world will start moving forward
When I go back
without
and think of
Europe. And that's a wall that will not be comfortable or beneficial for all Europeans. Europe needs to compete for the top spot in priorities, alliances, and technological development. And we are at yet another turning point, which some see as a problem for Europe, but others call a chance. Europe must establish itself as a strong global player, as an indispensable player. Let's not forget, there is no ocean separating European countries from Russia.
There's no ocean separating Europe from Russia. And I think this is a tone shift in language from Zelensky towards Europe in order to flatter or compliment Trump. I think now that Trump is president, Zelensky is going to be more critical of European aid and Europe's militaries, because this is what Trump is saying and what Trump probably wants Zelensky to say. Now, Zelensky is a true statesman. He's going to be very diplomatic in what he says, but it's time for Europe to wake up. This war has been going on for 3 years. The Europeans have had every opportunity to industrialize, scale up, increase their militaries. Russia's 1 million man force dwarfs the combined European armies. So add up all of the armies of Europe minus Ukraine, and Russia still has a larger military than all of them combined. 3 years into this full-scale war. Putin to return with 10 times larger army without security guarantees. Zelensky says this at Davos.
Europe is remarkably complacent.
We're going to get something. People are talking. I think the UK and France have already publicly said that they'd send a peacekeeping force if there was a freeze in the conflict. Zelensky states that any peacekeeping force less than 200,000 soldiers is not going to be enough. It won't deter the Russians. And the Russians will just come back after conscription and...
What was a better game, Ghost of Tsushima or Sekiro? Sekiro. Ghost of Tsushima is, I think, the most overrated game in all of history. I used to give that title to GTA 5 and then Red Dead Redemption 2, but pretty sure Ghost of Tsushima is probably the most overrated game in history. Yeah, this is a literal pile of crap. Pure dog shit. Just everything about it was fucking terrible. Story was absolute dog shit. The controls weren't very good. The graphics sucked. And by the way, when I say that, a lot of people are like, what do you mean the graphics are amazing? Well, I'm sorry, but you're a dumb fucking console baby who doesn't know what fucking good graphics are. I know you're used to playing games on your stupid little dumb baby console on your fucking 1080p TV, and you're fine with 720p upscaled resolution and horse shit like that, but the graphics in the game fucking sucked. At least for the console release. It was just muddy, hard to see anything, very blurry. The game just sucked. Also, the way they balanced the combat was just fucking stupid. Like, there were, like, the game relies on parrying, and then they made an entire class of enemy where you can't fucking parry any of their attacks, and then I think there was an upgrade so you could parry their attacks, so, like, why the fuck did they even bother doing that in the first place? Just, yeah, this game is just a pile of shit. Just one of the fucking most
horrible, horrible games ever fucking made, and everybody's like, it's fucking amazing. Eh. And now with the sequel, there's there's a female main character, so now everybody's like, the game sucks because there's a girl in it. You can't even see her butthole, and even if you could, she's old. Games are only good when it's a young, pretty girl. Like, whatever. I'm convinced at this point, like, everyone who plays video games is just a fucking idiot. Like, at this point, like, if that's all they can fucking complain about, nobody knows what a fucking good game is anymore. Like, there's way too many fucking casuals playing video games at this point to, like, trust user reviews. So long as the game has somewhat decent graphics, dumb novel shit that makes casuals interested in it, and I guess there's a male main character, or a very sexy, like, you know, female main character, then everybody's fine. Oh, great game, 10 out of 10. But if there's a female main character, if the game's actually fucking challenging and difficult, oh, the game fucking sucks. Cursed loser, donate $2. I'm 27, and I missed out on parties and beautiful white girls. A few times I got with hot girls, I couldn't get hard due to my sick, masochistic, cuck BDSM fetishes from 9 years old. My only hope is Jesus returns and burns everyone who betrayed me. I will kill myself. Alright, well, good luck with that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Mobilization, and Putin will do whatever he can, once again, to get his empire back.
Well then I guess that the Pixar movie Up sucks then too, just because the main protagonist is an old man.
I really liked the movie Up. That dog Doug was really cute. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
But the good news for the free world is that the Russians are corrupt and incompetent, and they really just suck at war. So let's get to the bad news for Russia. Drone
PC is completely, utterly load of rubbish. Yeah, because why would you want better graphics? Why would you want to be able to play at 4K native resolution at over 120 hertz? Why would you want customizable graphic settings? Why would you be able to, like, why would you want to be able to mod the game so that you can, like, change player skins, maps, add new missions, add more items to the game, increase its longevity? Why would you want free online multiplayer? Why would you be able to want to use whatever controller you want? Yeah, PC sucks. There's like 5 or 6 buttons on the mouse. How do you use this thing? I'm a fucking dumb baby. I need a controller to play games. Yeah, fuck you.
target Smolensk aviation plant, trigger an oil depot fire in Voronezh. Here's the video. This aviation plant was producing KH-55 and 59 cruise missiles, and now it's on fire. There's also a lot of oil depot and oil refinery fires. I honestly can't keep track of them all. Ukraine went literally ballistic the last 2 weeks, targeting Russia's Ukrainian drones target a strategic bomber factory. There's a lot of videos online. I can't share them all or mention them all, but discipline in the Russian military is absolutely barbaric. And
Dodo, donate $2. Let me see. Nighttime erection data for my 19-year-old son and me. His duration is 2 minutes longer than mine. Raise children to stand tall, be firm, and be upright. Well, at least he's 19.
Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Years into this war, with everything getting worse by the day, the brutality of Russian command and officers against their contract soldiers or conscripts, it's horrifying. They filmed this on purpose, and they posted on social media on purpose.
Yeah, I've got an RTX 4090.
Scare and intimidate their own to continue this war.
PC sucks. Games crash all the time on Steam and it takes twice as long for games to be released to PC. You're just a little high maintenance faggot who needs customization. Take that little mouse and shove it up your black faggot-ass tummy.
Games crash more often, in my experience, on console. Like, especially when they first get released. I've had way more stability issues on console compared to PC. So, that's not true. This is coming from a retard who probably hasn't played a PC game since he was like, 10 years old. And, yeah, I mean, when Sony releases a fucking game, they release the PC version a few months later. That's not my fault. That's Sony's fault. I don't know why you see that as a good thing. Like, oh yeah, release the shit version first, and make us wait for the good version that has better performance, better graphics, mod support. Uh-huh. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
Hey big bro, would you recommend a cycle of BPC 157 and TB 500? I have a chest injury that just won't heal that's been a year and a half. Also thank you, I've been completely vegan for a year now, because of you. You're the real shit.
I mean, I'm not gonna tell you to do, experimental peptides, but TB500 has some decent human research supporting its efficacy. BPC 157, it's mostly animal testing, but there's quite a lot of human anecdotes of people using BPC 157 and it actually working. Like, there's Olympic level athletes that are taking it. So it probably works. So if you're desperate, TB500, I can say with a high degree of confidence, does have legitimate efficacy. I've taken it myself, and it seemed to work. And BPC 157, again, probably works. But thanks for the donation, Captain Back.
Hey VG, I'm newly vegan and hence a new watcher and I've enjoyed your content lots and have found you funny as. Here's some money I've saved on groceries this week.
Well, thanks for the donation, some dude. I appreciate that. Comparing a 6K gaming PC to an $800 console. Okay, bro. If somebody were to go up to you and say, Ball in a Cup is way better than a fucking PS5. Like, you can't, like, you're comparing Ball in a Cup, a $2, like, $2 versus $800? Are you retarded? Clearly, Ball in a Cup is better because it's fun. You get to play a game, and it's only $2. Like this is just fucking retarded, okay? Sorry you're a brokey and you need your mommy and daddy to buy you a video game console, okay? But, I mean, PC is better, okay? Just like how PS5 is better than Ball in a Cup,
PC is better than your stupid fucking dumb baby console. Like, but it's $6,000. Yeah, you get what you pay for, jackass.
When I think the average Russian, I mean, I don't. I think with Trump being inaugurated and these first 2.5 days, this is going to be a huge morale defeat. I think there were a lot of Z patriots hoping that when Trump got into office,
Dodo donated $2. She looks like if Dora the Explorer grew up to be an adult and also became a right-wing influencer on TikTok.
Mexican American myself, is when I hear the left say, well, if we're going to deport all the illegal aliens, who's going to pick the strawberries? Who's going to build my house? Legal Americans. My own
Okay, so she's retarded.
family, who is legal, a Mexican American family, if you want to give us some DEI points, can build your house. My grandpa does construction. There are a lot of...
Yeah, and he's going to end up charging more money, and construction companies are going to have to either put up with way higher costs or shut down and reduce the amount of building they can do, which might make them... It forces layoffs. So this is being researched. If you deport all of these people with questionable legal status, what ends up happening is these smaller companies that don't have the type of capital that larger corporations have, their costs are going to go up, and they're going to have a way more difficult time either paying employees or getting enough employees. And what this usually does is it collapses the entire company. So you actually lose jobs by not allowing some of these illegals to fucking work and stay in the country, because they're allowing a lot of these smaller businesses to actually exist in the first place. So this person who says, oh, I care about American jobs. Well, no, you don't, because you're actually going to get rid of American jobs if you send these illegals out. On top of that, like, yeah, these really shitty, hard, menial labor jobs like picking strawberries, in order to get an American to do those jobs, they end up like demanding like 5 times more fucking pay than an illegal worker from Mexico. So have fun jacking up the, you know, the cost of food. Like, like who does it benefit?
American skilled people that can do the job. But the only reason why they don't want to do that and want to have illegal workers is because they can pay them for lower wages, which they will accept. And this is just wrong. I have a feeling that during the time when they were trying to...
Yeah, these people have kindergarten. Just kindergarten level logic. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
that he would immediately save Russia, lift all sanctions, end all military aid. And that just hasn't happened in the first 2.5 days. So this is a wake-up call for the Russians. I'll link this video down below if you want to see some of the brutality. There's also this video. Servicemen from the 80th Guards Tank Regiment returned to their unit from the hospital and then were immediately brutally beaten by their comrades, and they don't know why. Allegations of drug use. Sure, okay. Russian soldier kills commander as troop unrest grows in Zaporizhia. This is according to partisans. If you're going to die anyways, might as well take out your commander who's been stealing your paycheck and beating you. Russia's 2024 harvest falls below expectations on bad weather and supply chain woes. Your harvests are weak, Russia. Boom. Burn. Finland seizes tanker suspected of damaging Baltic Sea cable. This is the Eagle S tanker, and a Finnish court has ordered the seizure, and Russia's not getting it back. Russia claims it was an accident damaging these underwater cables, but even if it was an accident, you're not getting your ship back. Let's get to the good news for Ukraine. Aside from everything else in the video, Albania signs 10-year security cooperation agreement with Ukraine. Thank you so much to the fantastic people of Albania. Lithuania sends drones, thermal imagers, and telescopic loaders to Ukraine. Thank you so much to the fantastic people of Lithuania. Final two clips I have for you. The first one is of a Ukrainian defender training on a simulator to shoot down Russian Shahed drones.
That's pretty cool. Quest 3.
Last year, RFK Jr.
Hello all. Welcome back to Market Street in Manchester. It's been a few days and I've missed it like the toothache. Okay, there's Crocodile Gardens. There's one of these businesses. I don't know what they do finance, but not only have they had to take out the glass entry spinning circular door thing, they've also put plastic perspex where the glass used to be. It's a bit bendy, and you can see, but this is because the pro-Hamas guys keep attacking it, because they're one hammering a British business away from a Hamas victory. Come on, help the resistance, help the tunnel dwellers, help the baby kidnappers. When all your nice glass is now perspective. Primark recently coming under fire for not using enough white models in their advertising. I've decided to use Albino Boy. Albino Boy. He's never seen melanin in his life. Pigment, never heard of it. The charities have started giving out triangular reflective coffins. Obviously sleeping pods for the homeless here, so that they could survive the cold and the rain and so forth. Which is compassionate, but unfortunately, you assist with certain things. It's hard because you make it more comfortable, and what happens is you double and treble the number of the people. They go, oh, I'll try a life on the street, doesn't look so bad.
That is not how that works. No.
Welcome to the Iraqi consulate in Manchester. They got some nice Babylonian imagery in there. There's in Babylon. Nobody likes Babylon anymore. And the diplomat code for Iraq is 183. X designates that it's a diplomatic plate. So in theory, they're immune to tickets, because literally that car and everything in it is classified as actually Iran. Sorry.
I used to have hope for humanity, and be optimistic that people would change their mind when presented with good arguments. But seeing as people can't even agree that a high-end PC is better than a console, I realize this world is just completely fucked.
Yeah, people are just fucking stupid, dude. There's no helping anybody. Thanks for the donation,
Nothing
Riley.
against PC gaming, I'm just used to console gaming since I was little. I would like to transition to PC gaming. Just not in my budget or priority to get one as of now with all the upcoming exams I have. I know. I'm a boom-matard, save your breathe.
People massively overestimate the cost of a gaming PC. I spent $850, I think, for my laptop that has an RTX 3060 in it, and it's got an i5. That plays games roughly as well as a PS5, like a standard PS5, if not better, actually. With, again, similar quality. So you've got roughly same graphical fidelity, if not actually a little better, because DLSS and shit. And it's a fucking PC, so you can use whatever controller you want, you can use mods, you know, all that crap. You can play every modern game on it. It's not that much more expensive.
And then if you get a desktop PC, you can just get like a mid-range graphics card. It's way better than a console, and again, it's not that much more money. So yeah, I have a RTX 4090 and shit in my rig, but you don't need a 4090. Thanks for the donation though, Grey Knight.
Sorry, Iraq. Whoa, forgive me, Iraqis. Iraqi sovereign land. That car, the police wouldn't even be allowed to search it. I kid you not. Which is why, very controversially, in the 80s, when we were a bit upset with Colonel Muammar Gaddafi, a scummy degenerate within the Libyan embassy in London shot a policewoman dead in London. Now, usually, that shit goes down. They're like, bring in the SBS, bring in the SAS. Yeah, we're gonna kill every motherfucker in that building. But because it's diplomatic land, nothing happened. And whoever did it got away with murdering a British police person in broad daylight. So, a big part of the fun of my channel is listening out for emergency sirens and then trying to geolocate it amidst all the echoing buildings. It can really throw you off. One echo. And it seems like here, one of these office buildings, yep, definitely, has had an evacuation order. The fire alarm has gone off. I wouldn't say it's a fire alarm test because it costs a lot of money. Oh, the guy behind me literally confirmed it. As I said, it's not a test. It's not a test, it's a fire alarm. Here's a lovely Gothic building. It's now actually the Gotham Hotel. On point with the branding, on point with the name. One day, the YouTuber Walk With Me Tim will acknowledge my little quotes, will acknowledge my love. Come on, Tim.
I want to see him kicking crack addicts. Is he gonna kick a crack addict?
And if we come to the library, which is a stunning... And Jeff Daniels said, and this was like a 20-year-old movie, and it was set around...
Damn it, he doesn't kick a crack addict.
Well, it was all very friendly, but he is now under arrest. Here's your different angle. So we're going to zoom out, zoom out, zoom out. Have a look, see how the hovel's doing. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Market Street in Manchester. Today's January the 20th. Too much interaction affects the probabilities and the amplitudes and affects the results. And there's Crutchy, stood up, walking away. Yeah, he doesn't want to be spoken to by police, so if he sees me, even with the police here, he'll kick off. He has no impulse control. I don't even think he is able to be rational anymore. I honestly believe that. Okay guys, it looks like the premium hovel has been busted and wrapped up. Duvets, sleeping bags, detritus, all been picked up now. And Mark there in the wheelchair, he's wheelie upset about it. Friendly cops, these are big booted, ready for action, all in black cops, Kiwi cops, if you get the reference. So Donald Trump's inauguration speech is coming later on today. A couple of points. He's already promised to repeal and cancel with 100 executive orders the nonsense that Biden and the wokies brought in the last 4 years. And the FTSE 100, having reached a fresh record last week, this morning has soared to a new record as businesses, both national and international, react positively to the return of common sense. Here on Deansgate, it's worth having a look. I'm going to show you. Regular viewers will have seen this before, but new viewers are like, whoa, what's he doing? This is called Barton Arcade. It's a Victorian-built arcade when glass became cheap enough to mass produce. And so you got Crystal Palace, Alexandra Palace, all the other palaces. And then on the lesser level, sorry about, whoa, it stopped flickering. There you go, stop changing my frame rate. Camera, anyway, blah.
Add these to the stream watch playlist and get to them when you can.
Let's get.
Alright, thanks for the donation, dude. Eh.
Get away from all this shit.
I really like drifting. Drifting's cool. That shit must eat up tires like crazy.
Scratching.
One small thing before the video starts. A lot of the archival footage used in this video is incredibly low quality, not just for of server space. The early history of Signal Auto is hard to track down, so be warned this will be a loose retelling based on a poorly translated post from the founder. Kosuke Kita, known to many as Mad K, is the original founder of Signal Auto, but his history with cars started long.
Okay. What are we going to next? What is
Before the Mazziora R34 and Twin Salades. From the very start, Kay was a gearhead, working at his father's body shop and eventually leading a gang of street racers that he named Bob Racing, video of which is playing right now. His vehicle of choice was a 240ZG that he illegally raced on the Osaka freeway, but he served as the group's mechanic for all their cars and bikes. After he graduated from high school, Kay started working at a Toyota dealership, but hated the monotony of repetitive oil changes and service visits that came with being an apprentice. After just a year, Kay quit his job at the dealership and convinced a family friend of his to let him rent a
I don't see how his $850 laptop can play PS5 games like you can in 4K 70-inch TV. My laptop doesn't have a 4K screen, but my TV has a 4K screen, so I run a 4K output to my fucking TV, jackass. I don't know why that's hard to understand.
corner of his larger shop to tune his friends' cars. That was how Signal Auto was born, although at this point, they mainly just worked on Bob cars and took the name Bob. Kay was only 19 at the time, and his younger brother Hiro was his main business partner. A few years after Bob launched in 1977, Kay decided to build their first demo car, based on the new at the time Z31 300ZX. It seems that it wasn't really a demo car though, and was more of a tax write-off to advance his street racing career. He would run the highways late at night under the guise of product testing, and after a particularly fast run, the Z was impounded, and Kay had to spend a night in jail, which took him to the point of no longer street racing and forced him to rethink how he ran Bob. After saving money for a while, he bought his own shop, and renamed the company to Signal, after a traffic light right outside. While he was still affiliated with Bob, he decided that he wanted to make Signal into a legitimate business. To promote it,
This is boring.
Blah, 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 Barton. Yes.
I want to see this guy kick crackheads.
Is it a blade? Is it a knifey? Is it dorgs? Narcos? I don't know. But one thing I do know is that he is complying with the law with his XL Bully. I think about a year ago, all dogs of this breed have to wear the muzzle because they are overrepresented in the toddler shredding Olympics. In terms of crufts in the toddler shredding division, the XL Bully keeps coming out.
Wasn't there that idiot in New Jersey that was breeding pit bulls and they literally tore him to fucking pieces?
Number one, that dog per capita shreds more toddlers than any other breed, and so goes to show there are innate and inherent differences between breeds of dog. Don't care. Hey, man. What happened to your eye, little guy? What's up? I'd hate to see the other guy. Are you okay? You're not hurt or anything? Not too bad?
I swear everyone called you a pedo.
Mate, but they shouldn't, and that's disgusting. And don't you repeat it, mate. Don't you? It's not funny, dude. This is an interesting one. So behind these three men, two cops and one detainee, and I'll tell you in a second why. Behind there's the passed out man who maybe took too much. One took over the line. I'm joking. He might have had a medical, purely a heart thing, a mind thing. So we shouldn't joke. But one took over the line. Anyway, I've just overheard.
Wandering Mason donated $3 and he's...
Hello. How are you?
Thank you. We can see some crackhead kicking. Thanks for the donation, dude. Adam Gigamos. Oh, God. Hey, lil guy here. I'm trying to get signed to an IC record label. Can you be my twerk? He's off in 2 mil.
Vegano. Hola, vegano. I am going to show you something, and it's mine. That's what I believe. It's mine, and I think he believed a hint. But
Yeah, not today. Thanks for the donation, Adam.
I'm very well.
Marvelous.
Don't know why I'm feeling anxious. A lot of people know who I am in this city, and 99% of them. Oh, for fuck's! No, dude, stop it, mate. No, honestly, no, I'm not doing it. Honestly, no, it's. Wait, dude, get back, don't get too close. Oh, fuck, I'll get you, mate, I'll get you.
This guy should not.
I told you.
Didn't the people who are so ignorant want immigration ever graduate from high school?
I don't think that was a proper sentence. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Get the fuck away from me. Alone.
What are you doing?
Leave me alone. Leave me alone, dude.
What the fuck are you doing?
See him. No, I don't want to go around the... Don't come too close to me, man. Don't come too close to me. No, don't come too close to me. Yeah.
Oh, you do now. Fucking old man. Come over here and start finishing off that one.
Dude, don't come any closer to me. You're gonna get arrested, you little scrote. You little idiot.
You just kicked me.
Yeah, you deserved it.
You're not come off the telly.
Fear me not, crackheads. Come and chase me.
No, chase you.
Come on.
Come and chase you. Stop acting like a fag. Because you're making a
Come on.
fool of yourself.
Come and get me. Come and get me. Come and get me, guys. Come on. Come and get me. Come on, guys.
Got you.
Come and get me.
Got you, mate.
Anyway. You're both well-known troublemaker shoplifters, so why don't you...
Oh, no, we're not. Oh, no, we're not. No, we're not. None of us are...
Hey, don't come too close to me. Don't come too close to me.
None of us are...
I'm warning, don't come too close to me.
I'll keep walking towards
Don't come too close to me.
I'll keep walking
Don't...
towards
Hey, I'm feeling threatened by you.
Don't raise your feet. Yeah.
Dude.
I have just been assaulted by you.
Get back.
And he...
Apparently he's right to film homeless.
I'll snap your fucking jaw, mate.
No, you won't.
I'm homeless. Just go.
Get the fuck away from me.
Frank has a new vid.
Let's take a look. Thanks for the donation, James. I don't think he knows who Jagmeet Singh is. We already saw his, the vlog he put out. He only has 3 new shorts.
It is great. As ironic as the Latinos for Trump.
Okay, try again. Didn't these people who are so ignorant about how much immigrants charge for things ever graduate from high school?
Well, I mean, public education isn't really that great. Especially in the US, being able to graduate high school really doesn't mean jack shit. You can be a literal retard and graduate American high schools. Especially after the Bush administration. I was talking to a friend in Arizona. Apparently, that No Child Left Behind policy, all it did was really mandate teachers to give kids passing grade. So, thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Something was, there's way too much fear mongering, guys, and that's exactly what the government wants. They want you afraid, they want you in fear, but the government cares more about money than everything, and the illegal employment population is making them way too much money for them to actually take people out of the country. And I was reading that they need to see proof that the person's been in the country for more than 2 years and that they have some type of employment history. Additionally, you need to be put in front of a judge before you're deported, and I was hearing that there's like a backlog of several years. So if anyone's actually worried about being deported, as long as you can verify some type of employment history, I mean, you're going to be here for at least a few more years. So there's nothing to worry about.
He might be right.
Our shampoo and conditioner are two completely new additions to Frankie's Naturals, focusing on a minimal amount of the highest quality ingredients, yet still making everything affordable. Our shampoo is only 4 ingredients: water, shea butter, 2 forms of coconut oil, and then a form of glucose to bring it all together. I mean, that's like 3 to 5% of the ridiculous amount of ingredients that most shampoos have in them. And even compared to other natural shampoos, this still has much less.
He's gotta change his logo since he got that eye surgery thing.
And then our conditioner just has some...
Let me see if I can find an image of his logo online. It's kind of weird. That's not quite the same color. Maybe it's the texture. Nah, it's better. Let me see a photo of Frank. That's recent. Yeah, that's more accurate. That's more what he looks like now. Much more what he looks like with the current eye surgery. Grey Knight Donny Tillers now, this I approve, lol. President Trump passes executive order allowing employees to leave work early to go to the gym. Employees who bench press 212 pounds or 225 pounds will also receive mandatory bonus pay. I don't think that's true, but I know Japan does penalize business owners if they have obese employees. I don't know if you could get a tax credit or something for being in shape. Like, I'm sure that would be an incentive for people to actually, you know, diet and train, but I haven't actually seen the data on whether or not that would, you know, actually be productive.
LOL. Please make this as one of your merch.
I don't think I'd bother making a t-shirt of that, but it would be kind of funny. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Irishman.
Wow, you're right, VG. Humanity is fucked. Yet another reason I wish a meteorite would just stuck this planet already and wipe out our worthless species.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Beeswax and jojoba oil added to give it that hydrating effect after you use it. Both of these are unscented, so it's a minimally inflammatory way to, you know, achieve the goal of actually cleaning your body. You know, it's one thing to have something that's a minimal amount of ingredients. It's another thing to actually have it work and be effective and Frankie's Naturals deodorant is now available in the...
What the fuck is he thinking with these logos? That just looks terrible.
typical stick form, and you guys should have seen the first logo I had. I would have been canceled off the internet. Funny, but offensive to certain groups of people. Wish I could show you guys that one. But this is the same ingredients as our jarred version, so just as effective: shea butter, arrowroot starch, lemongrass oil, lemon oil, jojoba oil, and a little bit of wax to bring it all together. And this is not like those aluminum-free deodorants that everyone jokes about that people still stink.
Using a minimum amount of natural ingredients to provide the least inflammatory hygiene product. What a bizarre... Why would he put that in the back?
This one actually works, especially after you use our beef tallow bar soap or unscented shampoo. Just make sure, guys, to let this sit at room temperature for a little bit, because, you know, if it comes frozen from outside in the winter, it might stick a little bit when you try to roll it out. Nice, typical deodorant stick.
I'm gonna fuck. So, my name is Charlie Beach. There's this guy coming here. Go. Get the fuck away from me, bro. My name is Charlie Beach. If you're not subscribed to my channel, you are a retard.
That's good.
Do you see all those little people?
Hey, dude. There's nothing exciting, is there? Is there someone injured? Someone injured? Oh, no worries. So this one made me laugh. So, biggest advert. Stag do. Stag do. Stag do. I hear you're the boss of Manchester, sir. Are you the boss of Manchester? No? Sorry, I mistook you for another boss. No.
Yeah. You didn't get my cup. She's out in the tram stop. I'm not with someone else today, you know. I swear that's my sister inside there. I've not done nothing. Please, man, I've not done nothing. I'm really good at that. I'm not even with police. They're recording me. You tell me something wrong. Yeah, can I get my sister at H&M? Which H&M? She's got orange hair.
Hey man, don't know, they just ran up to the girl and grabbed her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea why. I'm doing it live! Very Good Friday. Oh my god. Switch off your siren! Big crowds are forming, big crowds are forming. Got photographers standing on public furniture. You're gonna get yourself arrested. Writings on the wall. Get yourself arrested. Right, stumble, you might.
That was them who was fighting a minute ago.
Yeah, I saw on the platform. Yeah, they were. Very pathetic.
Don't film me, I'll tell you what, I will get you done.
What do you mean, get me done? What do you mean? I won't stand too close. I won't stand
you
too
get paid for YouTube, right? And you've got your little boys that follow you everywhere.
And are you jealous because you don't have little boys that follow you?
No, I get £2,000 a month, mate. I don't need to run around worrying where my next penny's coming from.
But
go.
Let go of my hand. Let go of my hand. Let go of my hand.
You go that way. You can go that way.
Ah, you just got told off by the cops, you stupid idiot. Getting owned. Wrecked. Wrecked. Wrecked.
Hi, Dad.
Hello. All right, guys. Oh, he's gonna get wrecked. He's gonna get wrecked. He's gonna get wrecked. Sorry, Dan. Sorry. Yeah, go on. All right, guys. Of course, yeah, of course. If he walks away, I'll stop filming, and then once. Oh! This is the guy. When I was about to get arrested, this decent liberty-loving cop decided to know the full story before depriving a man of his liberty.
Yeah, I've done nothing.
Thank you, thank you.
But yeah, so yeah, just.
Hi, my name's Lily, and you're watching the Charlie Beach videos.
You're not a tram! You're not a tram!
The universe is very strange. My name is Charlie Beach. If you're not subscribed to my channel, you are a retard. Anyway, we're here at Hood Rich. They're giving free ice cream. And you should support them because the lady's been really cool giving me the megaphone. So my name is Charlie Beach. There's this guy coming here. Go. Get the fuck away from me, bro.
Yo, mate, what are you saying?
Did you get that? Dude, you don't fucking come to me, mate. You don't fucking come to me, mate.
You will be dead. You will be dead within this.
Don't come up to me threatening me like that, dude.
Don't do that.
Hey, dude. No, it's all right. It's okay.
Oh, mate, you don't know, dear. I won't say nothing while he's there.
That's all right. No, it's okay, TK. Let's go. Love you too, madam. Love you too.
He's got all these fucking kids that work for him. You are wrong, mate. You are wrong in the head.
Hey, you okay?
Getting told.
You're all right, mate.
If you work for the police, fuck off. If you work, no, fuck off. If you work for the police, no, listen, let me say. Don't come near me, I'll whack you. Don't come near me, I'll whack you. No, listen. You won't whack me, mate. I will. If you work for the police, right, Charlie. If you work for, no, let me tell you something.
Good on you, TK. No, it's okay. He's a good guy. 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 No, TK, it's okay. It's okay. TK, no, it's okay. TK. It's okay. Yeah, this guy was the instigator. This guy's defending me. This man's defending me. He's defending me.
Now, he was trying to get involved.
TK, you're a legend. Thank you.
You know, he was a kick it off with Red, yeah. Right, stay there, man.
Yeah.
Yourself down, all right?
Yeah. Yeah, he's this gentle.
I don't know, like, why these old people who can't even fucking move are picking fights with guys that are like half their age.
Gentleman threatened us, your police colleagues, uniformed, had to pull him off me. I was on the megaphone filming my YouTube sketch. He came to attack me. Thank you.
Listen, mate, don't start kicking off with it. I'm a cop. Yeah. What's your name? What's your name, mate? Listen, mate, what's your name?
This man here and this man.
What's your name, mate? Don't talk to me a minute, mate. Don't try to say me. Okay,
no, he came for me to attack me. Yeah. Yeah. Did you see him come for me when I was in the megaphone? Amazing. He clearly just comes in now. No, you wouldn't. Thank you, TK. You legend. This guy has been following. We've been filming it. Put it on
Facebook though and things like that. When no one was he was doing something completely different.
Yeah. Thank you, TK. Don't you worry. Let's go down Market Street, guys. Let's go. Market Street. He's not going to get arrested. He's going to get told to go home.
No, I mean like you one of your.
Come on, let's go, guys. Well, guys, we're back on back Piccadilly. I hope you've enjoyed today's video. It goes to show never a dull moment in Manchester, and don't let aggressive, evil people come up to you and sucker punch you, or hurt you, or grab at you. Defend yourself, and have a group of friends who will defend you. Good people. What's going on, sir? Go on.
And just to let you know, I was walking along this street. I saw a little bit of aggression there. The police are trying to sort it out. Every time I come to Manchester, every Friday, I feel so safe because of those police.
Because of the police. And if it wasn't for the police, how would you feel if the police weren't here?
It'd be anarchy. It would be anarchy. Every Friday I come to Manchester and I always thank the police.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
I'm 70 years old now.
Oh, you look very good for 70. And what's your name? First name?
Mike.
Nice to meet you, Mike. My name's Charlie. Take care.
I've seen you before.
Oh, nice one, Mike. All the best to you. See you, dude. Take care. Is it a carrot or is it yabba dabba doo?
Both.
A yabba dabba doo carrot. Fucking Hare Krishnas. Yeah. Let's go. Welcome. I feel it. This is the first thing you see.
Oh my god. Oh, that is a handsome deer. Oh my goodness. Oh, I would love to feed that deer a nice big burrito. Oh my god, what a handsome boy. Oh my goodness.
Can I get a lift up to the hall? Can I jump in? I'm a YouTuber. Can I jump in? Up to the hall. Go. The white horse, as expected. Good man. So Fruit Man leads to Primark. Oh god, it's Ann Summers. They weren't so friendly to me. To protection. Okay, Mr. Policeman, look at that car. What do you think? Wait, are you a policeman? Oh, you should have corrected me when I called you a policeman. You look exactly like one.
I didn't realise you were speaking to me because you're behind me.
Well, kind of to your side. Anyway, what are you guys? Why are you wearing police clothes?
I'm not wearing police clothes.
That is a police hat, sir.
It's got a council symbol in it.
Sorry, WPC officer. This man's wearing a police uniform. Wait, why are you wearing a police uniform? That is a police hat. Are you the Sheriff of Nottingham? Where's Robin of Locksley? Where's Robin? He's going to steal from the rich and give to the poor.
Yo, I saw you on YouTube.
Thank you, my
Were
friend.
you the guy that pushed the guy?
Kicked him.
Was that you?
It was, yeah, me.
Yo, put me real quick.
Okay, right. Tell me what's happening here, young man. What we got here in Nottingham? What's going on?
Oh, you're from Nottingham. Penalty.
These hats.
Mamă, e stat după el și când i-a dat ăla cu piciorul.
Oh, you won't. Blah! Piccadilly Gardens in Manchester. See you later, guys. In fact, I was going that way. I'm going to go that way. See you later, guys. See ya. I'm a YouTuber, don't take it personally, but are you guys traffic wardens? What are you? I'm so confused.
Civil enforcement officers.
So you enforce the civils, or what does that mean?
It's basically we deal with the parking because traffic wardens don't exist anymore.
Okay, but has anyone ever told you that your hats are replica police hats?
Well, unfortunately, we have no choice in our uniform. It's
No, but how would you feel, for example, if there's, say, a mass casualty event and screaming mothers come running up to you thinking you're cops?
Well, I'm a first aid trainer and we're on the police radio. So we...
No, but let's say there's a crazy person doing some event and people come running to you for safety.
Right.
And then what?
We call it all.
But could you detain a bad person?
Anybody can.
I know it's common law, blah, 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 but what powers do you guys have that I don't have?
We can issue parking fines for people who are illegally parked.
No, but any good superpowers? Because that's a bit of a crap power. Any good powers?
Let's say we're all first aid trained, so we can help if somebody...
Okay. Well, you've both been very good sports. My name is Policeman wearing that hat. Well, knows my channel. How are you? Very well. Thank you. What's your first name? What's your first name? Paul. Paul. Can you tell everyone they're watching the Charlie Beach channel?
I'm advertising for you, but I do recognise it.
Thank you.
There are natural phenomenal people out there. Phenoms, and their physiques look incredible. I believe Simian Panda is natural.
He believes that Simian Panda is natural.
Oh, please, not again. Oh, I hate that. Why does he keep doing that?
Natural bodybuilders gave versus enhanced bodybuilders in terms of what they think about steroids.
Name's Jubilee, and dude, I get it.
Natural bodybuilding is the only honest form of bodybuilding. Agreeers, please step forward.
This is a ridiculous question. If you enter a non-tested bodybuilding competition, you're allowed to use steroids. It's common knowledge that you're allowed to take whatever you want. If you enter a drug-tested bodybuilding competition, it's common knowledge that you're supposed to be drug-free. And so clearly the answer is whether you're enhanced or natural, they're both honest so long as you compete in the appropriate organization.
It's the only real, honest, authentic form of bodybuilding because you're going with nothing outside of what you could achieve by natural means.
What about creatine? What about Turk Max? What about pre-workout Monster energy drinks? And so if natural bodybuilding is the only honest form of bodybuilding, where do we draw that line? The answer is we can't, and so we shouldn't, and therefore, it's not the right answer.
We all have one genetic buildup, one that God gave us. Why can't we just take what is given to us and see what we can make out of it? But I just feel like human beings always have to take it to the next step.
What was given to us? Was creatine given?
We'll never live to lead.
There's a low bliner. Yeah, that's clearly low bliner.
To them dying? That is something we should not celebrate.
And so here's the problem. I agree, we shouldn't glorify obesity. It's literally unhealthy. Why would we glorify doing things that are unhealthy? But the same could be said about bodybuilding. Bodybuilding is not healthy. And so why are we glorifying bodybuilders? Does anyone not believe that Chris Bumstead has been glorified, that many people aspire to be like him? But it's literally unhealthy in the same way that it's unhealthy to be obese. The only difference between the two is when you're a bodybuilder and you're unhealthy, people like that look. They like it, you had to work hard for it, and so you are given the pass. Hey, even though you abuse steroids and you're unhealthy, that's okay. But should either be glorified? Honestly, if I'm thinking about it and I'm being logical, neither should be glorified. Neither enhanced bodybuilders nor being obese should be glorified. Whether all that extra weight comes from fat or from muscle, it's not good. If you're 300 pounds of muscle or 300 pounds of fat, both are unhealthy.
I think you guys are so concerned about what other people
There's Togi.
are doing with their bodies. Like, your definition of happiness is not the same as theirs.
And so Togi thinks that, well, you should let anyone...
N-word donate $2. Let me see. Oh, this is the Nazi, right?
What is your prediction for 2025? What do you think is going to happen?
This is what's going to happen. You ready? White fucking power. That's what's going to happen. White power. White people are going to awaken.
Oh, is this that chick that made that really racist video that went viral? And then she was, yeah, okay, so she literally is a Nazi. Yeah, right.
Like right now, he did like this. You know, show them the whole thing. Make the move, open up the whole body. Do the same thing again. Yeah, great. See him look confident, yeah.
That's a bodybuilding pose, not the same thing. That's not Sigma. Migrants in Ciudad Juarez who were waiting for their 1 p.m. CBP1 parole appointments learned 20 minutes ago that the app is shut down and those appointments are no longer valid. Well, too bad, so sad. Thanks for the donation, N-word.
To welcome to the program today, Jagmeet Singh, leader of the New Democratic Party in the Canadian House of Commons. It's so great to have you on. You know, that just yesterday...
The NDP is a joke. They're responsible for enabling the Liberal Party and ruining the Canadian economy. He's known as the Maserati Marx for a reason. Guy wouldn't call a non-confidence vote so that he could keep his pension.
I was watching now President Donald Trump say that February 1st is the day where this 25% tariff is going to be placed on imports to the United States from both Canada and Mexico. Of course, acknowledging that the Liberal Party, the Conservative Party may have different views on this. You, as someone in the New Democratic Party, what is your view on the protectionist idea of a 25% tariff starting in just a couple of weeks, really? And how would you like to see Canada react to such a tariff if indeed it happens?
Right. I'd start off with, we've long really held this important belief that Canada and America, we are incredible neighbors. We have had a very long history of cooperation, one of the longest, in a lot of ways, undefended border. We have such a interconnected economy. We are so culturally and in so many ways just so connected. And so what Donald Trump is proposing to do is an attack, I think, on that relationship, and it's divisive. It's very divisive. It also inherently is harmful to his decision is harmful to Canadians and Americans. There's so many workers in America that have jobs that depend on goods moving back and forth over the border. Things get refined in one side, values added, then it comes over to the other side and it goes back and forth a couple times before the product is completed. So inherently, it is already going to be harmful for both Americans and Canadians. It is a bad decision. And so the response that I want is a response to show strength to Donald Trump. Donald Trump has often shown the characteristics of a bully, and bullies only understand strength. So we have to stand up to him and let him know that we're not going to back down. But we also have to appeal to our allies and to our friends in the States and say, this is a bad decision for both sides of the border and for workers on both sides of the border.
Does that mean yes on a retaliatory tariff?
Yeah, I've said that we've got to do retaliatory tariffs. It's not something we want. Like, we don't want a trade war. It is the last thing that we need right now. In America, I know it's very similar to what's going on in
The US has such a huge domestic market. Ugh. Retaliatory tariffs probably will hurt Canada way more than it would hurt the US.
Canada. The cost of living is a big pressure point. People are feeling really squeezed. It's hard to be able to make ends meet, buying groceries, paying the bills, housing. Everything is so expensive. A trade war is just going to make things more.
Yeah, because of you, dipshit.
Expensive. So that's bad news. It's a bad thing. But the harm is so serious that the only thing we can do is retaliate so that we can shorten how long this goes for. If we sit back and just do nothing, it's going to be a massive loss of jobs. It's going to hurt, like I said, workers on both sides of the border. So we have to respond to make sure it's felt that we are ready to fight back. We're not going to just accept this, and with the ultimate goal of stopping these tariffs before they happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's based on it's uncontroversial economic analysis when you look at the list of goods that the U.S. imports from Canada, that if you put a 25% tariff on them, things are going to be more expensive, not only at the grocery store, but elsewhere. It's not really a complicated economic analysis. If we zoom out a little bit and you think of the recent exchanges, including at a meeting that took place between Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and then President-elect Trump in Florida, and sort of jockeying about economic pressure on Canada, if not military, which Donald Trump, I think in his kind of strange way of speaking, he did say economic but not military pressure, and this 51st state sort of stuff. You, as someone who is in the New Democratic Party, not of Justin Trudeau's party, what was your interpretation of that jockeying that took place?
Well, I thought it was very serious. I thought that type of threat is not something that you do. It's not how countries talk to each other. It sounded like the behavior of an internet troll rather than a president-elect. And I thought it was unbecoming of a president. I thought it was inappropriate. Like I said, we've got a long history of cooperation, of being good neighbors, of looking out for one another. And this is an insult to that. And ultimately, I said, that's not what we want. We are proud of who we are. We are proud to be Canadians, and we do not want to give that up. We want to defend what we have. We've got a healthcare system that means that anyone can go into the best hospital in the country. You can go to Sick Kids Canada in Toronto. Sick Kids is one of the best hospitals in the world. And no matter who your parents are, they could be working class, they could be parents that have lots of wealth. They're both going to get the best quality, world-class care. Those kids are going to be looked after. You're not going to go into bankruptcy because you've been diagnosed with an illness. You're going to get the care you need. We're proud of that. That's something that we hold to high esteem. And so we are proud of who we are, and we do not want to give that up in any way.
I'd love to dig in a little bit to the topic of healthcare, because this is one of the areas where my views have sort of evolved over time. I used to be sort of uniquely like a Medicare for all type person, where the ideal would be we take the Medicare system we have in the US for 65 plus and we slowly expand it. You go 60 plus, 55 plus, etc. You sort of phase in participants as you phase in funding. Studying.
Elias donate $2, crazy dude. The alleged manifesto of the Nashville shooter includes an actual FAQ. He called himself the last true Rhodesian on Instagram. What the fuck? N-word cell manifesto. Why did you do this? For your enjoyment. This is my gift to you after years of Fed posting, wasting years griefing, yelling N-word at the top of my lungs and voice calls to faggot streamers. Where are you, Nazi? No, actual Nazis have been dead for 80 years. That's almost a century. Anyone in Mono World claiming to be a Nazi is a LARPer. But they do have my sympathies. Are you a victim of bullying? Personally, in my life, I can't remember a single instance of being bullied, at least not unconventionally. Since I was bullied in the culture sense, which everyone is bullied in, no, but the media attention seekers will say I was, and other bullshit like he was just a quiet kid. Thoughts on school life. School's daycare. It's just impossible for you to actually think. You say things because other people said it before, then go repeat it ad nauseum somewhere else. Fucking people haven't had original thought in their lives. Everyone at my school is a wigger, N-word, faggot, spics, sand N-words, pajeets, gooks, and worst I seen, Sephardic Jews. Jesus. They all just say the same buzzwords from Nig Talk. Holy fuck, dude. So, this guy is like a self-hating black dude. This is the manifesto of the black guy, school shooter in Tennessee. You can't make this up. N-word for victory. Death to the current state of the West. This book is dedicated to accelerationism and violence by N-word for victory. Death to all memesers. This book is dedicated to world dominance by the N-word, genocide them, and loot everything. This book is dedicated to death of the N-word enemies. Death to Israel. This book is dedicated to unlimited wealth for my N-word. Death to Israel. What in the fuck? Death to all non-Aryan race. Is this guy... This sounds like this dude is just trolling or is unhinged. I'm ashamed to be black. I feel like shit being N-word for anyone who wants to use calling me a coon, sellout, whitewash. Seems like I can never hear black people doing anything positive anymore. Niggers have to ruin shit. N-words have, blah, blah, blah. Well, I guess that's what happens. Oh my god. Well, I guess that's what happens when you hang out on Twitter for too long. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
Healthcare systems around the world more. I think maybe I've developed a little bit more of a view that I'm agnostic as to the way in which we approach it. And there are many systems that work well. In some countries, you see combinations of public-private systems. Singapore has a system that in its own way has worked well, not for everybody always, but for certainly more people than in the United States, I would say. The Canadian system has been interesting to me for a long time, and I want to get your reaction to a couple of the things I believe I've learned about the system. And if I'm just wrong in my understanding, I'm sure you'll tell me. One of the things is that while the Canadian system seems very well equipped when it comes to emergency care, for things that are important but not emergencies, I know of folks who live in Canada who opt to come to the United States because of lower wait times. I'd love to hear you tell me about whether that's true and whether you think it's a deficit in any way.
It's just rich people. So if you're rich and you can get treatment within like a week or two versus waiting a month or two, you know, why not? And like, again, you can take a vacation, right? So if you want to get treatment for something, oh, let's go to New York. I got to go to a doctor anyway. Like, that's what it is. Nobody actually, like, normal people don't do that.
The other thing is, as we were talking about before, my sister currently lives in Canada. And one of the things she struggled with was just getting a sort of normal, what we call a primary care visit in the United States. I don't know the equivalent name in Canada. She found it very difficult because she was not on the roster of any primary care doctor, and no doctor she could find had an open roster. And so she was relegated to the urgent care or emergency room system. I'd love to hear you talk a little bit about that. And my understanding is no system is perfect, but many are better than what we have in the United States.
Yeah, so fundamentally, the principle.
No, Canada's healthcare system is not broken as fuck.
In Canada is you can go into a doctor's office, you can go into the hospital, and you walk out with no bill, and that's the kind of hallmark of the. I had a really bad knee injury and an ACL complete tear, and I got my full ACL repair, and I'm back at doing martial arts. I'm snowboarding, and my knee is in great shape. Like world-class care was given. Now, it did take some time, though. So the wait times are longer. That is a concern, and that is something that we've got to fix. A big part of what's going on in Canada is that we have a lot of conservative premiers, which is like a governor, and they have been actively eroding the healthcare system purposefully.
Yeah, and that's basically why the NHS in the UK is so terrible. They keep electing conservative leadership, and they keep defunding the NHS, reducing worker pay, firing off doctors, bullshit that they call austerity measures, and then they're deliberately just trying to destroy the NHS.
And what is happening is they are underfunding the program, and then they say, oh, look, it's not working. Well, it's obviously not working if you underfund it. The other thing that a lot of conservative premiers are doing is that they're introducing private care. So there's not enough healthcare workers to provide the timely care that people need. So if you need something, like you mentioned, if you need, one of the common examples is like a knee replacement for seniors or a hip replacement, which is a lot of pain that seniors are in, but it's not life-threatening. It is quality of life impacting, but not life-threatening. And so those wait times are quite long. They'll be multi-months. And so people are waiting for months and months. And so what they've introduced is you could pay some money and get quicker care. Now, what happened?
N-word donators, don't show this on screen, but read this one part of the N-words manifesto. This one is wild, very anti-Semitic. Negro Nazi mass shooter, Tennessee, apparently had a flyer from GTA 5 regarding oral circumcision in his manifesto. I denounce all violence, denounce all blacks and Jewish people. The flyer's objective is to share information about Jewish supremacy. Oh, GT5. What the fuck is that? Every single aspect of baby penis sucking is Jewish. Don't hate the flyer, mate. The baby penis vampires. Jews have an obsession with circumcising kids. Apparently circumcising babies helps them in their religious beliefs or something. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't make sense to me, but it's requirement if you convert to Judaism. But they also do something else that I consider illegal. I would think that many people would also consider it illegal that being mitzvah peh, or the ritual of person doing the circumcision to suck the wound literally being the penis. These Jews are sucking baby, small children penises. Well, he's not wrong. So, yeah, Jewish ritualistic circumcision, the moil who cuts the foreskin off, he sucks the foreskin off, and I think there's usually about a dozen kids per year who die from that procedure, because it's very likely to transfer viruses like herpes, which can kill a kid. So he's not wrong about that. It should be illegal, ritualistic circumcision. But yeah, that guy's a crazy fucking whack job Nazi. Thanks for the donation, though, N-word.
Happens is then to provide that quote unquote quicker care, you've got to pull the nurses, pull the doctors out of the public system into
Right.
this private system to provide that quote unquote quicker care. But then you've just starved the public system, and then that wait time gets even longer. And then say,
You're
oh, look,
slowing it down for someone who can't pay effectively.
exactly. And so it is obviously then going to get worse if you make it worse. And so this is the kind of the logical fallacy. Conservatives are like, oh, look, we got a problem, we got to fix it. Well, you broke it. So it's not like you're an innocent bystander to watching something happen. You break something, and I guess coincidentally, it's broken. Like it's kind of going to follow. And so that's what's happening more and more. So there are some complicated things about healthcare, but there is one simple thing. It's underfunded and understaffed. And if we properly staffed up the healthcare system, it would be better. The point that your sister made is very fair. There is a big shortage of family doctors. We call the primary care a family doctor.
Yep.
But that primary care visit or that family doctor is something that is a challenge as well. Similarly, we don't have enough family doctors for the population. So these are things that we can address, but the threat is people saying that, oh, we just need to create an option for people to pay as the solution. And all that's going to do is set up a two-tier system. You pay, you can get care, and you can't pay, you don't get care, which is going to push us down to a path where we end up with a very bad system that's very costly and works only for the richest and is
He says that will telling racists.
I don't know what you're trying to say, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Abysmal for everyone else. And that is, to us, we're the party that actually founded the universal healthcare system. It was a premier or a governor, the first leader of our party, that started it in one province or state and then brought it to the federal level, to the national level. So we are intrinsically tied to this healthcare system. I believe in it. My family personally, I think of the example of my dad, who is a physician, is a specialist, but lost his license, lost his ability to practice because of an addiction that he was suffering and had no money. And the only place that he was able to get care was a publicly funded rehab center that was available, that had a bed at that moment when my dad decided that he needed to get care. And we were lucky that that was available. So I believe in public care so much, because if it wasn't for that publicly funded space, my dad wouldn't have got the care, wouldn't have gotten better. And now he's again practicing with a very big practice in psychiatry, helping. He's got thousands of patients on his roster, and he provides excellent care to them. He would not have been able to do that but for a publicly funded rehab center that was available, that he could go to at a time when he had no money and wasn't able to afford a private center. So I really believe in the public option being there and being strong. And I am opposed to a two-tier system. I know that it just means the public system gets starved, and it's worse for people.
I want to zoom out a little bit in the time we have left and talk a little bit about the New Democratic Party kind of in the context of Canadian Parliament. If I have the numbers correct, right now your party has 25 of the 338 seats in Parliament. Am I right on that basic number?
Correct.
I am, okay. Yeah. So a few people wrote to me when they learned we were going to be speaking, and knowing that I am not an accelerationist in my political philosophy, my idea being rarely does breaking down the entire system help us to more quickly improve it. It often creates a vacuum where even worse actors end up swooping in moments of vulnerability, etc. Some folks wrote to me and said, you guys should really talk about whether Jagmeet's views are accelerationist, because a few people said they think you would rather see the Liberal Party lose, even if it means the Conservatives have more power, even though on a political spectrum, I think you're closer to the Liberal Party than the Conservative Party. Can you talk a little bit about the dynamics of this? Because this is a dynamic we also have in the United States, sometimes with the Green Party or people who say the Democratic Party isn't left enough. Do you consider yourself an accelerationist? Is everything to your right equally bad in a sense?
Well, we just know that the history of our country is one where when there are more New Democrats elected, uh, great things happen for people. If you think of all of our social safety nets in Canada came when folks voted for.
Things are very different than they used to be. Typically, like cross culturally, liberals or Democrats, people on the left wing, as long as they're like classical liberals, they tend to be better at economic planning. There are some rare examples, but that's typically the case. The new liberal government under Trudeau and the NDPs are just crackpots. Absolutely fucking insane. We're running at a huge unsustainable deficit even when we have adequate GDP growth. It makes no fucking sense.
For more New Democrats. So I just kind of look at it just evidence-based. We were able to bring in healthcare when there were enough New Democrats elected in Parliament to push the government to make that happen. Our employment insurance, which is if workers lose their job, there is a program that people can access that gives them income while they're finding their next job. That was brought in by New Democrats. The pension program we have for seniors. So all seniors in Canada get a pension. That was brought in by the NDP, by the New Democrats being in power.
By the way, that pension program's terrible. It barely does anything.
I meant that guy's manifesto you were reading. He says black people are bad while telling racists to fuck off. How hypocritical.
That kid sounds like he's trolling to some extent. Most of that read like a shit post. I'm pretty sure he was probably a racist Nazi, but I think at the same time he was also shit posting. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Right now, I was able to bring in a dental care program that has covered seniors and kids. And so we're about 40 million people. Over 1.2 million people have received dental care from this dental program that covers a dentist visit. And because we fought to make that happen, we brought in better labor protection laws because we were elected. Just 25 of us in a minority government were able to do that. So my real focus is, I know concretely, based on historic evidence and my own lived experience, when more New Democrats are elected, it is better for working people. It's better for Canadians. They get more. They have someone that's focused.
We've had 9 years of the Liberal government, and they've also had a pseudo coalition with the NDP. Look where we are. So yeah, you can say that if this were 9 years ago, you could maybe make that argument, but not anymore.
Focused on them. The Liberals have been a party that doesn't really have a clear identity. In a lot of ways, they kind of move, and depending on their leader, they can be very right wing. Sometimes it can be more centrist. So they're not clearly one party. It's hard to describe their value system in a way that really is clear, because they will say, for example, they believe in public health care, but they won't actually do anything to defend it. So I don't know how that really benefits people that want to see public health care defended. If someone says it's good, which is nice to hear, but they don't actually use the powers that we have to defend it and to prevent conservative premiers that want to erode it. So that's kind of my analysis of that. Is
that I understand, but I guess my question to maybe restate it is, there's some Green Party.
Sengo Kudune Tellers, when people say I'm fat because I have a slow metabolism, is there any truth to that, or are they just coping? Also, have you seen Dr. Stone? Fire Force is another cool anime as well. Have not seen Dr. Stone. I might have seen some of Fire Force. Yeah, I saw a little bit of Fire Force. I got bored with it pretty quickly. The one girl from the show was kind of cute, but oh my god. It wasn't quite enough to maintain my interest. Usually when people have a slower metabolism, it also makes their appetite lower, and like, yeah, there are genetic variables that can make it harder to lose weight, but I mean, at the end of the day, you're the one who chooses to put food in your mouth. You could use whatever excuses you want, but you're the one who makes the decision. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
VG, out of all the arguments you've had with donators, like PC versus console, what are the dumbest arguments you have had with the donators that you can remember? Who has been the most irritating donor, not like spammers, that you gave gack to deal with?
Kid Boo, 21st Savage are probably the two most annoying. They usually send me stupid, conservative racist shit. But thanks for the donation, Riley. Yeah, the dumbest and most annoying are always COVID denial people.
Folks in the US who said in 2016, Trump, Hillary, they're both part of the neoliberal order. I kind of don't really care. Maybe Trump's worse, but like if he messes stuff up, it'll allow us to swoop in more quickly or in a stronger way. Whereas other Green Party folks said, listen, I'm to the left of Hillary and Trump, but I recognize Trump is way worse.
I can tell Son Goku is the typical gym bro who watches anime.
Yeah, thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
And so in swing states, I'm going to vote for Hillary. Are you more partial in Canada's equivalent?
Oh yeah, that Jessica chick, she's pretty annoying. Like all the Hamas supporting fucktards, they're annoying too.
To that first idea or to the latter I mentioned?
Well, I just want people to, I mean, I guess it's harder. It's a harder analogy because in the Green Party, they've never elected any significant number of seats. They have not formed government in a state.
The Green Party in the U.S., you mean? Yes, that's true.
Yeah. So they haven't formed. So it's in the case of New Democrats right now, 2 provinces are governed by the New Democratic Party. All of the major provinces, the biggest population centers, minus Quebec, have had New Democrats in power as governors or premiers. We are official opposition in many provinces across the country. So we're a sizable party that has won political power in a real way and has then shown the benefit to working class people. So
right. And this is one of the problems. It's not analogous.
Please explain to me how Canada is so poor right now. Again, the richest province in Canada is poorer than the poorest state in the US. Like, this is just pure cope.
Because we don't have a parliamentary system, and that's absolutely a fair distinction, I think.
Yeah, and then in addition, when more of us are elected, like in this minority government, we were the ones that were the bulwarks against decisions that would have hurt people. Like if because more of us were elected, we were able to bring in like a very strong workers' protection law that prevents when workers go on strike, replacement workers to come in and undermine that strike. We were able to bring in this law that has been decades in the making. The labor movement's been.
Holy shit. I didn't know that Jerry Springer had these types of guests on his show. When he was alive, I always remember strippers, prostitutes, trannies, faggots, etc. but not these types lol.
What do you think about blacks?
There's nothing wrong with them, but you should race mix.
But you wouldn't kill them.
No.
Kill Jews?
You just send him back to Africa.
Yeah.
That's where he came from.
But you all brung us here.
No,
You all brung us here.
the Jews
You
brought
all
you here.
brung us
The
here.
Jews brought you
Paper
here.
that we gave you.
White Christians had nothing to do with it.
Why are black people in the audience clapping? That has to be some kind of... either that's editing or people in the crowd are fucking idiots and they put up the sign to give applause. But why would black people in the audience be clapping? And this I think that's a Jewish kid. Why is he clapping? Jews didn't bring in black slaves. That was white Christians. Oh my god. Yeah, that was ethno-nationalist family. Thanks for the donation, N-word.
Fighting for decades, we made that happen because we were in this position. So because the parliamentary system and because New Democrats have actually been elected in large numbers in provinces across the country, it's not a similar argument. I would, though, just to kind of, I think very clearly Trump is and would be worse than someone like Hillary Clinton. I think that is undeniable. So I would not ignore that reality. I think it's clear his
Jasmine's hog farts, Tony Tiller's UVG. You think Pixie will win her lawsuit? No, I seriously doubt it. So first of all, she's asking to raise $25,000. With the type of monetary compensation I think she's arguing for, there's very slim chance that she's going to win the lawsuit. Again, civil lawsuits like that are usually very costly. If she's only trying to raise $25,000 for a civil suit against Destiny, there's only two explanations. Either she's coordinating with a lawyer right now to say, like, maybe double the amount of money that she's, buying in for. So, she's raising $25,000 to make $50,000, something like that. But her only, the only chance she has is to immediately agree to a settlement. So hire the lawyer, put $25,000, give him $25,000 for the retainer or whatever. Hope to hell within a month or two, they agree to a settlement, somewhere between $50,000 to $100,000. Destiny might do the math and, think, okay, she has $25,000 to put into this. She can keep doing this for a few more months. It'll cost me, X amount of money to keep doing this. If I pay that $50,000 to $100,000 settlement right now, it'll basically break even, and then it'll be done and over with. And then that's the only strategy that that's the only viable strategy that I can see working. Because she doesn't have enough money to pay for a lawyer. It's just not going to go anywhere. Or option two, she's asking for $25,000 and then will do absolutely nothing. So she's saying, I'm going to sue Destiny, guys, give me money. And then when she gets the money, oh, I talked to my lawyer about this, and there's no realistic prospect of winning, and it's probably going to cost me more money than I'd gain. And then she's just going to pocket the money. That is a very realistic possibility. I've seen that happen quite a few fucking times online where people fundraise for a lawyer and then they say, well, my car broke down and, I needed that for my job and the amount of money that I could get from the lawsuit would basically be nothing. So thanks for the support, guys, but, that's the way it is. I've seen that happen a million times. Very likely that's going to be the case. And, even if she's able to fundraise more and more money to keep a lawsuit going, I don't see a realistic prospect of her winning anything. Especially with the stupid fucking shit she posted on Substack. Very low likelihood of her actually winning a civil suit. Because she's made it clear that she's doing this entirely vindictively, and she's not actually able to prove any real damages, right? Like, okay, somebody saw her suck Destiny's dick. Okay. Did you lose any sponsorships that you would have gotten? Did you lose any business partnerships? Did you lose any actual money? No. And she's claiming, oh, I'm suicidal. I highly, highly fucking doubt that she's actually suicidal. And, I think she's in school right now. If she were to drop out of school or something, and then she might lose, a bunch of academic opportunities or some shit, she could maybe claim those damages, but what would be the point at the end of the day, right? Because there's no guarantee that she's going to win that money back, and then she'd have to go back into school or something. So, there's nothing to gain from anything like that. So, I don't see that civil suit going anywhere. Some of these people are looking for, a criminal prosecution. So they filed a police report and stuff. That might actually go somewhere, but again, never trust the police for anything, especially something stupid like this. Look, all of these people are terminally online. They're very immature, stupid, fucking 20-year-old kids. For no fucking good reason, they let some fucking dorky twink fucking cuck film them, a guy who is known to have a bad reputation online. Do you think the cops are going to take anything like that seriously? Probably not. So as far as, legal avenues, I don't see Destiny really receiving, much consequence from this, especially with the civil suit. But, in terms of his career reputation, again, that certainly is going to be damaged. But yeah, as far as legally, I don't think anything's going to come of it. Thanks for the donation, though, Jasmine's Hog Farts.
Lack of principles and decision making that's going to benefit billionaires and hurt the working class. All those things are very obvious and evident.
We've been speaking with the leader of the New Democratic
We are 5 years from the start of the COVID pandemic.
So Donald Trump rolled back affirmative action as a concept. It's not a thing anymore. Or in other words, he protected civil rights and merit-based opportunity by ending illegal DEI. I think this is the thing itself. Ending illegal discrimination and restoring merit-based opportunity. Phenomenal stuff. Racism is back. Some might say it never left. What does that even mean? Where do I start with this one? Okay. So you know about a guy called Martin Luther King Jr.? You heard of this guy? You heard about the Civil Rights Act? Okay. So America used to be very, very racist. And then the Civil Rights Act happened. And then legally, it only was very racist rather than very, very racist. Following the Civil Rights Act was the Voting Rights Act. But there was still an issue, folks. Even if you make it illegal to fire a person for being black or Asian or Irish or whatever, there was an issue. And it was the same issue that they had when trying to confront redlining or discriminatory housing or loaning policies.
Also VG, I remember you saying that you'd want to reform the Liberal Party and make it better, but I do wonder, would it actually be easier to change Trudeau's mind as opposed to changing a more reasonable conservative's mind, like Poilievre or Trump?
Well, Trudeau's former finance minister and a bunch of other people in his cabinet said he's extremely thick-headed and will not listen to any advice. So again, he told his finance minister that they wouldn't raise... There was a cap for national debt at $40 billion, and they blew right past that. It's like $61 billion. So, He doesn't listen to anybody. So certainly not Trudeau. Poilievre, he seems more practical. So I would imagine he would be more open to listening to his cabinet picks and shit. That's just my guess. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
From banks. And it was this. What if people are just racist, but don't admit it? Like, what if you have a racist company and the hiring manager and CEO are racist? This was known to happen. And, the government says it is illegal to refuse to hire a person because they're black. So what if a black person applies and they're qualified and then you don't hire them because they're black, but then you just say, oh, it's because they weren't qualified? What then? This is where we get affirmative action from. Have you ever thought about what that word means, or that term, I should say, affirmative action? It is a requirement, as enforced by the Department of Labor, for a company to affirmatively, as in proactively, attempt to combat discrimination. That is to say, it's not enough for them to merely refrain from engaging in overt bigotry. They need to put effort into combating those implicit biases. Now, some people say that affirmative action means race quotas. This has always been a lie. The use of affirmative action to refer to race quotas has always been a right-wing mischaracterization. Race quotas, or gender quotas, or whatever else, and they've been doing this for over half a century, because I think 1965 was when this act was first signed. We have revoked a 1960s era Lyndon B. Johnson executive order. It's a big one. The idea that this refers to race quotas has always been a lie. There are some race quota stipulations that are practiced by certain companies or in certain contexts, but that's not what affirmative action is. Affirmative action is just the Department of Labor trying to hold companies to account on the expectation that they...
VG. Please draw Tiny in a federal court hearing representing himself against Pxie's lawsuit. Can you also draw Mr. Girl as Pxie's lawyer? Thanks, bro.
I can do that for you. And we're donate $2 Hitler wannabe loser. Graphic content. Oh yes, this guy.
Hey, how's it going?
Hitler? Hi. Oh. We got that on camera.
Pretty nice.
Nazis are getting a little too comfortable in public, I find. Thanks for the donation, though, N-word. Let's see. Riley donated $2. I was meaning something more like, do you think it would be more easy to convince conservatives to be in general more accepting of LGBTQ stuff than for liberals to say accept gun rights, like some conservatives are being more open to LGBTQ stuff? No, I don't see. I don't see that being the case. Thanks for the donation, though, Riley. Conservatives tend to just not be open to progressive social values. Amending my life, donated $2. I'm 27. I was a loser who missed out on life when I was 20. This popular, hot, slutty Russian Jewish girl all my friends knew actually hooked up with me. I could have been her first guy, but my cuckold porn addiction were bullies F our moms made me have ED. Okay, that's good. Thanks for the donation, dude. And Johnny Tellers never thought there was this much hate for Indian people. I love some of their culture, like eating cow dung.
I love India. Sanjeev, Bhakta, all were put on the beach. White powder, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir. I am Aryan, sir. Good.
Don't care. I've seen that guy's videos before. Don't really give a shit. Actually, I'm ending my life. Tony Tillers, I could have won at life if I had sex with her. I could have told the universe I did it. I'm a winner, not a loser anymore, but I couldn't even get hard or horny, so much less. And porn fetishes haunts my soul to this day. Why am I doomed? That's good. Thanks for the donation, dude. Richard, you nailed the Gooner Goblin. Look for Tiny, very based. Richard, make sure to send Just Talk a copy. Thanks. Oh, yeah. Should do that. Let me see. There we go. There's your picture request. Richard, donate tell us you. Oh, wait. Yeah, you already donated that. Am I interrupting anything?
I don't know. Jesus Christ.
You should check out the picture I just drew.
The picture you sent? Oh, wow. Oh, you drew that? Is that supposed to be Max on the right side?
Yeah, Mr. Girl.
Oh, nice.
Somebody requested that on my stream.
Oh, crazy. All right.
Do you like it?
Based. It's pretty cool, dude.
I got Destiny's likeness pretty good.
Sure.
I'm a good picture drawer.
I feel like you should have like a lot of other people back there, right?
Yeah, well, that would have taken longer though.
Oh, fair enough.
All right, well,
all right.
I'm glad you like my picture.
Yeah, have a good one, man.
You too.
Good luck.
Not allow implicit bias or unspoken bias to influence who they hire, to affirmatively act against racism. And it's gone. It's pretty bad. And the media is referring to this as him fighting DEI, which is another capitulation to right-wing messaging. We have knocked back over half a century of progress. Nearly 60 years, we've turned back the clocks. DEI is a contemporary euphemism. What is DEI? It's when black people are in your job. LBJ's order gave the Secretary of Labor the authority to ensure equal opportunity for people of color and women in federal contractors' requirement, hiring, training, and other employment practices. It required federal contractors to refrain from employment discrimination and take affirmative action, hence the term, take affirmative action, to ensure equal opportunity based on race, color, religion, and national creed. Later, they added sex to this. The order came more than a year after Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act and just months after he signed the Voting Rights Act. Yes, critical American history there. It's pretty bad, guys. It's pretty bad. I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you. It's pretty bad. Of course, this is being framed because we live in like a cucked era of liberal fascism where the Nazis that run the government can't just out and about say what they want, you know? They have to pretend that everything they do that is discriminatory is actually egalitarian, you know? This is what I mean when I say liberal fascism. It's that all the ends are fascist, but the way they push them has to be like framed through, like they're still pretending to like MLK Jr. Great stuff. Let's read the order. By the authority vested in me as president by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, it is hereby ordered... Section 1, purpose. Long-standing federal civil rights laws protect individual Americans from discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. These civil rights protections serve as bedrock, supporting equality of opportunity for all Americans. As president, I have a solemn duty to ensure that these laws are enforced for the benefit of all Americans. Yet today, roughly 60 years after the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, critical and influential institutions of American society, including the federal government, major corporations, financial institutions, and the medical industry, large commercial airlines, law enforcement agencies, and institutions of higher education have adopted and actively used dangerous, demeaning, and immoral race and sex-based preferences under the guise of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, or, and this we're going to talk about more in the future, they've added another letter to DEI. See, businesses really don't like the ADA, the American Disabilities Act, because they don't like the money that it costs to install an elevator or put like a ramp next to the steps or something.
And we're donating $2. Let me see. Yeah. China has a 5,000-year history of cheating and stealing. Some things will never change. Bitch. That's good. Republicans should use more rhymes when naming their laws instead of don't say gay. They should have called it wait until 8. As in, wait until kids turn 8 years old before public schools teach them about sex. That would have avoided. You don't have to talk about sex to explain what homosexuality is. All right, well, thanks for the donation, N-word.
So congratulations, folks. A new letter, and this happened out of nowhere, by the way. Like with no lead up, no culture war incitement, nothing. They've added another letter. Diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. DEIA. Not as catchy. That can violate the civil rights laws of this nation. Illegal DEI and DEIA policies not only violate the text and spirit of our longstanding federal civil rights laws, they also undermine our national unity as they deny, discredit, and undermine the traditional American values of hard work, excellence, and individual achievement in favor of an unlawful, corrosive, and...
No, the well hasn't gone dry. That's for sure. We can bring the crazies out. We just got to think of like a really good banger topic that'll bring all the lunatics in. You know, just something that's a banger that'll bring in all the Looney Tunes. I'm thinking. Yeah, we can just do our own space. But we got to think of a good banger topic here. Yeah, I know TikTok is back, but for some reason you can't get your hands on the app at the moment. So I gotta mess with that tonight. There's nothing I can do about it. Probably should have taken care of.
End my life soon, $20. The same Jewish girl I messaged years later. She never responded except post me for laughs for singing her a song for the first time. She said if I message her again, she will call the cops. Kept messaging her about Jesus. No, I'm worried. Maybe don't talk to her. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Yeah, we could do ice raids. That's true. You know, I'd rather go into their little spaces and fucking mess them up, though. To be honest with you, I vastly prefer to do that. What about Neptune from that dude on Saturday said libs will go too? What? The fuck are you talking about? Good choice avoiding Spencer, who really wants to listen to insane yammering. Yeah. Vegan Gain says you're free right now. Oh yeah? You want to do a debate, Vegan Gains? We could do that. I'm not used to really doing content hunting. Usually there's so much of it I don't know what to do with it. But yeah, it appears that we were kind of up shit creek a little bit here. So yeah, why don't you come on and we can debate about Trump? What do you think, Vegan Gains? You want to do that? You want to come on and debate about Trump, bro? Send me a link. Send me a link in Discord. Send me a link on Discord. I'll pop over and we can debate about Trump and Vegan Gains. And how he's great and fantastic in every conceivable way. Yeah.
Send a link.
Hey. Woman. Yes. Freshen up my beverage. Put more alcoholic beverage. Put more alcohol in the alcoholic beverage. That's right. Yeah. We'll, What's up, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up, dude?
Yeah. What's going on? Thanks for popping on. I had kind of some stream issues, so we're just kind of thinking about what to do tonight, so.
Yeah, I'm just chilling.
Okay.
I have a cat hair in my mouth.
Gross. So how's everything going?
Pretty good. Just divorcing my wife. She moved out, so everything's going pretty great.
That sounds awful.
No, it's good.
That's good? Okay. Okay. Really? You're just like out of the blue, you're divorcing your wife?
Wouldn't say it's out of the blue. We were drifting apart for a little while, especially the last year. And, the relationship ran its course. We're kind of getting annoyed with each other. And it was an amicable breakup. So She's
Well,
not
there's
like
no
yeah,
kids, right?
No kids. We're renting, so there's not like a fight over property, and she can't afford to rent this place. So
Damn. Sorry to hear that, man. So
No,
you're gonna come over to the red pill side now?
well, people have been saying I'm pretty red pilled. I've been dropping some truth bombs, but yeah, like I'm not bitter about the breakup. You know, like we just didn't really work out as a couple as time went on, and you know, there's nothing to be mad about.
Okay. All right. You still on your vegan quest?
Oh hell
Turn the
yeah!
world vegan? Yeah.
Yeah, we can
now
debate
more than
that.
ever. Okay, well, let me ask you a question before we even get into the debate. Okay, so I didn't know that this chick existed, but what is her name? Like something teaches vegan. She's like this old
vegan
lady.
teacher?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
this
friends with her.
chick she's one of the most annoying women on planet Earth. How could you ever be friends with her? She's over the top, the most annoying woman I think I've ever come across.
No, she's a sweet old lady. She's a really nice person.
Do you think that she's crazy because of her vegan diet, bro?
No, she's definitely not crazy. Like, a lot of people turn their brains off when they react to her content. Like, she's atheist, and she kind of makes jokes about religion. And, you know, an example is people say, I can't go vegan because I'm Muslim or something, and then she'll just make a joke, well, change your religion. And then people freak out about that, and like she'll make jokes about how you just have to be more moral than the god you worship, you know, and then people just lose their shit, and then they call her crazy when she's just making a very obvious point.
Yeah. I got to ask you something. So my cats, I got my cats because I kill all the field mice who come in. I live out in the country.
Yeah.
And they torture the shit out of them. You know what I mean? And I think it's kind of like mildly amusing to watch. I think it's kind of funny. Do you still take the position that they should go to like kitty prison?
Well, if they're hunting rats and mice that end up in your house, I'd say no. I definitely wouldn't take pleasure in watching them like torture animals.
Yeah, but it's really funny when like they're batting it back and forth and they kind of let it up and you can see the mouse is trying to run away, you know, and they kind of let it before they pounce on it again.
Cats do that, especially younger cats. They're kind of like teaching themselves how to be better hunters. I think that's why they do that.
Yeah, but I mean, I also think it's hilarious. Like, I just think it's really funny to watch them just torture the shit out of them, and then I usually give them like a big piece of meat as a thanks because they keep them out of my house. You know, that's awful nice.
I would just feed them vegan cat food, and if they catch any mice, then you know.
Yeah. Would you take the mouse and like put it outside for them?
Yeah, like if I caught my cat with a rat or a mouse in its mouth and it wasn't like seriously injured, yeah, I just let it outside.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. So I mean, we haven't debated veganism in a long time. So I'm kind of happy to dive into it. One aspect that we haven't really dove into is the environmental impacts, versus, but now I don't know if that's your thing. You know what I mean?
It's not really my thing. I don't usually argue environmental impacts. It's kind of a hard area of research, and it's not like really my expertise. So I usually just focus on the moral side and like the health side.
Yeah, so you still have the hard position that it's immoral to eat meat.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless you find like roadkill on the ground, they can eat that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So eating meat itself is not immoral. It's killing an animal that's immoral.
Well, yeah, it's like violating the animal's rights that I would consider immoral. So the basic position is animals should have the same rights as human beings if they were to be trade equalized. Mm-hmm. So if you found like a human that was like same cognitive ability, and maybe you could add on other things like it's a feral human that like lived outside, something like that, like how would you treat that human versus an animal?
Well, let's start with the concept of rights. What is a right?
Okay.
What is it?
Right is a protection that is granted under a law that protects an individual from certain harms.
Okay. My definition of a right would be an entitlement absent a duty. I would agree that there would have to be enforcement of that. So like a law, something like that, right?
So what do you mean entitlement absent of duty?
Well, if you have a right, you don't have a duty to do anything, right? It's just an entitlement. It's not telling you you must do something. So you have a right to vote, you don't have to vote. Right to own a gun, you don't have to buy a gun. You have a right to freedom of speech, but you don't have to speak, right? So these are all entitlements that you have, but you have no duty to actually engage in any of those entitlements. So there's no duties associated with them. I can't even think of one that you actually comes with a duty. Not a single one.
Okay, like, I mean, you do have a right to like you do have like some duties, like not to violate the rights of others.
Yeah,
Otherwise
but
your
that's
rights
what's in
do.
question. That's what's in question is like, do you have a duty to do that? If there's no, so I don't think rights exist. They're not tangible. They're just granting. It's just us granting ourselves shit axiomatically for no particularly even good reason other than because we want to. So, for instance, I can envision a perfectly good society where you had no right to freedom of speech, no right to own a gun, and no right to keep a military personnel out of your home. You had no rights to do any of these things, and society would work fine. So it's not a necessary entailment that you have rights. They don't even exist, right? We're just granting ourselves these things. And there's no duties which come with them. They're just entitlements, right? Like you don't have a duty to do anything.
Well, I understand the point you're making that we could have, in theory, a perfectly functioning society without rights. Like there's tribal societies that don't have that sort of concept, but they do have, like, at the very least, implicit societal standards where, hey, you don't get to steal my things. And even though they don't have like police, there is, like, you know, quote unquote community policing where, you know, if somebody steps out of line, yeah, there's, well, I think we
you
can
don't have
agree.
rights, you have force, right? So I would say that rights are interjectable with force. So my position is that everything you call a right is actually you just asking for permission to use force. So if you want to speak, you're asking for permission to have somebody else assist, utilizing force to make sure that you can speak. If you want to own a gun, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That these are all just interchangeable with force doctrine. So I think it all just reduces to force doctrine.
Yeah,
there are no rights. They're not tangible. They don't exist. They're not material. You can't taste
Yes.
them, touch them, smell
So, so I'd agree with you there. Like, I mean, the way we kind of sort things out, there's like a pecking order, and you know, if we have enough people agreeing on certain standards, we, you know, enforce those standards with obviously physical force. So if somebody doesn't agree to abide by some sort of standard, we use force to, you know, enforce those kind of societal standards that we want. But
right. Okay.
yeah,
So
that's essentially what I'm arguing. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think that if that's the case, then that the only moral imperative that you could have is I can't eat meat because you're going to force me not to. And then if that's the case, then I could just argue back, well, I will eat meat because I'm going to force you to let me.
Well, you're talking about a completely different topic. You're talking about whether or not you'd be able to get away with it, not whether or not we
Well, it's
should.
not getting away with it. We just reduced everything you consider to be rights to actually be force. So the idea here is really that you don't have an innate right to do anything. You just have force. That's it. And then you say I have a right, but you don't have an actual right. There's no right. It's just a thing that we've socially constructed that we utilize force to let you do, right?
Right, but we're talking about like including animals into our like force, you know, system.
Yeah, I agree that animals also understand force doctrine, and that's all they understand is force doctrine. So animals utilize force for anything that they want, just like we do, because we're animals.
Right. I think we're kind of talking past each other a little bit. Like the point I'm making is basically we should treat animals the way we would treat a trait equalized human. So that if you are in fact in favor of, the idea of human rights, like, some sort of protection under the law using force to prevent another human being from being abused or mistreated or, murdered or be stolen from, exploited, then we would just, use that same kind of treatment for an animal.
Yeah, but I have force doctrine. So I can create a category distinction between humans and animals, and that's perfectly acceptable because of force doctrine. The idea is that I can extend all rights to humans simply based on the fact that they have the DNA of human. There's no problem there. So I'm categorizing all animals other than humans separately. Eating them's fine. Eating humans isn't. And I have force and will utilize force in order to stop you from eating a human.
Well, again, we're we're including like two separate topics here. Like one is force doctrine, the other is when it's moral to use like some sort of force doctrine.
I think your morals just reduce to force doctrine. Like what is moral? What is moral to you? It's just a set of preferences, right?
Well, right, but you're talking about how we apply our moral standards. I'm talking about what our moral standards should be. So like those are two
but what
totally
I'm saying is like if your moral standards are preferences, then all you're talking about again is force. Just reduce it to force again. It always just reduces to force. So Vegan Gain says everything that's external to my preferences is immoral, which is your position. Everything external to my preferences, Vegan Gain's preferences, is an immoral thing. Then what you're really advocating for is that people utilize force on behalf of your preferences.
Okay. And I'm trying to argue for, like, again, you're kind of conflating two separate topics of what is and isn't moral and how to apply morals. So like the goal for me here is to either convince you that you should adopt my moral beliefs, so share the same set of preferences, or point out that your preferences are contradictory in some way.
Wait a second. I've already adopted your belief. So I have a set of preferences. I believe all of my preferences are moral. Every one of them.
Right, but
because
you
I
have
prefer them.
Yes, I understand that, but you're talking about something else now. I like, again, the goal for the debate for me is to convince you that at least in terms of animals, you should share my preferences.
Okay, why?
What do you mean, why?
Why should I share your preferences?
Okay, well, we can get into that.
Okay, let's.
Yeah, so I'm sure you heard this before. Name the trait. So name the trait that is lacking in animals, that if lacking in a human being, would justify killing and eating a human being.
Well, when you say this, you're making a category error. So this has always been a problem with name the trait in and of itself. Do you agree that human beings have a distinct ontology from things which are not human beings?
Yeah, so human beings are distinct. We don't walk on four legs.
They have a distinct ontology is what I asked.
So what do you mean by ontology?
Their state of being, their ontological nature is different than that of animals. Than that of things that are not human beings. I mean, they would have to be via the law of identity. That's what ontology is, right?
Yeah,
so it's saying based on the law of identity, this thing has to be only what it is, right?
Well, sure. That doesn't mean there aren't like trait similarities which you might value.
Well, you just asked me to name the trait. I just told you. There's an ontological category called the human. And
so
this
that
human
would
has
be the
a
trait?
specific, this human has, well, the trait is the ontology, which is specific to that. Since it has an ontology specific to that, anything that's outside of that category, we can eat it.
Okay, so anything that's outside of the ontology of human would be okay to eat.
Yep.
Okay, so could you define what you mean by human?
I mean, we can do an endless reduction, but
I mean, you could just give a broad scope definition.
Sure. I'm going to just pull up a definition if you don't mind, so it's clarifying.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we'll do human being, definition, ontology. So, a living organism belonging to the species Homo sapien, characterized by complex brain, allowing for self-awareness, abstract reasoning, language use, the capacity for complex social interaction. There's other categories which you would add to that as well, but it would be all of these characteristics or single characteristics, but mostly a living organism belonging to the species of Homo sapien. I would categorize that as a human being.
Wait, so just to clarify, any or all of those characteristics?
No. I said the primary characteristic is a living organism belonging to the species Homo sapien. That's how I'd categorize human being.
Okay, so so hypothetically.
Now, can I ask you a question? Do any animals share that characteristic with us?
What, being part of the species Homo sapien?
Homo sapien, yeah.
No.
Then there's the trait.
Okay.
I just named it.
Okay. So hypothetically speaking, if we go, I don't know,
and find alien species that are just like us, and they
well,
look
we
like us,
could.
and we can
Well,
breed
we
them.
could. We could go with that reductio. I was going to ask, like, if we go 1,000 years in the future, and I don't know, we have like an ethno state, like Trump enacts an ethno state, and all the blackies stay in Africa, all the Asians stay in Asia. We could, in theory, have enough genetic differentiation and species drift over time, where black people are no longer part of the white species. Like, there might be a...
So now they're not categorized as Homo sapiens anymore?
Right. So they still maintain, like, sapience, so human wisdom and intelligence. They still have 2 legs, walk upright, all that, but there is enough species differentiation where that, cluster of genes that would categorize you as Homo sapien no longer exists. So maybe they're Homo sapien negroidus or something. I'm black, by the way, like, in case people
Yeah,
can't see my
I
cam.
get it. I get
Yeah,
it.
so yeah, like, would it be okay to just kill and eat black people now?
I would be willing at that point to explore that deep philosophical question of another category that is not Homo sapien, but is equal to the category of Homo sapien based on its Homo sapienness. I would be willing to explore that question then when such a thing happened. But at this point, it's not necessary to explore such a question, as such a question is not being asked. Such a category does not exist. But I think it's worthy of investigation.
So then what gives a creature moral value doesn't really come down necessarily to whether or not they're part of the Homo sapien species.
No, it does. I didn't say that it
admitted.
No, I didn't. I just said it should be investigated. I didn't say that we should eat them, not eat them, do anything with them, but we should investigate the question when such a time comes so that we could make those determinations at that time. It would be very difficult, of course, for us to determine that right now, even via hypothetical. There would be no way for us to determine that. So it's reasonable.
Well, sure,
but it falls within logical reason for us to investigate that further.
Right. So let's do that now. So what would be?
Well, you want to take a hypothetical species and investigate it?
Well, we can't investigate the actual species itself, but we can investigate whether or not it would be moral to, kill and eat, said hypothetical species.
Okay. Right now, I would say it is because it's not a Homo sapien, but I'd be willing to investigate it if it were to happen.
Okay. So, again, hypothetically speaking, if we were to sequence your genome and it turns out all the cigarettes you're smoking mutated your genes to a point where you're no longer part of the human species, and you could only reproduce with, I don't know, salamanders or something, it would be okay to kill and eat you?
Yeah, well, it would put me in a different moral category. So yeah, I would say bon appetit, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, if you put people in a distinct moral category, like there's actually not really any reason for me not to bite the bullet on this. So you're saying if we were able to duplicate feats, which from my worldview are impossible. So just so you understand what you're asking me is actually a logical impossibility from my
Why would it
worldview.
be logically impossible?
I'm going to explain. So all of my worldview is based upon the conceptualization that Jesus Christ is God, that that the Christian purview is true. And so all logic comes from the angle that it's only possible. The very possibility for it and knowledge comes from the idea of there being a God. So since that is the case, things which would circumvent that or would in some way show that there was not a God would then render the entire worldview of what is logically possible for me moot. So logical possibility is always dependent upon worldview. For you, there's things which are logically possible, which are not logically possible for me.
Would it be logically impossible for you to be wrong? Or sorry, would it be logically possible for you to be wrong?
Yeah, about all sorts of things.
What? Wait, sorry. You mean it is logically possible for you to be wrong?
Yeah, it's logically possible for me to be wrong, yeah.
So you could be wrong about God existing, Jesus existing, creating man in his image, and with a specific genome.
I could be wrong about logic itself existing, or us existing, or anything existing. That's these are things which you could say have a logical possibility, just not from my worldview. They only have a logical possibility from your worldview. So when you ask me that question, I'm answering from your view. If you're asking, is it logically possible for me to be wrong about God, then the answer to that would be no, or it would render my whole worldview of logical possibility inert.
Just a side question. Do you believe in like evolution? Do you believe that we evolved from like some sort of ape species?
No.
You don't? So like, you're a creationist?
Yes.
Young Earth creationist?
No, I don't think, I don't even think that that question means anything. You know what I mean? Like, is the Earth 6,000 years old? I don't fucking know. You know, is it 80 million years old? Nobody knows.
Okay. Do you believe dinosaurs existed?
As we perceive them now, no.
So like, what do you mean by that? Like, do you think the T-Rex specimens that are at like some natural history museums, do you think they're fake?
They could be real. Some of them could be real. They've done. So the thing is like when they do all the plaster for the bones and the replicas, they have to add a lot. The almost intact skeletons that they have at the T-Rexes, they had to do a lot of bone shaping for those too. Even the historians themselves aren't sure if this is exactly the form. It's like it's their best guess, right?
There's a lot of like mostly intact dinosaur specimens. I think I'm looking this up right now. Apparently the most well-preserved Tyrannosaurus specimen has 90% of its skeleton recovered.
Yeah, I just said a T-Rex. Yeah, there's a T-Rex that has, I thought it was 80%, but I'm willing to grant 90%. But they have to do an awful lot to put these things on display. So what you're asking me is complicated. Do I think that there is a creature that those bones represent? Absolutely. Do I think that that creature looked exactly like that, or that we have all the knowns about it? No.
Well, we could argue about like how it stood. That's been a debate for a while. Some people thought it stood more upright, but like now, based on better scientific understanding, like it's generally accepted that it kind of stood very hunched over, like its back almost parallel to the ground.
I mean, we don't know that though.
Right.
These are unknowns.
We don't know that, but you know, we have 90% of its skeleton. It shares a very similar body plan to, you know, many other species. You know, it has like a thigh bone and, you know, a spine and all that. We can construct it pretty accurately to, you know, like its skeleton to what it would have looked like. And there's debate about how much muscle mass it might have had, what its skin would look like, what color.
So we don't know any of those things. No, we don't. Listen, when you say, listen,
we have to speculate about some of these things, but there was a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
In science, it's almost impossible to know anything. That's one. Almost impossible. It's not that you can't know some things. You can have some scientific facts which are known. But what you're talking about here are theories. And what a scientific theory is this is the best thing we have right now. right, to give an explanation. We work off this explanation till a better theory comes along, and we act as though it's true. That can be useful, but it's not known. So when people say things like this, it drives me crazy because that's not science. It's not science to say we know this, we know that. We don't know that. You don't know it. You have a scientific theory which corresponds to the best evidence you have at the time. And so you're going to operate as though that theory is true. That doesn't make it true. It just means you're operating as though it is. So when you say, I know, you don't know.
Well, okay. I disagree with some of that characterization a little bit, but it doesn't
Which
matter.
part?
The point
Which part do you disagree with?
Well, it doesn't
Like,
really matter.
Tell me this. Tell me this. What's the scientific method? Can you tell me that?
Well, none of this really matters. Like the
Can you tell me the scientific method being engaged? Tell me the scientific
Well,
method.
yeah, a series of experimentations, investigations that, get you closer and closer.
No, what's the
to
method
truth.
itself? Just walk me through the scientific method.
Well, it kind of depends on what subject.
No, it doesn't
you're talking
depend. The method's always the same. What is it? You don't know. You don't even know the scientific method. So this is the thing, right? It's like you guys love science, but you don't even know your own scientific method.
This doesn't really matter in the context of this
It does matter
discussion.
because when you make these claims of I know
I'm not saying
that you
I know.
don't know. You did say that.
I'm not
you said,
saying
we
I know anything.
You say we know, they know.
Well,
right?
I know
He
there
knows,
there was something walking across the ground that had that skeleton. I don't know exactly what it looked like. I don't know how much it weighed precisely. I don't know how much muscle mass it had. I don't know what color it is.
Right, so you don't know.
But
So when
I
I make
have
the claim-
a basic understanding that
No,
there
you
was
don't.
a very large lizard-like thing walking
You don't know
across
that
the
either.
ground with those bones.
Listen.
So are
don't
you
even
suggesting
know
there's
that.
are you suggesting there's a conspiracy theory where people faked T-Rex
What's the conspiracy? There's
specimens?
nothing I'm saying right now which is controversial. Here's what I'm saying. Here's my declarative statement on this. Very simple. I agree with you. We have found bones. I agree with you that there's lots of work which has been done on various skeletons, including the T-Rex that is in question. The work that was done on their skeletons, you can go find whole videos on how they do this and put the pins through it and everything else in order to put it back together. It's quite impressive. It's very neat. It's very cool. Okay. But knowing how this operated, how this animal operated, what it ingested, that's all of that is just based around
I understand. I
that's all just based around theory.
We're
And
not in
so-
disagreement with that.
Yeah, so when you ask me this question, you're like, do you believe in dinosaurs? And I say, not as they're presented to us.
Okay,
You
I'm not
actually agree
asking
with
you.
me.
I'm not
You actually
asking
agree with
you.
me.
I'm not asking you. Do you think what is it called? Jurassic Park. I'm not asking you. Do you think the T-Rex looked exactly like it did in Jurassic Park and behaved exactly like it did in Jurassic Park?
Mhm.
I'm just asking you, was there a creature that looked vaguely like that? It might have had feathers, it might have had a different color, might have been fatter or more muscular or whatever, might have walked upright, might have walked more hunched over. But was there a creature that had that basic skeletal structure that, we can roughly approximate, Jurassic Park? Was there a creature something like that walked across the ground that we call T-Rex?
There's something, yeah. I don't know that it functioned in any way, shape, or form as it's being presented is my problem. So the thing is like, when you ask this question, it's very important because I actually do know the scientific method. I do fancy all engineers as being scientists. I think engineers are applied scientists. That's what I believe. Whether or not they have the pedigree or the PhD or anything like this, I still believe that engineers are scientists. So, and I could give good evidence for why I think that. I don't even think most people dispute that. They just aren't referred to as scientists. So science is only as good as your controls. That's what makes science so useful, is controlling out everything you don't want so you can isolate something. That's how you, quote, know a thing, is because everything's been isolated away from it for your experiment so that you can get a reproducible, replicatable result over and over and over again into infinity. It's always going to be the same if we apply this set of controls. The problem you have with this, just like with all archaeology, and just like with anything which is dug up out of the ground, which is perceived to be millions of years old, you don't have any of those controls. You can't really isolate any of the factors which would be needed for you to have these knowns. This would include for all sorts of different things. This would include for just how it breathed. You just don't have the controls available to you, so it's speculative. So when you say, was there something? Did they dig something out of the ground? Some bones out of the ground? Yeah, of course. Do I dispute that? No. Do they go together that exact way? I have no idea. Neither do you. Neither do they.
So
does it breathe this? Did it eat this? Did it behave this way? That's pure speculation.
Well, not all of it's speculation. Again, depending on the fossils you're finding, we know it's carnivorous. We've actually, well, I haven't. Archaeologists have found, specimens that have eaten another animal, and it's like in where the stomach area would be. But
that doesn't actually prove that they're carnivorous. You realize that, right?
Okay, if you see something large with sharp...
actually doesn't prove that it's carnivorous.
Tyrannosauruses might be herbivorous.
So hang on. So what you're doing there is you're using the first step. You're making an hang on. What you've done is it doesn't matter.
I'd like to progress the conversation.
Yeah, but I'm not done yet here yet. You violated your very first scientific principle. So yes, I agree with you. You have made an observation, and this observation is we found the bones of another animal inside the stomach area of this animal. The observation there, now I have a hypothesis, these things were carnivorous. Tell me how you prove that. Like, how would you go about demonstrating that using a set of controls that I could then replicate? How?
Yeah, sure. So you can actually analyze the entire fossil record if you can break down its entire family tree and species origin or species continuation. That would give you very good evidence. That
would give you observation.
Yeah.
What's the experiment?
Well,
can we watch a T-Rex eat?
You don't necessarily need an experiment to be able to prove something.
Yes, you do.
If you can observe it.
You need an observation. The observation leads to a hypothesis. The hypothesis then leads to an experiment, right?
Okay, so if I were to find human remains and there's like a knife jammed through its sternum,
yep,
could I deduce this guy, in all likelihood, was stabbed?
You can make an inference, yes. And the inference might even be correct.
If I find a knife in somebody's sternum,
yep,
and I see their skeletal remains,
yep,
I can deduce that they were stabbed, correct?
No, we're not deducing. You make an inference.
Well,
so what you're doing
is
you're
see the knife in their sternum.
That's it. But that, what does a knife in the sternum mean? Doesn't mean anything without your inference. So your inference here is the knife didn't get there by itself. The knife obviously didn't jump off the table and stab him itself, right? That's an inference,
well,
and then you've made further inferences there that maybe somebody else did, or you've inferred based on his position this or that. But all of that is observation. If you wanted to prove, for instance, that this guy was murdered, you would do what they do in police departments right now, and you would run experiments, right? You would utilize blood spatter, things like this. You could run an experiment to show only the spatter could go this way. That would be proof. Otherwise, you would just have circumstantial evidence, which is just, I observed it, right?
Okay, well, regardless, given you're a creationist, can you explain why we don't find human remains around, dinosaur remains in the same sedimentary layers? Did God create dinosaurs before human beings? Does he just randomly create new species out of nowhere?
Yeah, I have no clue. For one thing, let's back up. You agree with me that the Earth is really, really big, and getting any full sets of skeletons of anything that's millions of years old is really, really hard, right? It's very possible.
Are you talking about the missing link argument?
I'm just giving you an inference here. I'm just saying the world's really big. It's really, really hard to find fully intact skeletons of anything in it, right? That's millions of years old. So if that's the case, for all I know, there's tons and oodles and boodles of Homo sapiens hanging out with dinosaurs. I have no idea. The lack of that is, again, not evidence that it is true. You're just saying, well, wait. So what you've done here is you made another error. You went, well, wait a second, because we have not found this, then that means this other thing is the case. No, that is not how science works. You not being able to find human remains near dinosaur remains does not prove that humans never were around or died near dinosaurs. It just means that you haven't found the remains. That's all it means.
So you think it's possible that there are human remains near dinosaurs?
I mean, currently, yeah, of course. I'm sure that
You
there
think
are.
it's possible. So
Yeah, of course.
if we were to have some crazy technology where we could scan the entire Earth through all sedimentary layers with an extremely high degree of detail, so we could see every fossil, and we were able to prove 100% there were never any humans around the time of the dinosaurs. Humans came later. What would that tell you?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. There could be many inferences that we could make from that.
So did God create humans after the dinosaurs? Is that like what you'd...
That could be an inference. Another inference could be that, human beings' bones decay at a higher rate for some reason, or it could be like there's a million different
they become
inferences.
mineralized.
Yeah, whatever it is, there's tons of different inferences and hypotheses that you could make from that, but none of it would be actual proof of anything. That still wouldn't actually be proof.
Okay.
Like proof scientifically has a really high barrier.
Sure.
You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, okay, sure. So let's say hypothetically we developed a time machine and we gave one to you, and you could go through all history as quickly as you wanted. And it turned out that humans evolved from a species of ape. We weren't just created, poof, and we evolved from a species of ape.
Yeah.
Would that change your views on veganism in any way? Because it would justify a more intelligent species killing and eating your ancestors, preventing humans from ever existing.
Hang on. Let me make sure I got this right. I'm not even sure I understand this, so I want to make sure I get it correct. If it were the case that we were able to observe via a time machine, we went back in time, with the time machine, we observed that primates evolved into human beings. We were able to, do this by fast forwarding time and some whatever mechanism you were using to do so. This would change your mind on veganism. Why?
Well, then we're not like some sort of unique creation from God, and we would have evolved from a different species. So if your statement, your like the name the trait answer you gave me was, trait Homo sapien.
Yeah.
Well, human beings weren't always Homo sapien. If you go back far enough in your genealogy.
Yeah, from your view, there were no Homo sapiens.
Yeah, at one point, there were no Homo sapiens. We evolved.
Yeah, and they all ate each other, and I have no problem with the fact that they were all eating each other. It doesn't bother me a bit.
So you would have no problem with me taking a time machine, going back in time, eating, these proto-human ancestors that aren't Homo sapien, like it could be Homo erectus or something.
Well, I mean, by your view, I mean, basically people who eat monkeys are already doing that, right?
Yeah, that's my
I don't
position
care. I don't
trying
care if
to bring you on board to.
Yeah, I don't care if people eat monkeys. Like, it doesn't bother me, no.
Right, but the question I'm asking, since you only care about Homo sapiens, if evolution were to be true, and I were to convince you that evolution is a thing, human beings evolved from a different species.
Yeah, they still aren't Homo sapiens, so I still don't value them. So yeah, if you want to eat them, I don't care.
So even if that would eliminate your existence and all other humans.
Yeah, well, I mean, that would be more of an argument against time travel itself. Like, what if I went back in time and then killed you before you invented the time machine?
Well,
right? So that would render the whole timeline moot, right?
Well,
and by the way,
it doesn't. We don't even have to involve time travel. Like, there could be an alien species that were as intelligent as us that came down to Earth, saw these monkeys running around, and thought, "Oh, those look tasty. Let's turn them into hamburgers."
Yeah.
We never would have existed. So would you have a moral?
That's the way it works.
Would you have a moral issue with that?
If I was looking at it from an evolutionary worldview, like let's say I wasn't a Christian at all. Let's just take that off the table for a second. I'm just purely looking at it from an evolutionary worldview. I don't give a shit about nothing then. Like, I don't care at all. If I'm a moral nihilist like you are, why in the fuck would I ever give a shit?
What do you mean
if human beings
nihilist?
didn't even exist? Well, your position is going to reduce to nihilism. no matter what.
Well,
Like, if you're
I'm an
utilitarian,
existential nihilist, but I don't know what you mean by moral nihilism.
So, like, why would you even care? That would just be survival of the fittest. So all that would happen here would that would be, if evolution were true, then all you would be doing is enforcing the evolutionary mechanism, which would be that human beings invented time travel, went back and exterminated their own kind. Therefore, they're not fit to survive. That would be evolution.
Well,
that would be the mechanism of survival of the fittest.
Well, you're talking about like survival of the fittest. Like what I'm arguing is whether or not something's moral.
Yeah, nothing's immoral from a nihilist perspective, except that whatever's against their preference, and it wouldn't be against my preference to go back in time and eat proto-humans.
Well, I don't know how just
Unless
because
it led
I'm a
to me
nihilist
not
I can't have
existing.
moral principles.
Well, your moral principles are just based on preference.
What are God's moral preferences based on?
I don't know. Ask God. My preferences are based on my moral preferences are based on God's moral preferences.
So
I just prefer to follow all of God's preferences.
If I don't know what the difference is, then if you're just going by God's moral preferences, why are His preferences any better than mine?
Well, so then that would reduce to force doctrine, right? His preferences are better than yours for the same reason your preferences are better than his, because you think so.
Well, what do you mean forced? Okay, so then you can't give me any objective reasoning for why we should listen to God's moral preferences versus mine.
Oh, well, no, God would tell you that himself. You have free will. You don't have to listen to God's moral preferences.
So the
you
only
don't
reason...
have to. There's no requirement for you to listen to God's moral preferences. There's none.
So the only reason you adhere to God's moral preferences is because you're worried you're going to go to hell or something?
No. Oh, of course not.
So then why do you listen to God's moral preferences?
Well, let's just say because they align with every single preference that I have.
So if God were to say not align with your moral preferences, like he thought kids should turn gay,
that would be a logical impossibility. Otherwise, I would. Well, because God would have to align with my preferences and me with God's preferences, right? Otherwise, it would be illogical. It would that would create a logical loop. You're asking me, like, what would it be like if fire wasn't hot?
No, how would that be a logical impossibility? It's entirely possible your preferences don't align with God's preferences.
God's nature doesn't change. So if you ask me if God's nature changed, would you
I'm not suggesting
having some revealed truth that was against his nature, then that would be logically impossible.
I'm not suggesting that God's nature changed. I'm just suggesting that you could find out that your preferences don't align with God's preferences.
Oh, well, when that happens, I'll worry about it then.
What would you do if that were the case? Like, let's say it was something significant, like something was written down wrong in the Bible, and it turns out that God's totally fine with homosexuality. Or
I guess I wouldn't be a Christian anymore.
Okay, so you, even knowing that there is a God, and let's say you had full knowledge of this God's existence, but your moral values didn't align with him, you wouldn't follow that God?
Sure. Let's just go with that.
Okay.
Yeah. So from a moral relativist standpoint, who cares? Like, why does it even matter? If it's all just relative, like who cares anyway? You saying to me, so here's why I'm happy to just kind of go through, and I'll just kind of bite any bullet that you throw out instead of getting into the nature of God, why this isn't possible, this type of thing. Because ultimately, even if you won me over to your side, let's say you won me over with moral relativism, which is what I'm trying to get you to do.
Right? I don't know if
I've won you over. I've won you over to my side. Got it. Why should I care about people eating proto-humans? Why?
Well, I would imagine if you care about other human beings, it would logically follow that you would also care about other creatures that share similar characteristics.
Why does that doesn't logically follow? That doesn't logically follow at all. Like that's not even a valid argument. It's not valid or sound.
Well, earlier on in the debate, you admitted if there was species differentiation between the human species.
Yeah, but you're asking, that's from a Christian view. You're asking me, I'm asking about now I'm you. Now I'm you. I have the same set principles that you have. I have shrugged off the
admitted to having the
Christianity
same
which you're
preferences.
trying to hold me to, right?
Well, sorry,
And it's like, hang on. I didn't admit that I have the same preferences you
well,
have.
no, you don't have
bro.
the same preferences. I misspoke. Like, you have the same basic view of morality, that this is just preference based.
Yeah, but if that's the case, then why should I follow your preferences?
Well, I think our preferences do align somewhat, and if not, then I guess that would explain why you're okay with people killing and eating you if the cigarettes changed your DNA so you're no longer
Yeah,
human.
well, why is that wrong, though? What's wrong with that?
Well, I don't have any objective basis in which to argue that's
there's
wrong,
nothing wrong with
obviously.
it. There's nothing wrong with it. So here's the thing, right? It's like, even if my entire worldview, my whole worldview is completely incoherent, I'm totally morally inconsistent, and I just became you. I just dropped the whole Christian thing, and I said, well, I just won't follow God then because my preferences aren't aligned with his, or you showed me some compelling evidence based on time travel that God doesn't exist or something like that. Great. We got through all of that. I'm no longer a Christian. And now I have your view that there is no God and all morality is just relative. It's all relative to culture, to whatever. Why the fuck should I not eat meat if I want to? Tell me why.
Well, that doesn't mean you don't have your own personal preferences.
Tell me why I shouldn't eat meat if I fucking want to eat meat, if I think that all morality is culturally relative. Why shouldn't I eat meat? Tell me why.
Well, like again, I can't argue that on an
You can't.
objective basis. We have
just
to
make
agree
any
on some-
argument.
We have to agree on some axiomatic moral principles.
Why do we have to? So the thing is well, here's what you're saying. What you're saying is this. I can't. So if I say, listen, I'm now a relativist. Okay.
I don't know what you mean by relativist.
I just believe that all morals come from people's individual preferences, and it's
Okay.
all relative to the culture that they're in.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily relative to the. I would say just morality derives from our preferences.
Yeah, got it. Morality derives from our preferences. That's
Do you
the
disagree
case.
with that?
If that's the case, no. Let me just agree with it. In fact,
Well, I'd like to know your opinion.
I'm willing to just always agree with this, and here's why. Because there's no reason for me to defend any worldview. There's no reason for me to defend anything which is illogical. There's no reason for me to defend any of my beliefs. If they're all just preferences, they're correct. They're all correct.
Well, I'm just asking you, do you actually believe morality is derived from preferences? Yes or no? Or is it derived from something else?
It's all derived from my preferences. And only
Is that
mine.
what you actually believe?
Yeah.
If it's derived from your preferences, then
But it's
why would
also
you
my
bother
preference
following
that
God?
I can lie. It's also my preference that I can lie, and it's my preference that you should take that lie as the truth. Because
Okay,
I'm the
well,
arbiter of all morality.
I'd like to understand your actual opinion so I could maybe argue against it.
But I'm giving you my. But here's the thing I don't understand. If it is the case that all of my morality just reduces to preference, why does it even matter if I'm wrong?
Well, nothing matters.
Right? Nothing matters, including me eating meat.
Well, yes, but to you it might matter. To other people it might matter. That's
because
the
of their
existential-
preferences.
Yeah, because
I don't
there's
give a shit about their
preferences.
preferences. I care about my preferences.
Okay, but
and you care about yours.
I'm asking you a genuine question. Do you or do
And
you
I'm
not
answering it.
believe-
Listen, I'm answering it. I believe in a standard of set morality, which is based on God and based on God's commandments to man. But here's the thing: I'm
Right,
so
but
good faith.
is that
I'm so
derived from
good
his
fa-
own preferences, or is that derived from something else?
Well, this is the all-powerful creator of the universe. So yeah, I would say that all the morality is derived from God's preferences. Sure. But the thing is like,
Is that what you actually believe, or are you just kind of hand waving this away and dismissing it? Like,
no, I think it's fine. What I'm saying to you is this, very simply. Even if I do believe that, yes, just to be as good faith as possible. Yes, okay, I'll concede that all of morality comes from God's preferences, if that's what you know, if it's because you want to make an objective versus subjective analysis here, and we can get into that. But what I'm saying to you is this: very simply, if it is the case that I'm wrong, I'm so good faith that I'm willing to acknowledge that I even could be. Okay. But if I wasn't, that nothing matters, because that's what you just said. Nothing matters. And so if nothing matters, why do you give a shit if I'm even wrong?
Because I have my own preferences.
Right. And so and your preference is that I follow your preferences, right?
Sure, yeah.
And that's my preference, that you follow my preferences as well, which means I want you to start eating meat. And there's not a damn thing you can say from your moral view for why I shouldn't want you to, or why it's wrong for me to want you to, or why it's wrong for me to want everybody to, or why it's wrong for the cat to not want to be eaten, because it's all just my preference.
Well, if we can agree to certain axiomatic values, like logical consistency mattering, certain traits mattering, like sentience.
No, those things don't matter. Why do
Well,
they matter?
if we can agree that we both have those preferences, then, you know, we can come to some sort of like
Tell me
conclusion
why
that we should
logical
enforce.
consistency matters.
Well,
Why?
it doesn't. But if
It
we
doesn't.
both, if
It doesn't
if it's
matter.
important to us, then, you know, we can enforce moral values and, you know, create a society or a system that we, you know, that we want to see.
Based on consensus.
Yeah.
Of axioms.
Yeah.
And if the consensus of axioms is that we eat meat, from your view, there's nothing wrong with that, right?
Well, no, from my view, there would be something wrong with it because it goes against my preferences.
So only people who have your agreed upon axioms, right? They have a shared preference base with you. And so they end up with a consensus with you. But from what basis can you say that they're wrong, except that you just prefer that they're wrong? You can't.
Well, there's no objective basis when we're talking about normative values.
Yeah. So if that is the case, I don't actually even know why you care if people eat meat. I don't even know why you give a shit.
I don't like seeing animals harmed. That's as simple as that.
Why does that matter?
I just don't like, I can't reduce it to anything further. Like, I just don't like seeing animals harmed.
No.
This kitty, who would want to see this little kitty get harmed? He's a nice kitty. Oh,
Yeah,
his
but
name
like,
is Gum Gum.
If a psychopath ran in and like just cut his head off, he's not actually doing anything wrong, right?
Well,
not
in my
actually
view, he
doing
is.
anything immoral. Well, no, he's doing something against your preferences, and you just consider everything against your preferences wrong, right?
Yeah.
And so ultimately, isn't everything which goes against your preferences wrong?
Well, like somebody might like pineapple on pizza. I
So-
don't like
so the thing
pineapple on
is-
pizza, but I don't care if somebody likes pineapple on pizza.
Why you say
It's-
that God's preferences, that aligning with God's preferences, is perhaps silly or subjective or something like this. Really, in this view, you think you're God and you want me to align with your preferences. You must think you're God because you're the ultimate arbiter of all morality, right?
No, I don't know how you could make that logical leap. I'm not all.
Is
I'm not all
everything okay?
powerful.
Let's run it through. Premise one, right? Everything which is against vegan Gaines' preferences is immoral, including things he considers not to be immoral by his own preferences.
Well, I wouldn't say that, so I disagree with premise one.
Okay,
like, I
so
have
what's immoral that
preferences.
is against your? What's moral that's against your preferences?
What's moral that's against my preferences? Like,
Mhm.
I don't know, pineapple on pizza.
Because you prefer that? Because you prefer that be moral?
I just don't see an issue with it. If somebody else
Yeah, so that
wants
you
to
prefer it.
consume pineapple on
So
pizza,
you prefer that that's moral, right? That what makes it moral is that you prefer that it's moral.
yes.
Okay,
That's
so then
close enough.
all morality, which is good or bad, comes from you.
Okay. I don't know how the system is any different than saying I just follow somebody else's preferences.
That's fine. I'm just saying that in your system, you have to admit that you're God. I'm not saying that you
What
have
do you
an
mean
at-
by
an-
God?
an- I'm not saying you have an attribute of being all powerful, or being omniscient or any of those things. However, you are the ultimate arbiter of morality, like I just said. Who else, if it's not you, who
It's
is it?
just a strange characterization. Like,
No, it's
I
not a
don't know
strange
how-
characterization. If somebody else's preferences are better than yours, would you align with them?
Yeah,
then you're the ultimate arbiter of what's moral.
If they could show me that some of my preferences leaded to outcomes that I don't want to see, so like I don't know, what do I do? Like if they could prove to me that like, allowing internet pornography is gonna collapse civilization and kill everyone or something, then yeah, I'd change my stance on some things. Like I would
Then
probably
you're
say
the
ban
ultimate.
pornography.
Then you're the ultimate arbiter of all things which are moral. And then so therefore everybody who aligns their preferences with yours would be acting morally, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's the same thing with God. That's the same thing with God. Same thing with God,
you
bro.
you literally just said if your preferences didn't align with God, you would reject God's preferences.
For the purpose of the hypothetical, in order for us to get into the
epistemology
and the
I was
ontology.
asking what your actual opinion is.
Yeah, so my actual opinion is that you are not to defy God. My preferences will always be in line with God because truth is written on your heart. And God gives you divine revelation. At least I believe God gives you divine revelation. And that just as you say, that only people can act morally if it's within the confines of your preferences, God says the same thing. People can only act morally if it's within the confines of his preferences. That's how I know what's right and wrong.
Wait, so you're saying everyone is acting morally when it's in the in the confines of their preference because God made them that way?
No, when it's in the confines of God's preferences.
Why
do I think that? Because it's my preference.
Well, I'm just confused. So So you just adhere to God's set of moral preferences due to is it due to you thinking that your preferences align with God's moral preferences,
No, it's
or
because
is it
I'm ontologically wired for this. It's not even possible for me not to go within the purview of God's preferences. According to my ontology, I have free will. I can violate those preferences, but that's how I know I'm acting immorally. So for you, the problem you have is that you have juxtaposed your position here by just saying you are God, and that if I don't align with your preferences...
No, I'm not claiming I'm God. I don't know what you even mean by that.
Oh, well, here, I'll tell you what I mean by that. You are the ultimate arbiter of what is moral.
Okay.
As the person who is the ultimate arbiter of what is moral...
I don't even know what you mean by ultimate arbiter.
But okay, well, here, I'll show you. In Vegan Gains' world, is anybody other than Vegan Gains the architect of morality, or is it only Vegan Gains? So Vegan Gains says this is good and bad based on my preferences. If it's good or bad based on your preferences, and your preferences are the ones which should be adhered to, right? Or people are acting bad or good based on what you prefer, then you have to be the ultimate arbiter of morality. Who else could be? You're the decider. Who else but you can be? If everybody who acts against your preferences...
I'm not claiming I'm always right about everything. I could be confused, have bad information. My mind can be changed.
So what?
I'm just still confused what you mean by some of this.
Let me help you. Well, let me help you out. If anybody acts in a way which is not in line with your preferences, are they acting immorally? From your view.
Depends on what it is. Are we talking about moral preferences?
Yeah.
Then yes.
Then you are the ultimate arbiter of morality from your view.
What do you mean by ultimate arbiter?
Well, it means that you are the decider of all things which are moral from your view. Nobody else but you.
You're tacking on a lot of like adjectives.
I'm not tacking on anything.
Ultimate...
I'll give it to you as a premise. Okay. So premise one, everything which is within the view of Vegan Gains' preferences for moral or immoral is true. Is it true that everything which you prefer is moral and everything you don't prefer is not, including the things you grant to people as being something that they can do, which is morally neutral, that's still within the confines of your preference? You're granting that to everybody, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so if that's the case, and there's only you, in a sea of 8 billion others, then would I be wrong in saying that if I aligned myself with your preferences exactly, I would be acting morally?
Sure.
Yes. And would it be wrong for me to say that if I did not act in line with all of your preferences, I'd be acting immorally?
Yes.
Okay.
Just keeping
So
it
then if
simple.
that's the case, can you tell me who else that's true of?
Well, that would be true from the perspective of everyone else.
No, from your perspective. Who else is that true of?
Well, now you're just asking me whether or not it's true that other people do or don't share my preferences.
No, I'm asking you, whose preferences can I follow other than yours and be assured that I'm acting morally?
Well, again, this is subjective.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know what you mean by sure. Like, what is that? What utility is that doing in the sentence?
Okay, so then who other preferences besides yours, if my preferences are not locked on exactly with yours, okay, then can you point to somebody else's preferences which I could follow exactly, where I know I'd be acting morally?
Somebody with a different or similar set of preferences to mine.
Right. So the closer they get to your preferences, the closer they get to morality, right?
From my perspective, sure.
Yeah. So then you, from your perspective, are the ultimate arbiter of morality. I don't even see a way around that.
So again, just a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
If you died and you met before God and he told you, Andrew, you fucked up, I actually love trannies. Like would you still be against trannies? Or if God through divine revelation showed you that trannies are great, more people should be trannies, legislate laws to, allow children to transition.
Mm-hmm.
Would you go against God, or would you adjust your moral views and preferences?
Let's just say for some reason, again, this would be a logical impossibility from my view. Because
well, it's not a logical impossibility.
It would defy
it's just
the
that
nature
you got
of
something
God.
wrong.
It would defy the nature of God.
No,
but
it wouldn't. It would. God's nature didn't change. It's just that you misinterpreted God's nature.
Okay, so in the confines of this hypothetical, we were just all wrong about his revelation.
Correct.
Okay, great. But the problem with that is the reason that it's not logically possible is because we're assured we won't be incorrect about God's revelation. So this means the one true church can't be wrong about his revelation. So that's why it's logically impossible.
You're claiming it's logically impossible for humans to be wrong about God's nature?
No, I didn't claim that. I claim that it's impossible for the one true church to be wrong about the revealed nature of God.
Your claim, that's literally what you just claimed. You just claimed it's logically impossible for what you think to be the one true church to be wrong about his nature.
Yeah.
How is that logically impossible? Like anybody could be wrong.
Because that would defy God's nature, and God's nature is unchanging. So if God's nature is unchanging and God gives you a reveal to the church and says, this revelation is true, right? Then in order for us to say the revelation wasn't true, we would have had to have gotten it wrong, which would have defied God's nature. It's really simple.
Well, we could assume it was Satan that actually gave you the revelation and it wasn't God. We could say you just had schizophrenia in a psychotic episode and you didn't actually get divine revelation through God.
Yeah, except that Christ said that he would build his church on the apostles and that the revelations from that church would be true. So unless you're saying that Christ is Satan, and in this particular case, again, that's not possible. So if we have apostolic succession, because of this, we're able to make these determinations when it comes to revelation. So this would be an impossibility.
How can you verify that Jesus was right about any of this?
Through revelation, through the miraculous.
Okay, and what is revelation?
Revelation would be the discernment of the miraculous to the individual that's non-prophetic.
What is the miraculous?
Things which are an impossibility from the purview of science, like a resurrection, for instance, when you're dead.
Okay, and it's not possible that these are just nonsensical stories that were passed down from generation to generation because people thought they were interesting or somebody had a psychotic breakdown that everyone thought was actually divine revelation, or somebody could have been like people could have been having mass delusion, where some guy passed out drunk and then he woke up and they thought he was dead.
Not from my view, because again, Christians believe that they have been given revelation that these things
you
are
believe
true.
that, but you could be wrong about that belief.
Prove it.
Well, I don't need to prove it. The only thing I'm demonstrating... No, I don't. The only thing I'm demonstrating is that you could possibly be wrong. There's no logical
You haven't demonstrated that. You're just
contradiction.
asserting it. You're asserting
You
it.
asserted there's a logical contradiction in the hypothetical I proposed. And
No,
I'm
I
just
didn't-
pointing
I
out
didn't-
there's no
no, bro.
logical contradiction. There's perfectly
I didn't
reasonable
say it was a
explanations.
contradiction.
You
I
did.
said it wasn't possible from my purview, logically possible. That's not the same as a contradiction. It's not even possible. We can't get to the contradiction part. But you can't make the assertion, oh, but you could be wrong. Prove it.
Okay, you can't just say from my purview that's logical. Like I could play this game. Oh, well, it's wrong to eat animals because from my logical purview, me being God, it's wrong. So it's impossible for eating meat to
Actually,
be
that
moral.
would make more sense than your current mode, and I'll explain why. When you're talking about logical possibilities dependent upon worldview, don't you understand that? Like logical possibilities, literally, including the laws of logic themselves, and even using them. Us even using them is dependent upon worldview. Like for instance, it infers in your worldview. The inference is that you believe that there's truth, or you wouldn't even have a debate. Like that's inferred. There's an inference there that there's some mode of truth
and
you believe in.
There's an inference in the hypothetical I gave you that you were wrong about the nature of God. So
Yeah,
if you were wrong about the nature of God, and he was mega into trannies, loved BBC trannies, tan 10s, would you change your moral view if you met God and he said he loved trannies?
Yeah, again, this would violate the nature of God. So what you're asking me for
No,
my view
it
is
wouldn't.
incoherent.
We already no, it wouldn't. So God's
Yes, it
nature didn't
would.
change. God's nature did not change.
You're saying that God's now saying something which he gave revelation he wouldn't say. So that would be
Well,
logically impossible.
no. It is assumed in the you keep dodging. It's assumed in the hypothetical. Everyone got God's revelation wrong. Either God never gave revelation, or it was misinterpreted in some way.
I see.
Or somebody
so you
else.
you want me to assume in a logical hypothetical. Here, I'll do it for you. I'll explain to you exactly why this can't work. If fire wasn't hot, okay, and you put your hand on it, would it be cold?
If fire wasn't hot, would my hand remain cold?
No, if you put your hand on the fire, would it be cold?
You're saying if fire did not generate heat or took heat away?
Yeah, it doesn't generate heat. If you put your hand on it, would it then be cold?
Well, it would. If it is it neutral? Does it take energy away?
Stop asking me more questions, right?
I don't understand the question. Are you saying if there was?
Yeah,
a
I know you don't understand
fire...
the question because it's incoherent babble to you. Because
no,
okay,
the question might
here's
make
an easy
sense
one.
if fire stole energy from the surrounding area. Then if I put my my hand over fire, then yes, my hand would end up being cold because
If
the fire
didn't
is stealing
exist,
energy.
Yeah, if fire didn't exist, do you think that the world would exist?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Know?
Not in the state it's in
No
now.
clue. How would it exist?
I don't know. I don't know what a world would look like if fire couldn't exist.
You don't know what it would look like. It's like almost incoherent, right? You don't know. That's the thing you're asking me. You're asking me something which, from my view, is incoherent. If this thing existed or did not exist, what would it be like? You're asking me something which is logically impossible.
You're telling me the one thing, if I just changed one thing about something you assumed about God, rather than hating trannies, he loved trannies. How could that be? Like,
well, it's not hate. It's not hatred, for one thing. God does love trannies.
Okay. Okay, so let's just say he promoted transgenderism rather than saying it's not a good thing or something.
If God violated his nature,
well, we're assuming you were wrong about his nature. We're assuming you're wrong about his nature. That's why it's illogical. It's not illogical.
What you're saying is I have to assume all the things I based logic on, which is the nature of God. I was wrong about that. That's like me asking you what would the world be like without fire. You'd say, I don't know, because all of the things which
That's
you base
not- that
the
is
practicality of the nature
completely-
of the world on. Everything you base the
No.
practicality of the nature of the world on is
No.
based around fire.
No.
It's the same shit.
So
Yeah,
that
it's the
is
same
a
thing.
false analogy. I'm asking you whether or not
It's not
you
a
would,
false analogy.
That is a
It's the
false
same thing.
analogy. You're
It's not
asking
the
me.
same-
You're
No, it's
asking
not.
me to envision a universe where fire does not exist. That is
And you're asking
completely
me to
separate.
envision
No, no,
what
no,
would it
no,
be
no,
like if
no.
God's
Let me
nature was
speak.
different.
Let me
I
speak.
don't know.
Let me speak. You're asking me to envision a universe where fire doesn't exist. I don't know if
Yeah.
planets would form the same way. I don't know if physical interactions would form the same way. I don't know
you
what
don't
a
know.
universe. I don't know what a
agree that
universe
you just
would
don't
look.
know. Listen,
Now,
I agree that that's
all
a
I'm
fair
doing
answer.
is asking you if you were wrong about God's preferences or God's nature, whether you would change your own preferences
Yeah,
to align with God's
but
preferences.
remember how you said you
I don't know how those two things are at all similar.
The reason you said you don't know, right, is because you can't actually envision that the concept of what that would be like if the nature of reality itself changed. So you can't really answer the question. You can't even say I know.
We don't even have to.
Hang on,
no.
bro. Let me answer to you. You can't even say planets wouldn't form. You can't say anything because the entire nature of reality itself has changed. From my view, you're asking me the same thing. You're asking me if the whole nature of reality changes, what would that be?
I'm not
like?
asking you
To me,
about
it's God.
the entire
You
nature
are.
of God
It's
changing.
just
I'm asking,
gobbledygook, bro.
No, so first of all, I'm not asking you if God's entire nature changed. I'm just mentioning one specific preference, like with trannies.
Then that would be his nature, which cannot change, which would change his nature.
Secondly, it's implied in the hypothetical that his nature didn't change. You were just misinformed about what his
then
nature
the hypothetical is
is.
a contradiction.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, in the hypothetical, all I was asking is, I was just implying that you were not aware of God's nature. You were misinformed or something. Now, we don't even have to use a specific example. We could just say, if God had a different set of preferences, or even just one preference, there could be an innumerable amount of preferences that you have and an innumerable amount of preferences that God has.
Yes, but I'm trying to answer in very good faith. I'll steelman your position.
Can you please
go ahead.
let me finish?
Go ahead. Yeah.
So all I'm suggesting is if even one of your preferences happens to not align with one of God's preferences, would you change your set of preferences to align with God's? That's all I'm asking.
What do you mean by preference here?
So it could be a moral preference.
Then that would change the nature of revealed command. So no. So the thing is, again,
okay, you're just dodging.
Bro,
you're just dodging.
I'm not. Not only am I not dodging, I'll steelman your position and I'll explain mine. Yeah, I think your position is just simply asking me this, right? If there was a thing which you thought was true, but then you got to heaven and God told you that was not true, right? That had to do with one of God's commands to man, okay? Would you then have to necessarily change your view? That's what you're actually asking me, right? Am I wrong?
I'm asking you if you would agree with God, change your worldview, or would you just say, I disagree with you, even though you're God, and I'm going to maintain my own.
So let me just make sure I use the same language. Like, would I then submit to whatever God said or didn't say, or this kind of thing, and change my mind about those things because God then told me to, right? That's what you're asking. Am I incorrect there? Did I steelman that correctly?
Slight discrepancy. So I'm merely stating if God told you he has a given preference that does not align with a given preference you have, he's not even saying you must follow my preferences, you must submit to these preferences. He's just saying, I don't believe in this, I believe in that.
Got it. I understand. So God believes the thing. I was misinformed on the thing that God believes in. So now would I conform to the new belief of God?
Yes.
Okay, got it. So now I've properly steelman that. What I'm trying to explain to you, though, is that if there's a deviation in the command for God to man, if there's a deviation, if God's revealed revelations, his nature doesn't change, and now you've given me a thing which is against the violation of God's nature from his moral laws, to me that renders God incoherent. That's what I'm trying to explain by law. It's not only not dodging, I just gave you a counter argument. You render it incoherent to me.
I already
Yes.
outlined this in the hypothetical. You were
You can
wrong
outline it
about
all
the
you
divine
want.
command. You were wrong about the divine
I'm
command.
wrong about the thing that you can't demonstrate I'm wrong about. Sorry,
I don't
that
have to
it's-
demonstrate it. It's in the
Hey,
hypothetical.
It's in the hypothetical that fire doesn't work anymore. Why can't you tell me how the planet works? How come?
That is a false analogy.
It's not a false analogy. Why can't you?
Okay, so for one thing, you're
Answer
talking
my
about something
question, bro. Why can't
descriptive,
you tell
not
me why
normative.
it is?
You're talking about something descriptive, not
So are
normative.
You're talking about something descriptive and normative. So the descriptor has to exist for the normative to exist. The descriptive here that you're talking about is the descriptor of God's nature, and then what would Andrew Wilson do depending on God's nature? And it's like, that's a very important question, and it means a lot. So when I ask you the same thing with the same descriptor, if I take fire away, how does the world work? You go, I don't know, because it renders the whole fucking thing incoherent to you. I'm just giving you the same argument
Taking
back.
fire away from a universe,
Yeah.
like that doesn't imply whether good or bad, or if like babies will die, or Holocaust, or anything like that.
It implies all
It's
of that.
purely descriptive.
It implies all of that, and it doesn't imply any of that, and it renders the whole thing incoherent because you can't know.
No.
Yeah.
So first of
Yeah.
all, every time you answer this hypothetical, you just say it's impossible because I've been given divine command. So you're just completely and utterly rejecting the possibility that you are misinformed by divine command.
Yeah, right, that
Again,
logical
I'm
possibility
explicitly
depends on
stating in the
worldview, and you don't know
hypothetical
that.
that we are assuming you are misinformed by the divine command.
And
Is
I'm
it
explicitly
possible?
stating to you
Is it
that your
logically
hypothetical is a
possible?
contradiction. No,
Is it
not
logically possible?
No.
Is it logically possible that you could be misinformed by divine command?
No, it's not logically possible, as I've demonstrated.
So
50
you're never
times.
wrong. Okay, so it's impossible for you to be
Logical
wrong.
possibility is dependent 100. No, it's not. It's not logically possible for me to give you a coherent answer if you render God's nature incoherent, which is what I base the laws of logic and all revealed knowledge of mankind on.
We already went over this in the hypothetical. God's nature did not change. It was always that way. It's just that you were misinformed about divine command. So his nature never changed. It's just that you were misinformed by divine command.
Yeah, okay.
What
so even
is
if that was the
logically
case-
impossible about that?
Because if it is the case that I'm misinformed about the nature of God, okay, you're saying God's nature itself hasn't changed. Just Andrew Wilson misinterpreted the nature of God, right? Then Andrew, what would you do? Well, based on what I consider logical possibility, even if this were the case, right, it would then render God incoherent. Is the nature of God as it was revealed to me, right, no longer makes any sense. It's just like incoherent gobbledygook now. Do you understand? Because if the nature of God changes necessarily, then or has changed as far as it's been revealed to me, then it would be in a violation of the command of revelation. So it would just render it incoherent to me. It would no longer make any sense.
You're doing the same thing. Now again, you're assuming it
What do you
violates.
base? Look, bro. Here, let's since we're gonna get into meta, let's just get into it real quick. Okay, what do you base the laws of logic on? They're just their usefulness, right? Like you just use them because they're useful. You don't think that they're tangible or require a mind or anything like that, right?
Yeah, I mean, they have utility, and
Sure.
there's no way to disprove the laws of logic. So,
Right. So then the thing is when you're talking about the laws of logic, the possibility of them for you is that they exist. You don't know why they exist. You don't give a shit why they exist, right? You use them because they're useful. Do they even exist? That's a whole other question. You're just utilizing what is useful to you. So you just kind of grant these things to yourself. So since you grant yourself the laws of logic, you just grant it. You grant yourself axioms. You grant yourself all these starting positions for the things that you want. What is logically now possible in your view is completely different than somebody who has foundational ethics. They're saying, look, I base all of these things in meta ethics and possibility on this thing. And if you change this thing over here and the nature of it, or my understanding of the nature of it, it then renders the whole rest of it incoherent to me. That's logical possibility applied.
Again, I see this as a false equivalence. Like, if I were to say,
Okay.
no, if somebody were able to prove to me 1 + 1 = 4, that would change, like, all of mathematics. That would change all of, like, If
it
you
would
got
render,
rid of,
no,
if
it
you were
wouldn't
able,
change math. It
if
would
you were to
render it
prove
incoherent to you.
Yeah, if you were to prove that like not like the law of non-contradiction is false, that would completely change the system of logic.
Right.
All I'm asking, again, this is just a false analogy. All I'm asking is if you were wrong about divine revelation or divine command, and God's nature never changed, you were just wrong about it to begin with.
This is a perfect analogy. So your
look, Andrew, I'm just asking a very specific,
I've answered it a million times. If you were wrong about the value of the number 3, if you were wrong about that, right, would you then conform to the new system?
Yeah, if I was proven wrong.
How do you know? You don't, because you can't. Because it's logically impossible for you. That's why.
Well, so first of all, you're talking about mathematics. All I'm talking about is normative ethics.
Yeah, but I'm giving you the same example so that you understand.
No, it's not. So
it is.
I even gave specific examples. Like, let's say God did not care if people had gay sex or gender transitioned, and that was not seen as immoral in any way. And God told this to you, and he told you you were wrong about divine command.
A known value. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. If you were wrong about divine command, would you change your view on homosexuality or transgenderism?
Yeah. Would you change your view, vegan gains, if the value of 3 was no longer the value of 3? Would you conform to the new mathematical system?
Yeah.
Hang on. You claim. Hang on. You claim yes, but then when I ask you how you know, you didn't know. You didn't know why. You didn't know. And the thing is that's actually what you're asking me. You're saying if the value assessment of this thing, which is a truth value, were to necessarily change, right? Would you conform to that thing? I could be like you, and I could say, I could be like you. Hang on, it's not. I could be like you, and I could say yes, and then you'd say, "How do you know?" And I'd be like, "I don't," because it's incoherent babble.
This is a false equivalence.
Okay, whatever you say.
You're comparing mathematics to ethics. So
I'm giving you an analogy to draw the parallel between what is incoherent, what is not, based on worldview. It's a false analogy.
This has nothing to do with coherence. Analogy. This has nothing to do. So just because something doesn't mathematically make sense to me, that's completely different from moral preferences. I don't know how you could make.
What does it do to all
analogy
of your other
makes
mathematical?
No sense.
What does it do for all the other mathematical values that you know?
Well, yeah, it would fundamentally change mathematics as we know.
So then asking you any question based on that new mathematical system is impossible for you to answer, yeah? Yes.
I wouldn't.
Thank you.
Andrew, that is completely fucking different than asking you whether or not you would change your moral values to align with God.
How? You're asking me a question which is, to me, is incomprehensible.
No, it's not. You're just dodging.
It is.
No,
not only is it, but I've just given you multiple examples of how.
No, you're just dodging. You're basically just trying to create a circumstance.
Dodging.
You're just trying to say I'm right. I'm right about God. It's impossible for me to be wrong. I know I'm a fallible human being.
I mean,
and
you just
all I have.
My point, though.
Sorry, does Scripture perfectly describe all of God's possible characteristics or attributes?
Not just Scripture, no.
Okay, what else describes it?
So we would be using apostolic succession. We'd be using the veracity of church authority. We'd be using the revelation which was given to them at the various councils of Nicaea, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of things which would go into that.
Is it possible for all of human, let's just say we focused all of our human minds, put it all together, and we tried to understand God as best we can. Could we possibly, as humans, have a perfect 100% understanding of all of God's characteristics, attributes, wants, desires, expectations, all of it?
If every single human being joined the Orthodox Church, the canonical Orthodox Church, and every single one of them, right, followed the ordinance and commands of the church, the higher church authority, and the views of God, I think that they could have understanding of God's nature. Yes.
Would it be perfect?
Well, what does perfect mean? I don't even think perfect's a word, right? When we say perfect, what do you mean by perfect?
would you be able to have a perfect 100% understanding?
Yeah, that's
of
just restating the question.
all of
What does
God?
perfect mean? What does perfect
So
mean?
it means there's no deviation whatsoever. So, like God might have a certain value preference, and you perfectly 100% match that value preference.
From him, I don't think that we would have any deviation, the revealed nature of God. Would we understand God's nature perfectly? No, but we would not be able to misunderstand his revealed nature.
Okay, so I don't think this is getting anywhere because you're just refusing to acknowledge that there's any possibility that you could be wrong about anything about God.
That's right.
Okay.
So anyway, but I mean, at least based on this inquiry, but anyway, so to kind of move it back forward, now you can't say I wasn't good faith and didn't give you a whole line of inquiry like I just did for your moral system, because I did. I would like to bring this back, though, and just ask you this, okay? Very quickly. Why is it, and I would really like to understand this from your view, like, even if we didn't do any more debate bro, this or that, like just the honest assessment of this. And this is important to me. I don't actually understand and have never understood from the position of the relativists, like such as yourself, or the person who has your view, even when you're talking about maximizing utility, things like this, you know what I mean? Why it is that if nothing matters really, ultimately, right? Nothing really matters. There's not, it just doesn't. You should just say, well, I just care about it because I do. What incentive do you think anybody has to follow that? Like, maybe I'm wrong, let's say, about everything I've ever said. You know what I mean? But at least religion gives people some purpose, something like this, right? You just basically are like, just do whatever the fuck you want because it doesn't really matter. You can't even really, you can't say anything's even wrong except that the other person determines it by their own axioms.
I can kind of answer that for you. So I had a pretty crazy mushroom trip. I think it's been 9 months. I had really severe depression, and I was very near going to. Yeah, I was very near going to kill myself. So I even took out a life insurance policy and everything. So I was trying to use anything I could to cure myself of depression. And I had a mushroom trip, and I was a nihilist before. It was the only thing that made logical sense to me. But in the mushroom trip, I saw nihilism. The best way I could describe it is I zoomed out and I saw the entire universe, and it was so far away. It was like this tiny little marble like from a distance. And it was like some knowledge was given to me that like it's all a meaningless, pointless, stupid joke, like this entire world. And then I asked myself, like, why am I choosing to exist in this like pointless, stupid world? Why don't I just end it all? It wouldn't make any difference. And the answer just came to me: to benefit from living. You know, there's no point to anything. It's all stupid and meaningless. The only reason I try to continue to exist is because I see that there is some sort of benefit in living where I can enjoy myself for whatever time I have. And then like a switch, just realizing that, it seems so obvious now, but for whatever reason, I just couldn't see it. Like a switch, I just realized I could be happy or sad about everything. Happiness is a choice. Sadness is a choice. It all comes from within. The only thing that's making you depressed is your own perspective, and the only thing that's making you happy is your own perspective. My depression was cured right then and there. And it is like, I think it is fundamental to human nature that we are going to, feel pain and have difficulty. If we were living in an existence where we got everything we wanted whenever we wanted it, it would probably be boring and like things just wouldn't be interesting. But your actual enjoyment of life and whether or not you benefit from living, it comes entirely from your own perspective. Like you could lose at a game of sports, you could get injured and hurt yourself. Like a lot of bad things could happen to you, but if everything always went your way, you would probably get bored. And at the end of the day, like happiness just comes from within. And we can look at it like I lost in the game, like fuck my life, I'm a loser, or you could look at it, well, you can't win them all. It's not that big of a deal. It doesn't really matter much at the end of the day. And at least I got to play. At least I got to try my best. I can see where my limits are. I can improve. If you hurt yourself, like, well, now I have more time to like watch Netflix or something and just relax, maybe catch up on some reading. Like there's always a good way to look at things. And just fundamentally, I see kind of a world where more of us could benefit from living. And that's basically how I just want to see people kind of succeed.
But if it's
thrive.
about self-benefit, then like, what's wrong with me bringing back slavery? If it benefits me, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about what's it called, reincarnation. I don't believe like there's a soul or a spirit, but what creates your brain? Like your brain arose from like your mother ingesting food, and that food ended up, mixing into proteins, and that food came from the ground, and animals had to die, and trees and stuff had to die and rot and be used for other trees. So, we may end up, we may have another life in the future. And if you create a world where, everything is just constant suffering for everyone except you in that specific moment, you're going to end up, kind of getting the short end of the stick at the end. So that is a possibility. I'm not. It makes logical sense to me. Like
how does that make logical sense? That so basically you decompose in the ground, and then things eat that. And then you eat those things. By the way, wouldn't that actually hurt your idea for reincarnation? Because the things that eat the plants are the meat that the women would then eat. And so the ingestion of those things would then formulate the new human being, right? And then those experiences, et cetera, that reincarnated you.
Sorry, explain that again.
Like if you get buried in a field of grass, vegetarians don't eat grass. Cows eat grass. So then wouldn't you have to then eat the cow in order to like have that form the brain and whatever for mommy?
Well, grass doesn't live forever. Like grass dies and it decays, and then other things might eat it. It doesn't necessarily have to be an animal.
Yeah, but most people aren't buried. Most people aren't buried in vegetables and stuff humans eat. They're buried in shit humans don't eat.
Well, people aren't generally buried anymore. It's usually cremation, and there's a whole carbon cycle.
And their ashes are usually not spread in vegetable fields either. They're spread in water, and they're spread here and there. But still, even then, when it comes to burial, you would get buried in a field of grass, or a field of weeds, or something like this. It would be the meat things which would eat that stuff, right?
No, not necessarily.
What else eats it? We don't eat that shit. We don't eat
like
grass.
Like again, dude, grass doesn't live forever.
Yeah, but it decomposes and dies, and then other grasses come up. I mean, a grass field's a grass field for 1,000 years, right? I mean, so the thing is if it is the case, and I think I was tracking with you, because your brain gets developed inside of mom, the nutrients which are going in there could be some of those nutrients come in from people. Because those people decompose, they go back into the earth, that type of thing. But yeah, that's what you're saying. But if that's the case, most people are being buried where there's nothing that people eat.
I don't see how that creates a contradiction necessarily.
Well, it's not a contradiction.
End up being
I'm not saying
animal. Like
I'm not saying it's a contradiction.
Like if you get buried in the grass, okay, then the cow eats the grass. Okay, so that would be
so then the key to reincarnation
nice
would be to eat animals, wouldn't it?
No, that wouldn't.
Well, then how are you gonna form mama's
you would
or
be a
your
cow. Brain?
Oh, you're gonna be. You mean you're gonna be reincarnated as a cow?
Yeah, you could like. The idea of it being you're going to be something else. You're not going to be you anymore. Like it's different. But like the idea is, it's kind of like a shared consciousness concept thing. Like you're,
Gnosticism?
there's a lot of things that make up you as a person. You have certain memories, certain preferences, like your genes and everything like that. Like if you decompose and then get consumed by another creature or get made into another creature, it's not you anymore. But there is another consciousness that exists. Like, in theory, you could have been anybody. Like you could have been a woman if, the right hormonal conditions inside your mother were right. You might have been fundamentally different, right?
Like, doesn't this infer intent? Like, we didn't evolve to reincarnate, right? Doesn't this infer intent and is talking about spiritual? No? It just all just happened?
I don't know. I don't know why it would assume some sort of intent.
Well, you think that we evolved to reincarnate?
No.
Well, then this process is spiritual.
No. I don't know why it has to be spiritual.
It's physical?
I just told you. Well, I just told you, like, I think consciousness comes from the brain.
Yeah. But you think that consciousness continues to live after the brain is dead?
No,
it's
I
not
never
just
said that.
void. Well, then what's reincarnation?
Well, again, I don't know if the right term for it would be reincarnation. I don't believe in a soul or a spirit, but like all the matter that makes up your body right now, a lot of that matter could have been part of a dinosaur or like multiple dinosaurs. Like, like 5% of your carbon might have been in a T-Rex, 5% of your carbon might have been in grass.
But that wouldn't transfer
5%
consciousness, right?
Yeah, it wouldn't, like, no, it's not like consciousness transfer. It's like, again, I don't think it fits a lot of like modern conceptions of like, oh, your spirit will go into some other creature. It's not like that. But like the basic idea is, where does personhood begin and end? Like, why is your consciousness like this specific person? You could like, there's pieces of you in like everything in some way. And if
it's a benefit of me right now to bring back slavery on the bank that it's possible some piece of me may be in somebody and it's not even conscious, why the fuck shouldn't I do that?
It's up to you. I have a preference to see more people and more animals and conscious beings benefiting from life. If you want to create a world where everyone suffers, there may or may not be a consequence of that after you die. Who knows if your consciousness in some way gets transferred into another organism? Who knows? But at the end of the day, yeah, nothing matters. Like, this... I think you even alluded to it. Like, I don't know if you can really argue that God has any objective basis for any of the moral principles that you says he has. At the end of the day, it's all preference-based.
Well, no, I think that there's a telos. There's purpose. And so we can get into teleology, but
that sounds kind of interesting to me. So, like, what do you mean by telos?
Well, telos is purpose.
Okay, and what...
Higher purpose.
What is higher purpose?
Thing which you're moving towards, which is, in this case, in the Christian view, would be in the participation of the energies of God. And be part of the teleology of all human beings.
Okay, and what's the like, is there a ceiling at which can't achieve higher?
The ceiling is theosis. This
what is theosis?
It's where your energy is in complete compliance with that of Jesus Christ.
Okay, and
what
then?
Theosis. Well, then that's it. That's the purpose.
Okay, and why is that meaningful?
Well, wait a second, back up. I said there's a purpose or a telos. They're talking about purpose here. When you say, why is it meaningful? We've already agreed that having purpose is meaningful. Because you yourself just said that you have purpose and it's meaningful.
No.
Yeah, your purpose is to benefit yourself. So it's meaningful.
No,
It's
all I
not.
said is the only reason that I continue to exist is to benefit from existing. I never said that's meaningful. It's meaningful to me in my own,
Then it's
like...
meaningful. Then it's meaningful.
Okay, so you don't believe in objective meaning. It's just meaningful to, like, you personally or to God personally.
Well, when you say objective versus subjective, is that objective or subjective?
What do you mean by that?
When you say the word objective, what does that mean?
It means independent of a mind.
Okay, so this exists. So it's like a stance independent. So, and you would tie that in with like a stance independent reason for something. Like morals would have stance independent reasons if there was a mind which we could determine morality came from or something like this.
I'm not sure I'm following.
Well, when you say, let me explain. When you say bad or, not good or something like this.
Yeah, it'd be something that just goes against my preference.
Yeah, exactly. So, but these are actually religious terms, right? So good for us, the participation in the energy of God. Bad would be the rejection of the energy of God or demonosis. So it's the idea that that's what good and bad is. I think that these are religious terms ultimately, and that it ties in with teleology and purpose, and that we have a purpose to move towards good things, and that we suffer immensely by not moving towards those energies. So I would say that the greatest amount of utility even would be to do that.
Well, I've had a completely different experience where internalizing nihilism and acceptance of meaninglessness cured my depression.
Yeah, because you found meaning.
What?
That's what cured your depression.
Well, I don't think I could say I found meaning. I just found that I could just change my perspective on things. That's like fundamentally what changed.
And that's meaningful, yeah?
Well, I mean, I like that I can do that.
Yeah, okay. You like it, or do you think it has, for instance, if it could be demonstrated that there was greater utility in you not being here than you being here, would you not be here then?
Depends on the extent of the utility.
I don't know. It's like,
so like
whatever metric you assess utility by, it's better than it is worse.
So like if all animal slavery were to be abolished, like everybody would go vegan if I died, then yeah, I'd die. If it would only minorly improve somebody's life, like they'd make $10 more per year, then no.
Why not?
Because I like living.
Why?
Because I benefit from living.
So there's purpose. The purpose is in benefiting.
Okay. I don't know what utility purpose is serving.
I mean, it must have some. I mean, this idea of you just benefiting. I mean, that seems to have completely cured your depression. It seems to have cured everything. It sounds like purpose to me. It sounds like you found some purpose in benefiting from things.
I don't know what utility the word purpose is doing in that sentence.
There's something which you're striving towards. In this case, benefiting.
What, like happiness?
Well, whatever benefit means.
Okay, so happiness?
Is that what the benefit is? Is happiness?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Well, if that's it, then what you're saying is that purpose cures your depression. Purpose towards something. Purpose towards and a movement towards something.
Okay, so if there was a way to say reduce the amount of human lives lost each year by several million, especially when it comes to like pandemic disease, would you say that's in alignment with God?
I mean, it could be, yeah. Generally speaking, I would think that you trying to have a maximum amount of reduction of sickness would be in the alignment of the purview of the energies of God. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So then you'd be in favor of veganism.
Why would I be in favor of veganism?
It would reduce pandemic disease.
You mean because of the antibiotics in the meat?
No, not even just because of the antibiotics. There's zoonotic disease transmission. So flu virus, for instance, it originates.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
It originates from waterfowl. and
Yeah,
it's
almost
transferred
all
to
of
other
these
humans.
viruses originate from animal husbandry. I agree with that. But the thing is that the purpose itself of animals, the side effect of disease, which comes from this, we still need animal husbandry for hundreds of other reasons.
No.
So you just saying that, hey, we can reduce this one aspect of this. For instance, there's a great study on this about the human gut biome. And the reason so many people have inflammation and inflammation-based diseases, I'm guessing you probably even have some. Most people now have problems with inflammation because of their gut biome. It's a big problem. It comes from processed foods, right? More than anything else, these new forms of inflammation. Can you tell me something real quick? Can you just hang on? Can you just tell me something? Who eats the most processed foods on the planet? Carnivores or vegans?
Oh God. You realize there's different types of food processing.
Yeah, can you answer my question?
Yeah, so
It's vegans. Overwhelmingly vegans.
Yeah,
they eat the most amount of processed food.
Yeah,
and so the thing
you
is
realize
that
there's different
by
grades
not
of
being
food
a vegan,
processing, and
you by
food
not being a
processing
vegan-
doesn't necessarily mean you're causing some pro-inflammatory state to occur.
That's not what I said. I didn't say that the necessary side effect of just processing food. When I'm talking about processing, we're talking about preservatives. We're talking about the things which go in to your fucking Cheez-Its
You realize
that
vitamin
make
C
them
is a
that give them a
preservative?
box shelf life of like fucking 12
You
years.
realize one of the most
Things
common
like that.
preservatives is ascorbic acid, vitamin C.
So what?
Which is anti-inflammatory.
Yeah. Do you realize that that's not the only thing which is going into these things? There's like yellow 5. There's all sorts of things. Yellow 5, which is an oil. I mean, Kennedy gave an entire talk about this.
Yeah.
And then hang on. Let's back up. Many of the processed foods and the way that they're processed have caused an entire nation to have autoimmune disease and things like this. And vegans have to use special processing for their foods in order to keep a longer shelf life. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No. That's so first of all, yellow 5 isn't a it's a food dye, not
What does it come from? It comes from oil.
Okay.
It comes from old oil. Literally.
Yeah, yellow 5 is a food dye, not a preservative. So we can
No, I didn't
get rid of
say
yellow
that
5
yellow
and be
5
fine.
was. I said that it's in processed foods, not that it was a preservative.
You don't need to eat processed food to be vegan. I've literally
I
been
didn't
living
say that
off
you
of-
need to. I said that they consume the most amount of it because of the convenience factor that goes into it. It's really difficult.
Meat eaters have higher rates of diabetes, heart disease, and cancer. So
That's not true.
Well, yes, it is.
No, it's not. What happens is there's a great conflation which happens. Let's start with the cancer rate. What is in meat that causes cancer, do you think? Because people who are on a ketogenic diet where they only eat meat, their cancer rates are extremely low.
Ketogenic diet is not a diet where you only eat meat. It's a very specific type of diet. Usually in literature, it's described as a diet where at least 40% of calories come from fat. Typically for ketogenic diets, it's 60 or more. Sometimes up to 80%.
Maybe I got it wrong, but I'm talking about carnivores. Carnivores themselves, people are on a carnivore diet. They have very low rates of cancer.
There's
no research about what I call
There's no research whatsoever showing carnivore dieters have low rates of cancer.
Show me the research show me any research at all that people on the carnivore diet have higher rates of cancer than vegans. I can't wait to see.
I just told you there's no research whatsoever comparing vegans to the carnivore diet.
Then how is it that you can make these bold claims that cancer is higher in meat eaters?
Because most meat eaters also eat plants.
Whoa, so Wait a second. So you're saying that the cancer caused by plants?
No.
Well, then I don't understand
Okay,
what you're
Andrew,
saying here.
if you have a group of people where, let's say, 10% of their calories comes from animal products, you have another
Yeah.
group of people where 0% of their calories comes from animal products, and the
Yeah.
people where 10% of their calories comes from animal products have higher incidence of cancer. What does that tell you?
Well, first of all, let's back up. Let's make sure what you're saying is true. Let's check one claim at a time. Go ahead. First claim.
What do you mean claim?
You said if X, then Y. So what's the first X? I just want to make sure I get it right.
Right. So if you have a group of people where, let's say, 10% of their calories comes from animal products, could be more, could be less, like could be 20%, could be 5, whatever. They eat meat.
Yeah.
Another group of people don't eat any meat, so 100% of their calories comes from plants. The people where 100% of their calories come from plants have lower incidence of cancer. What does that suggest?
Yeah, that actually okay. So now you have a problem. We're back to the controls issue. So there could be other reasons for that have nothing to do with the meat. It could be that they did this on Indians in one control group and non-Indians in another control group.
We can
hang on, bro.
specifically.
Wait a second. Hang on. It could be that they were checking out people who were in different environments. Maybe some worked closer to power lines than others did. This is going to actually come down to controls. We can't actually make an inference here that because that is the case, let's just grant that it is, that means it has anything to do with the meat. That would be unscientific. So what are the control mechanisms for these studies?
Do cigarettes cause cancer? Yes or no?
Yeah.
You realize the only research on cancer risk in humans is epidemiological.
Meaning
it's like the same type of prospective cohort that you would have in these dietary studies.
Yeah, but so what? The controls are going to be different.
Well, they're not. I
guarantee you that the controls for how you study cancer in smokers is going to be way different than you do for diet. Guaranteed.
Well,
100% guaranteed.
No. So, like the basic ones would be things like socioeconomic status, BMI,
That's one control. Sure.
exercise, stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's just that the exposures are different. So the exposure being cigarettes, the other exposure being animal.
Those aren't the only controls. You could have cell controls. You could have age controls. You can have sex controls. You can have.
Yes. The only difference is the exposures are different.
No, it's not just that. There's other controls too, including what you can see versus what you can't see over time, which would take into a patient's history as well. There's all sorts of other controls that go into it other than just what you're talking about. So no, I don't believe that for a second. In fact, I bet you if we looked up,
read the Adventist Health Study too. You can read the.
I'll look at the controls for both smoking and for dietary, and I guarantee the control mechanism is going to be different. Guarantee it.
Yeah, so you can look at the. Let me see. Let me see if this is the right one. Yeah. I believe this is the right paper. So this is the Adventist Health Study 2. This looked at the Adventist Health Study 1 only looked at vegetarians versus meat eaters.
Mm-hmm.
This one looked at vegetarians, meat eaters, low meat eaters, fish eaters, and normal. So
now send me over your anti-smoking study or the smoking causes cancer study, and let's compare the controls.
I mean, there could be. Let me see.
Oh, now there's going to be different controls?
No, there's just a lot.
No,
to
there's
choose
not going to be.
from.
Choose any of them, then we'll look at the controls.
Smoker, cancer. I don't know too much about like a lot of the smoking studies. I'm just trying to find one good one.
Maybe even here, I might have to revise this I did not realize that 90% of smokers don't get lung cancer.
Well, yeah, it's usually heart disease that they end up getting.
Yeah. 90% of them don't get lung cancer. In fact, 89% don't get COPD. I didn't know that either.
So here we go. This one shows you multivariate analysis in the smokers. So let me just read that off. I don't know why is the fucking text so small?
Yeah, so you have other controls here. I can see immediately that the other one doesn't have, like secondhand smoke.
They're
secondhand smoke would be a control. Growing up in a smoke home would be a control. That's not in the other study.
You
There's
realize they
tons.
controlled for smoking in the Adventist Health Study too.
No. I'm saying that the controls for smoking itself have different controls than the controls for the health study when it comes to diet. And I'm just pointing some of the controls out right now.
You're going to have different. So if you're targeting something like certain risks are involved with cigarette smoking, so there might be certain
there's going to be different controls.
Yeah, so there might be like certain cancers or certain certain conditions in heart disease or something that are affected by like some unique factors that you want to control for. So yeah, the controls are going to be a bit different, but
yeah,
there was a robust set of controls for the Adventist Health Study too.
So what?
They factored in pretty much everything you could think of.
Yeah.
So again, it kind of whittles down that, yeah, this
it doesn't
is
whittle it
probably
down. It
ineffective
says it's
meat-eating.
I'm literally looking at it. It says it's inconclusive and that more study and analysis needs to be done because they don't have the answer to this.
Yeah, and there's also the Epic Oxford. They released
Send
a
it to me and
paper-
I'll take a look. I'll take a look
Okay,
there too.
well,
I bet you it's inconclusive.
Oh my god.
Look, you can say it's pedantic, but studies are pedantic for a reason.
Well, I don't know what like what kind of information, like what kind of evidence do you need that meat eating is associated with increased risk of heart disease, diabetes, heart disease, cancer? Like what data do you need?
An association, a correlation is not evidence that that's the cause. What we would need is a correlate which was so strong that we could determine it was the cause. The study does not say that.
What strength of correlation do you need?
I don't know. I would have to have some type of consensus with a meta-analysis which would demonstrate that the cause of cancer is meat. The cause, not that this is a correlate that we found over and over, but that's the cause.
You establish cause with a correlate.
Yeah, but it would have to be the strongest correlate that we couldn't point to other correlates to. Like for drunk driving, we could say you could fall asleep at the wheel. We could say that, like, maybe you've been driving too long, this or that, right? But in every single case of these accidents, there's alcohol involved. The correlation becomes so staggeringly overwhelming that we can say that primary correlate is the cause. In this case,
so
that's not what. Hang on, that's not what these studies are saying, though.
I'm just asking you, like, what are you asking for? Are you asking a meta-analysis, like enough studies
No,
pulled
I need
together?
a meta. I don't want a meta-analysis which says that there's a correlate between eating meat and increased risk of cancer. I'm looking for a study that says that's the primary correlate for these cancers if you eat this meat. That's what I'm looking for.
I like, you're just showing your ignorance.
What am I ignorant about?
You're all of this is correlation. It doesn't matter what the study methodology
Not
is,
disputing
whether
that.
it's a randomized trial or whether it's an.
Do you know what a primary
prospective-
correlate is? Do you know what a primary correlate is?
What do you mean by primary correlate?
Meaning that this is the strongest correlatory evidence we have for thing X. So you could have thing X caused by 16 different
They're only
things.
looking at a specific set of exposures.
That's right.
So, like,
that's
what do you
right.
mean?
They are. And so you can say that there's a correlate here, but that doesn't mean it's the strongest correlate if it's compared to, some other correlation. That's the problem. And this is how studies, this is why people will say, hang on. This is why people will frame studies and say, this is evidence for thing, right? But no, it's not. Sometimes it's not actually evidence for things. This is done in sociology often. And the reason that this is done in sociology often is because they're looking for behavioral correlates. The thing is that you can have a great experiment with a fine set of controls, and there's still be other correlates which are much, much stronger. So what I would be looking for is like, what are the types of cancer that meat is supposedly causing, right? And then are there stronger correlates that other things are causing it and not the meat? So I'd be looking for primary correlates.
So
that's what I'd be looking
there
for.
could be a number of factors that increase things like gastrointestinal cancer risk. Low calcium intake increases intestinal cancer risk. Microplastic exposure increases intestinal cancer risk.
Microplastics are available in vegan diets.
Yeah, meat intake, red meat specifically, is correlated with gastrointestinal cancers. Just because, like, if we find microplastics are a stronger correlate, that doesn't mean low calcium intake or red meat intake doesn't correlate with cancer.
I agree. You are correct. It doesn't mean that, but it also doesn't not mean that. That's the problem. Is like, so if we have more powerful correlates and those more powerful correlates are present.
So you're
right?
basically
There's
just
no
going to come up
reason
with
for
whatever
us.
excuse you want.
It's not an excuse. I'm giving, this is literally, when you're talking about correlation, causation, I agree with you that every cause is just going to be the strongest correlate. That's a leaky pipe in your house, right? That's just a correlation, right? It's not like, it's not proof that's where the water's coming from, I suppose, just the strongest correlate. What we're talking about here is if you say, okay, well, the microplastics which are there are causing far more of these gastrointestinal problems than this other thing. The other thing just happens to also be present. That's not giving proof for your position. Red meat's really increasing cancer. Do you understand that? Like, do you get that?
Like you realize the WHO had a very large investigation into whether or not red meat is a cause of cancer. And they established that it is. That was based on very strong mechanistic evidence and somewhat weaker epidemiological evidence.
Okay, well, let's take a look at what the WHO's position is.
The WHO?
The WHO.
That's weird. That's well, WHO.
The world. Oh, really? The World Health Organization is weird.
Okay.
I hadn't heard that before. Do you usually just say World Health Organization and not the?
Well, I say the WHO, World Health Organization.
Yeah. That's what I just said. The WHO.
Yeah, I mean, here's the position statement from the WHO, and then there's just a Q&A.
Oh, yeah. World Health Organization, WHO, classifies red meat as probably carcinogenic. Processed meat, possibly carcinogenic. We don't know. We need more studies and data in order to make the determination based on the fact that there's many correlates which go into this. Sorry, bro.
you realize... do you not understand how like research works?
I'll explain it. I'm all ears. How does it work?
Like, dude, yeah, there's a lot of complicated shit that goes into, you know, nutrition science. It's hard, especially with specific food groups, to like very concretely establish that they contribute to certain health conditions. So you could say,
and why are you saying that they do?
Well,
is it because you want to spread false
it's because
information?
the propensity of evidence clearly points in that direction.
No, the propensity of evidence, as I just told you, is this. There's a possibility that these things can be carcinogenic, but because of the overwhelming amount of correlates which are there, many of which we're still studying and trying to make these determinations, class is out. We don't know. We're classifying this as a possible health risk, not as a health risk, just like all possible health risks. So no, I think that I'm actually interpreting the research far better than you. You, once again, very unscientifically are like, it is the case. It is the case. And it's like, it's not the case, though.
This is
it's
the
just,
same.
It is the
by
case
the way,
that it's
by
not
the
the
way,
case.
this is the same guy who like isn't sure if evolution exists. Like, I'm not sure if I'm not sure if human beings walked with dinosaurs.
Why? Well, I don't understand. How's that an argument? It's just an argument from incredulity. from incredulity. You're just like, well, because I think
Well,
that he questions
it
evolution,
shows you are
which by the way,
remarkably
evolution is
biased.
towards what?
Whatever
Towards
you want to be
towards
true.
evidential interpretation?
You look, you want, it's clear that you have a bias in confirming the creation myth. So when I ask you, do you think humans walked with dinosaurs? Do you think we evolved from apes? Well, I don't know. I don't think there's enough evidence to really rule out whether or not humans walked with dinosaurs.
What's wrong with that? That's actually the scientific
No,
purview.
no, it's not.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, it is.
Why don't you find an archaeologist and maybe debate that topic? I'd love
Hang on.
to see it.
They work. Well, here's what would happen, and I would just say, this is the best theory that you guys have, so you treat it as scientific fact because it is for the preponderance of evidence you do have, you're going to treat it as a fact until a new theory comes along. But that doesn't actually make it true, correct? And he'll say, that's correct. Doesn't actually make it true. We will act as though it is true until a new theory replaces this one, because that's how science works. Unlike you, I know the scientific process. Unlike you, I know how to interpret data. Unlike you, I understand how the preponderance of evidence works. Me saying I'm unsure is the most fucking scientific thing I can say. You saying you are sure is the most unscientific.
Do you think it's a
thing.
reasonable stance to say we have to uncover every single fossil on Earth through every single sedimentary layer to absolutely 100% confirm human beings have never walked with dinosaurs, to confirm that they have not, in fact... okay, so then what's your position? Like, what evidence would you need to confirm that humans have not walked with dinosaurs?
Well, no. So when you're talking about this, I'm not offering a threshold for what would be a convincing threshold that human beings walked or didn't walk with dinosaurs. All I'm saying is that the evidence is inconclusive thus far to prove that they did, regardless of whatever my threshold would or would not be, or anybody else's. Like, how do you standardize that threshold anyway? It would just have to be evidence which is convincing to the point where it would convince most people this was the case. At this point, we're not there. If we were, it would be a scientific fact and not a theory.
Right. Okay. So it's a complete coincidence that as you go down through the sedimentary layers, you see the disappearance of mammals, period. And then you start seeing dinosaurs. And then if you go deeper down, you see less and less complex organisms. But you're telling me humans walked with dinosaurs.
I didn't say that.
Well, it's a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, nobody would dispute it's a possibility.
Yes, there are many people that would dispute it's possible. Ask any archaeologist.
They would just say that the evidence is pointing to the fact right now that they didn't. They would not say that it's an impossibility. That's insanity.
If your
that's not how any of this works, bro.
Look, if your epistemic standards demand that you can't confirm humans have not walked with dinosaurs, there's clearly nothing I can show you that would convince you that red meat contributes to cancer risk.
For the theory of knowledge, don't say that. One, I'm explaining just the scientific method and how science processes evidence when it makes claims. So what scientists are saying is, right now, here's what evidence shows us. So we're going to postulate a theory based on that evidence and act as though that theory is true, unless more compelling evidence comes later, and then we will modify the theory from there. But they're not saying that this is a fact, and I'm not saying it's not a fact. You could be right. I'm just saying that you can't assert that you're right, because that would not be a truth claim. Like, you can't say this is true, because it's not. That would be not correct. That would be unscientific.
Andrew, we have a very robust fossil record, and we know when mammals first appear in the fossil record. It is far before human beings. It has been confirmed with science. Humans have not walked with dinosaurs, I can assure you.
It has not been confirmed. That would be inaccurate, wrong language.
Okay, well, how about we make $1 million bet? If hopefully Brian Johnson develops, some sort of, infinity lifelong serum so we'll never die. And hopefully in 1,000 years, when we have the technology to scan Earth and, go through all the sedimentary layers and find all the fossils, how about we have a bet right now, in 1,000 years from now, when we're cyborgs or something, If they find humans have never walked with dinosaurs, you owe me $1 million. You want to take that bet?
Sure. I'll bet you $1 million 1,000 years in the future when we have scanning technology that we'll be able to make much better scientific assertions about these things and the evidences and the claims that we're making.
Okay.
What I'm saying
and
right
let's
now
account
is that
for
we have
inflation. Let's account for inflation.
Sure. We have an incomplete, right now we have an incomplete fossil record. That is the truth. And the truth of the matter is that it's going to take a lot more digging in the ground before we can replace the current theory with new ones. And by the way, evolutionary theory is always changing. Everything from microevolution to DNA sequencing. This is all new technology, by the way. This is not, these things are, it's all cutting edge right now. We don't actually know these things.
There's
when you
no such
say
thing as microevolution.
When you say, yeah, well, there you go, right? But here's the thing. There is theory behind microevolution.
There is no microevolution. It's just evolution.
Okay. But you agree with me that there's theories behind microevolution, right?
No, that's just creationist nonsense. Creationists developed that term.
Okay, so what happens when the mindset changes of a gradual change to the entirety of a species over an elongated period of time? That was the original set value of Darwinian evolution. But evolutionists do postulate that there are species in which rapid changes happen in a very short period of time.
Yes, that's both evolution.
So when I say microevolution, I'm referring to that form of the process, which is
there's no difference in the process.
Stop, bro.
It's
that's
just speed of the adaptation.
But the theory is a recent development. That was not original Darwinian theory. Okay, so then show me.
Well, by the way, when you say rapid evolution, like a lot of people refer to the Cambrian explosion as rapid evolution. That's a period of like billions of years.
Yeah, but no. They're saying that species can, within some generations, and like you can point to insects where this could happen, for instance, perhaps, or things like this, where it's not an elongated process where it should be. So like if an insect lived, let's say, I don't know, like 2 minutes, let's just say, you'd be able to get through tons and tons and tons of generations long before you would with elongated evolution.
So simpler life forms may be able to make faster adaptations, especially if they
or evolve much faster. Original Darwinian evolution did not postulate this. Evolution has advanced and the theory has advanced. What I'm saying to you, right? And perhaps I can grant you this, that when I use microevolution, I'm using it incorrectly. That could be the case. I'm just saying to you that the theories of evolution have advanced and they no longer hold to the same theories they held to. They just don't. So for you to dispute that's absurd, right? I can literally give you a timeline of evolutionary theories.
What aspect of evolutionary theory has been debunked?
Here, let's go through a timeline of evolution theory. It's not debunked. It's not that they're debunking the previous thing.
Okay,
they're saying we have new evidence which modifies the things that we previously believed about this theory.
I know there's epigenetic changes, there's sexual preference, things like that are being added to the theory to explain evolutionary changes, but the theory itself hasn't really changed. Like the mechanism in which, theory, evolution through natural selection, it's being added to. Natural selection isn't the only mechanism in which it occurs.
Oh, so the theory changed?
Well, the theory didn't fundamentally change. They added to the theory.
Yes, that's what I just said. Literally,
okay.
I just said
they
took
took
previous theories. They take previous theories, they add to them. When they add to them, they come up with a new theory. That's how it works.
Well, I misunderstood you.
And based on previous evidence in all science works this way. It has to necessarily, because it's designed to falsify itself if necessary, to falsify previous conclusions in order to adapt to new conclusions, in order to make new theories. Like it all works this way.
Okay.
All of it works this way. It's very important, though. So that's why when you say it's a fact, right? Be very careful when you say that we know this is a fact. When you peddle that, to me, it sounds like gobbledygook. It sounds like you're saying, I don't know shit about science. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah.
That's why people say things like scientists believe. They say that because they don't want to say we know, you know?
I get you. Back on the health topic.
Okay.
I don't know if you'd be convinced by some of the research on atherosclerosis, so like congestive heart disease. Elevated LDL cholesterol is indisputably linked to heart disease. People with elevated LDL have increased risk of heart disease, which is our number one killer across the world. Vegan diets do tend to lower LDL, and thus the primary cause of heart disease by lowering LDL. So they tend to be lower in saturated fat.
I'm not a
free of
nutritionist. I'd
cholesterol.
have to look
Sure.
at this study. So I wasn't arguing when I'm arguing this. I'm
Yeah, sure.
arguing about correlates versus non-correlates. But you'd have to actually send me the data so that I could evaluate it, which I'm happy to do.
Okay, sure. I'll just send it to you after the chat. But do you dispute that we would be able to reduce zoonotic disease transmission if we move to a completely plant-based food system?
Well, yeah, you would necessarily have less animals. So
Right.
yes,
So what would
if that
be-
is the case,
so
but
if
if you
we-
eliminated if you eliminated all biological animals, you would have none, right?
Well, if you eliminated them from the food system.
If you eliminated all biological animals from planet Earth, you would have zero, right?
Yes, but I'm talking specifically from the food system.
No. So I would dispute that. I would dispute that because I would say that there could be ways of us using animal husbandry, which could greatly reduce this to the point where even if we had a plant-based diet, the system and effects of disease would be the same. There's proper ways in order to do that, to reduce that anyway. So you just saying,
well,
remove them from the so here. So
what do you mean by that?
I'll give you a point, but then I'm going to take the point. So I will say, if you right this second removed all animals from the food system, yes, it would reduce health-based agents or problematic health-based agents of disease. If you did it overnight, okay. However, what I would also say is, wait, you could also reduce all of those same diseases by not eliminating animals from the diet at all. Just by the various ways in which that you were able to raise that food in a way of not handling it or things like this.
So are you talking about like a future society where it's completely automated somehow?
No, I'm just talking about if you have to revamp the entire food chain for veganism, which you would have to do. There's no doubt about that. If you would have to revamp the entire food chain for veganism by eliminating all animal-based products tomorrow, okay, in order to greatly reduce the health risk, I'm postulating that we could also greatly reduce the health risk by just revamping animals in the food supply. I don't think, in other words,
but
it's necessary for you to eliminate animals to eliminate the disease.
Right, but how? Like the only way I could see is with some sort of new technology where we could like eradicate the flu virus from all planet Earth.
No, you could just do it via handling. I mean, this is something what causes a lot of this is antibiotics and factory farming. You could probably greatly reduce this by, I don't know what the percentage is, but let me just like postulate one. Let me just say, I would say that you could probably reduce this by up to 90% just by the way in which animals were handled.
The bubonic plague was spread in Europe before factory farming ever existed. That wiped out like nearly half of all human civilization.
Yeah, I agree. But that was due to animal handling.
So you're saying we should develop
It was the same thing with smallpox. Like that would be even better example. Smallpox came from cows and the transmission of cows because of the way in which we handled it. But those people had no bearing on the fact that these diseases were coming from the animals. They lived with the animals. They shit in the same pots as the animals.
Well, I'm not so sure about that.
You know?
I think they did at least when the smallpox vaccine was developed, they knew it came from animals.
Yeah, by that point, but that wasn't very long ago.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Okay, when you're talking about like the bubonic plague being spread in Europe, you're talking about the
They
Middle
probably had-
Ages. They had no idea. I mean, these guys were stuffing flowers in the nose of their
Well-
masks because they thought bad smells is what caused diseases to spread.
So no, if you look at some of the literature at the time, they did know it spread from person to person. They did have quarantine recommendations where people
No, but they didn't know its origin was animals. That's my point.
They did also seem to know that, like, rats in particular,
That
I
rats
think
carried it, but
Yeah.
but not that rats carried it. But that's not the understanding that the pathogen inside the animal can mutate until it jumps
I
to the
understand
person.
that.
Like they didn't
They had a very
they didn't
rudimentary
understand those
understanding.
concepts. We do understand those concepts, and we can make mitigations for those.
Yeah, but
we
like
can make
what?
mitigations. Well, I just told you some of it is antibiotic. A lot of it is reducing factory farm. That would reduce greatly these diseases. And here's a big one: stopping China from eating random bats and shit like that they just find on the fucking ground. A lot of the pathogens happen from people eating wild animals, which carry disease, and things like that.
Yeah,
Animal
that's
husbandry,
HIV.
for the most part, is pretty safe. It's pretty safe. The problem happens when you're eating these wild animals and bats and fucking crazy shit like that.
Well,
Not because
flu is probably the most dangerous, and that originated from waterfowl.
yeah, we have no idea actually if that pathogen, where that pathogen eradicated. It could have been with us, from time immemorial. We have no idea.
Well, it
No
originated.
clue.
We're pretty damn certain it originated in waterfowl. So it originally would be spread by
But
geese.
did we
like,
give it
pooping
to
in the water.
them? Did we give it to them?
No,
Did
they
it mutate?
they
And we
probably
gave
gave
it to them.
us.
How do you know? That's the problem when it comes to this. We don't know if we had a pathogen which mutated and then they got it and then we got a different form of it back. Like you don't know.
I'm not a fucking scientific expert on anything, but I think you can determine from like the genome or something of the virus that they're pretty sure it originated in waterfowl. So, like,
Possible.
geese, ducks.
I mean, it's possible. I have no idea. I'm just saying that you can greatly reduce the harm when it comes to disease from animals right this second by just reducing the fact that of people eating wild bats and shit in foreign nations, and restricting shipping which, by the way, let me just point this out, that even if in the United States we did go full vegan, these pathogens would still come into the United States from foreigners. So would you reduce immigration?
Yes.
Yeah, so you would stop immigration because you have to.
What's kind of interesting is H. pylori infections are increasing, and that's due to immigration. When it comes to like outbreaks like the coronavirus, that definitely, like, there was that initial reaction where immigration was halted for a period of time. Like, you absolutely, when it comes to pandemic disease outbreak, you need to halt immigration. But that is that is a consideration that we have.
Well, no,
to have
I mean
now
just
with
for
immigration.
any outbreak, right? These diseases, many of them come in from foreigners, not because of the way we're handling our food here, not because of the way we're handling factory farming here. They're originating from foreign goods with the way that they're handling them. It's like, clearly we can reduce this drastically without ever removing animals from the food chain at all. Clearly we can do that. Like, there's no doubt that we can drastically reduce this. In fact, inside of meat packing plants, like when I was working, I won't tell you which plant I was working for, but they would go out and test daily for listeria. They would test daily for all sorts of pathogens, illnesses, things which could potentially jump over to people. Like this, we can clearly mitigate disease transmission when it comes to animal husbandry. And a lot of it comes in from off of our shores. So I feel like, I don't just feel like, I know that we can keep animals inside of the food supply and drastically reduce, if not eliminate, these diseases.
So there's definitely ways of reducing risk by changing the food system, but the most effective way would be to just move to a completely plant-based food system. Like, it would eliminate the risk.
I'm not sure that that's the most effective way, one. And two, there's no guarantee that if we began mass consumption of GMO vegetables, that we wouldn't get illnesses, foodborne illnesses from those that we can't
evidence
predict
whatsoever that
it's
that's a risk.
non-predictive. It's called a known unknown. So the thing is that if we continue to use GMO-based plants, we have a known unknown, and the unknown is
by the
how
way,
much will this affect us?
The primary reason we moved to using GMO plants is to feed animals. It's to
That's
make
not
feed
the only
cheaper.
reason. That is not the only reason.
Most
it's also
GMOs,
to make,
the majority of GMOs
also,
are fed to animals.
That's bullshit. Do you think that your bananas are supposed to not have seeds in them, bro?
They're not GMO.
Bananas have seeds.
They're not GMO.
I'm sorry. How do they get the seeds out of the bananas? Yes, they are GMOs. What do you mean?
No, they're not. Bananas are not GMOs.
Yes, they have genetically modified bananas.
No,
I don't know
they're
what
not.
to tell you. Okay.
No.
You want me to pull them up for you?
So, dude, modern bananas are a mutant species that were discovered on some island, and there are 2 variations. One of them died out, and there's only one variation that's still in existence. But basically,
so the GM
they're
bananas
clones.
are created by inserting a gene from the wild banana into the Cavendish banana. It removes the seeds. The gene is chosen to give banana resistance to specific threats such as disease, pests. GMO bananas are created as a backup plan, protect the banana industry from threats like disease and pests. They've used them multiple times. Like, you're fucking just wrong.
You're talking. Okay, are you talking about a new GMO banana that was developed, or are you
I'm
talking
saying
about the
that
original Cavendish banana?
GMOs
that
are
was-
introduced into the food supply specifically for all sorts of different reasons.
Okay,
They
I'm just,
literally will use it to
I'm just trying to
genetically
clarify.
modify food.
I'm just trying to clarify. Were you making a claim that modern Cavendish bananas were originally developed as a GMO food, or are you claiming?
No.
Okay.
I'm explaining that GMOs are entered into the food supply for a variety of reasons.
Okay, I
not
misunderstood
just
what
for
you're
feeding
claiming.
animals.
I
It's just not
misunderstood.
just for. Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah,
well, no
I
problem, but
misunderstood. I thought you were
Yeah.
talking about something completely different.
It's not just to feed animals. That's my point.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
And I don't even think you dispute that. So, but this is what I'm saying is, like, ultimately, as you kind of go through this, it's like it seems like we can kind of have our cake and eat it too. And we're definitely not going to take animals out of the food supply with how much benefit we get from that. If we could, like, drastically reduce the disease to 95% or 90%,
Well,
what would your case be?
the issue is we don't really get any benefit. They're less efficient. We have to use more land than we would if we were just growing like corn or soybeans or other crops. They don't produce as much calories, based on like energy input and land use. They're also often not as good for you as plants. So like soybeans, for instance, they have anti-cancer properties where they protect against breast prostate cancer. Animal products do not have those properties. And in fact, like we were arguing before, they might actually contribute to cancer. They lack fiber, and fiber is massively beneficial for protecting against cancer. Like plants also lower cholesterol. They have less saturated fat in general. They have zero cholesterol that, again, protects against heart disease. Seems to have a benefit for diabetes. So, like we're not really getting any utility from eating meat.
That's not the only use for animals.
What
There's
else
a
is
side
there?
use. So let's start with this. This is a question I've always wanted to ask a vegan. And this one actually kind of does baffle me. Right? Because we can keep going down the like cost benefit analysis. And I'm actually happy to do that, but this one does baffle me. You do realize that all machinery and all mechanisms which make the world turn right now require electricity. I mean, all of them.
Okay.
That we live in an entire world based upon electricity. People can't even get by without it. They don't know how to heat themselves, cool themselves, things like this, really, without it. What do you do if the lights went off? You would have to become completely reliant on animal assistance for labor again. You would have to. That would include for growing your vegan-based diet. Your plowshares, everything else, they would all go back to being horse-driven, mule-driven, things like this, all of them. In other words, if a grid goes down, you would have to rely on animal labor in order to even get by. And there was a great, this was recent, I read a book of a guy who studied the Amish. I can send it over to you. And they have some of the kind of more trusty steeds left who that are around. We used to have a lot in World War One. That's how we would get around. We actually got around with that more than we did mechanized vehicles with horses. What the fuck happens when we get rid of all of these animals and then suddenly one day the lights go out? What the hell do we rely on then, man? Because I got to tell you, the distinction between why the Europeans and Asians conquered the world and not the Native Americans is because the Native Americans had no animal husbandry whatsoever. They didn't have any animals here to tame. There weren't any.
Right.
And the Europeans had the horse, and they had the cow, and they had these various kind of work animals. Like, what the fuck would you even do without these animals?
Okay, so you realize you can run like internal combustion engines off a magneto, right? And you also realize, and you also realize...
What is magneto?
It's a way of generating spark. So it's different than just using a battery to generate spark. They never make them anymore. It's a really old technology. But you can look on Jay Leno's channel. It's really interesting. A lot of old cars used a magneto. And on top of that,
that's an ignition system.
Yeah, that's an ignition system, and the battery.
Yeah, so what?
Batteries are extremely easy to produce, like lead acid. Even if lights went off, it's super easy to create lead acid batteries. So I don't know, and like there's also steam
what does that
engines.
have to do with anything?
Well, you're saying if the lights go out, we wouldn't.
How
be
the
able
fuck
to
do you
run
think
any
you're going to get
machinery.
gas, bro? Where do you think you get gas? You have to put gas in a combustion engine because you have to have something to fucking combust. Gas or alcohol. Alcohol is going to require you to ferment some type of vegetation.
If they could figure
that's going to
out-
require you to have vegetation you grow from animals.
Look,
Like,
if they could figure it out in the 19th century, I'm sure we could figure it out today.
They didn't.
If-
Listen, that's what I'm telling you. Okay, this is what I'm explaining to you.
Like, by the
we
way,
had a
there's
world
steam
war,
engines.
World War One. Okay, in World War One, yeah, we had steam engines in World War One. All supply was done virtually by horse in World War One. That's pretty modern. Okay, and there was more. I think there was more horses used in that war than any other war. By the way, I think so. Now, don't quote me on that, but because I could be wrong. But I think it's true. I think that's the case.
Well,
or more than you could imagine were used by that. And it's like, no, man, you can't get an old steam. What are you going to do with a steam engine in a car? Is your wife or girlfriend going to like load the fucking coal into the engine while you go down the road? Like, that's not how it works.
Well, they can stay at home and maybe wear a burqa when they go outside.
Yeah, but this is my point. Is like, I don't even understand why you would want to get rid of animal husbandry, because ultimately,
look, dude, I don't see a future where the entire world's energy grid stops working. I don't know why we'd assume like we should just keep killing animals, because what if we lose electricity?
Do you know that there has been electromagnetic pulses from the sun before, which have knocked the entire grid out? And that there is scientific predictors that such an electromagnetic pulse is in our future coming soon to a galaxy near you. And they will literally fry everything. A significant enough solar event will fry everything. Like, what do you think you do when you're rebuilding? What do you think you do?
Can you just listen?
Yeah, I'm listening.
There was one that occurred, I think, in the early 20th century, and people talked about light bulbs staying on for minutes without the electricity turned on. I think there have been a few events like that have actually missed Earth. I don't think that would actually make it impossible to generate electricity. What it would probably do is destroy a lot of computer systems.
No. First of all, computer systems run electric plants, but not only that, it destroys your ability to generate electricity in those plants. It destroys the infrastructure. You have to rebuild it. So if you rebuild it, right, you still have to use manual labor to do this. You have to have some way to haul all that shit, move all that stuff around. You can't just get to a couple of guys and rebuild the power station without heavy equipment. It doesn't work that way. No, it's like, you wouldn't even want to get rid of these animals anyway, ultimately. your own worldview, right? Of you wanting to process out all domesticated animals for like you should
Okay, well,
probably
you're only
still
talking
have
about
some.
horses. So we should just
No,
save
it wouldn't
draft
just be
horses?
no, it wouldn't just be horses. You would need dogs for search and rescue. You would, if you're going to go to low
Okay,
tech
well,
for any
how about
significant period of
we meet in the
time.
middle then, and we can have draft horses and dogs, but we're gonna feed them a vegan diet, okay? Don't feed your horse any
Why?
steak, and
Yeah, okay.
we
Horses
can,
don't eat steak.
yeah.
So, yeah.
So
But
yeah,
dogs definitely eat
feed the
steak.
vegan dog food to your dog. You know, there's Benevo, there's what not Iams, Natural Balance. So feed the vegan food to your dog. If you're really worried about society collapsing and you think you might need a draft horse to get you to work, then okay. But I don't see the argument for, you know, enslaving billions of land animals and like massively increasing risk of zoonotic disease and, you know, creating a food system that's inefficient, like makes us produce literally less food while harming human health.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it does any of that. And also, it's not for you to make the determination that we can't have deer anymore and that we can't have, wild animals anymore because you want me to eat fucking carrots and lettuce and shit, right? It's like, it's not even up to you to make such determinations to begin with. I think the deer likes being alive. And I think that the deer would rather live, even if it ended up a meal in my stomach, than to have never existed at all, to be perfectly honest with you.
You could, if you were to ask a lot of people if they would rather live and then get shot and killed and eaten by another person than not ever exist, a lot of people would say that. That doesn't
I totally
justify
agree.
killing
And
eating
so I
people.
guess if we were arguing about whether or not we wanted to eliminate all people on planet Earth, which is what you want to do, is eliminate all of
No.
these animals, process them all off planet. You know, what happens to all the, didn't you say you want all the predatory animals to be eliminated from the Earth?
Oh, I thought you meant people.
Yeah, all the animals. So if you want all those animals,
so
if we were
predatory
arguing
animals.
about whether or not people should be eliminated or if they would prefer to live, even if they ended up in the stomach of an alien species, you saying that most of them would say yes lends credibility to my argument, not yours.
No.
How does it not?
Well, there would be more murder.
So?
Yeah, so why wouldn't, if the goal is to reduce murder, why wouldn't you just create circumstances where there's less murder?
No. Here's the argument. The argument's simple. Even if it were true that if there was an alien species that consumed human beings, if you say that many people would say that they would rather have lived and ended up in the belly of an alien, then that would be a good argument for why you should let human beings live, even if you were going to deprive the aliens of that food supply by eliminating all humans. It'd be the same thing with animals.
Okay, so just a hypothetical to you. Let's say more black people would be in existence if we used them for slaves because we'd end up breeding slaves and thus have more black people. Would that be a moral good?
If you were to ask all black people, would they rather exist as slaves or not at all, what do you think they would say?
Well, let's just assume they'd say, yeah, I'd rather exist as a slave. So if it would
then
increase the amount of black people, that
would give way more powerful evidence to the fact that if only black people were able to exist by being slaves and would prefer to have that existence over not existing.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm asking you, what I'm asking you specifically, if more black people were to exist. So they're in the one example.
We're not asking about more or less. We're asking about existence itself. So if you're saying either there's no black people, and because I want to get rid of all of them, or they can exist as slaves, I think it's obviously optimal that they were to exist as slaves, of course, between those two hypotheticals. And that's what you're actually proposing.
So this goes down a different topic about whether or not it matters to those who don't exist if they end up existing in the future. If you're going to create a system where you like mass murder or enslave people, I would say it better not they exist if we can choose the outcome ahead of time before they exist.
Yeah, well, if it is the case that you could ask people who exist now if they would rather exist and end up in bad conditions or never to have existed at all, and they say bad conditions, then that is powerful evidence that they would prefer to exist.
Well, that's them specifically.
Yeah, who else are we going to base it on?
Right. So if we can like prevent future generations from existing, then I don't see an issue. Like if you're gonna say, like, we could just say most people alive today want to exist. So in
No,
theory,
that's not what we're saying. We're being very specific. So the thing is the proposition you have is eliminate or enslave. That's the actual proposition. That's on the table is eliminate or enslave. So if that's the proposition, if you ask people, they'd rather be enslaved
well,
than
for
eliminated.
animals specifically, we're not just talking about slavery. We're talking about slaughtering them.
Don't you consider animals to be slaves?
Well, yes, but we also slaughter them.
Yeah, that's true. So if you were to ask everybody if they would prefer to be slaves and then later slaughtered or not to exist at all, and they say yes, that seems to be powerful evidence that would be optimal.
From my perspective, I wouldn't care. I would just
You
have
wouldn't
them not
care.
exist.
Right. So the thing is like, once again, vegan gains playing God. It's like, even though all those people's preferences are telling you something completely different, you don't care. So it's like, I don't know. It seems like that's
I
pretty...
don't want to live in a world where people are enslaved and mass murdered.
Yeah, but here's the thing. It's your proposition instead that they not exist. And so if they tell you they'd rather exist or this other thing, that's the only two choices they have, which is the one you're giving us with animals, then shouldn't we yield the preference of the existence with this thing if that's what most people would prefer?
Okay, so here's a question to you. Let's say all white Christians were enslaved by, I don't know, transgender black people. And transgender black people would constantly butt rape every single white person every single day, and also force them to gender transition. And they would perpetually breed white people to be gender transitioned and get butt raped every single day. Would you prefer white people to exist or not exist?
You mean, what would my personal preference be? Or what do I think their preference is?
What would your personal preference be?
I think that it's still better, even in the most horrific conditions, because they can change, for people to exist.
Okay.
Even in the most horrific conditions, I still think that's better than the idea of non-existence due to the potentiality of conditional change. So there's that.
What if there was no potentiality for conditional change?
The problem that you have with this hypothetical is, like, let's say for a second I say, man, I'd prefer they didn't exist at all. It still wouldn't really matter, because ultimately all you're talking about here is we breed animals, right? And then we kill them and then we eat them. Okay. And you would prefer that they don't exist rather than that set of conditionals. I think if you were to apply that to human beings, most of them would say that they would prefer to exist, live life for a couple of years at least, before they didn't exist anymore, especially if it was just lights out like it is with most animals.
So I'm just curious if we could, say, double or quadruple the human species by actually using some human being as chattel slaves and killing them and eating them. Would you say that's better than those people not existing?
No.
So then you don't care.
No, well, I don't care about that entailment of consequence. You asked me based on an entailment of consequence. So if the idea here is the entailment of consequence because this will do X, would you be for Y? And the answer is no. But if that entailment of consequence wasn't there, then I wouldn't care, right? So all you're doing is adding a conditional for an entailment of consequence. You're saying if this would increase the population of humanity 4x if they ate one other population of humanity, do you think it's good that we bred people to do that? The answer would be no.
Okay, so your ultimate goal is to, like, create as many Christian humans as possible, correct?
Yeah.
So let's say an alien species came down, enslaved us all, and basically turned us into, like, non-speaking animals. So they took away a piece of your brain that's necessary to, like, believe in God and be able to talk. And that's all of humanity's existence, and there was no way to change that. Would you be in favor of the destruction of humanity?
No. So they only took a part of the brain, and that just made him stupid?
Yeah, so they could not
Yeah.
understand God. They could never be Christian. They could never speak.
Yeah. Yeah, there could be conditionals for change, so I still wouldn't be for
Well, let's say there's no condition for
humanity not
change.
existing.
Let's say they modified genes so that part of the brain didn't ever
Well,
develop.
then they're not humans anymore.
Well, they would be human. They your definition of human would be Homo sapien. So
Well,
they
they
would still
wouldn't
have the same.
they wouldn't have the proper ontology. But if you're just saying,
Well, they would have
if
the
yours-
proper
if-
ontology.
but
You
here's
said
the
Homo
thing.
sapien.
I'll just make it in and make it easy. Okay. If you could give me a conditional where there's no chance ever that there could ever be a single change ever in the conditional of whoever this this species was, in this case humans, where aliens came down and removed sections of their brain, and this could just never change no matter what, right? Then I think maybe you would have a case. Okay. But when we get there, I guess I'll worry about it then. But ultimately,
Right. So I think you fundamentally
the other thing
agree
is
with me that
the other thing is that actually, now that I'm thinking about this more, I actually have to reject the hypothetical, because you've entailed an impossibility of no possibility of change. That's actually impossible from both of our views.
Well, no, I don't see how that's logically impossible.
It is that change happens. That's logically impossible. Yeah.
Well, change could happen. It could change for the better, but not in a direction that you might like. Like, let's say aliens were more hospitable to the aliens they were enslaving, but they would still remain non-Christian because they've changed their DNA in a way where their brain won't ever develop properly. Or it could change in the negative, where they, create factory farmed humans, and just to make more profit, things get worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, so I would grant the conditional that there's change. There's possibility of change.
But let's just say for that one specific change, humans could never again become Christian and worship God. Would you still be in favor of humans existing in that circumstance?
I don't think the conditional of the hypothetical is possible. So,
how would it not be possible?
Because the conditional for change, you're saying that the condition for change exists, but then you dictate what the changes are going to be in the hypothetical.
Okay, so could horses evolve into human beings at one point?
I don't think so. But
Okay,
what do you mean?
Why would that be not
that'd be a
possible?
category error, right?
Well, why would that not be possible?
For a horse, well, to evolve
Horses
into
to evolve
one?
into human beings. So you could have a set of circumstances where evolutionary pressures end up giving them the same type of cluster genetics that would make them Homo sapien.
Okay.
Right. So would that not also be an argument to never consume animals?
No.
Is it just because you don't care about future possibilities?
Well, it's because future possibilities cannot be determined that way. So the thing is like, if you put this in a set, and you'll realize this with most hypotheticals actually have a contradiction in them if you start thinking about them. Hypotheticals should be hyper specific for that reason, because people will add impossibilities to them as though they're not impossible, because they say it's only hypothetical, but hypothetical still has to be granted as possible. In this particular case, when you're talking about a horse can possibly become a person, you'd have to demonstrate for me that this is a possibility.
Well, I mean, human beings have evolved from apes into Homo sapiens. I don't know how it would be a logical impossibility for...
Yeah, there you go with the have, huh?
Huh?
There you go with the have. It did happen. It has happened.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I don't grant that as true.
Well, again, your epistemic standards are absolutely crazy. So I don't think there's any evidence that I could provide you that would, I
don't think my epistemic standards are crazy.
No, your epistemic standards are crazy, because if I can show you the fossil record, clear evolutionary tree, the perfect, synergy with modern genetics and evolutionary theory in the fossil record, the fact that we can find common ancestors and show that our chromosomes probably ended up fusing because we have one less chromosome. Like, none of that would do it for you because you could just say, oh, well, it could just be a coincidence or God
None of
created our
that
system to
demonstrates that
confuse
it's
us.
possible for horses to become human beings, even if I granted all of that.
Well, you also haven't demonstrated that it's not possible.
Why?
So you
Why
have
would
to
I need
grant that it's
to?
a
You're the
possibility.
burden is on you to demonstrate how this could be possible.
Well, I don't know why I would have to demonstrate that. Like, can you demonstrate me in a hypothetical scenario where aliens irreversibly change human genetics and have like some sort of psychotic culture that they'd ever end up reversing humans back to what they were before, where they'd worship Jesus Christ?
Probably not, which is why I wouldn't give you that hypothetical.
Okay, so you would be in favor of exterminating the human species if they were in a irreversible situation where they couldn't be Christian.
Yeah, I don't think that's possible.
Okay.
I literally just don't think that this is a possibility. So to me, it's gobbledygook.
So-
Again, it's like, it's not logically possible.
Okay, so Christianity has not always existed, right? It was created, roughly 2,000 years ago. You'd agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say there was another world that had the exact same set of circumstances. The only difference was there was an asteroid headed for Earth before
the
Christ...
many worlds argument.
Yeah, before Christ came, where a meteor would hit.
Yeah. Does not comport to logical possibility to me.
How?
Because the inference that there's multiple worlds would infer that we were not God's only creation. And again, according to God's nature, he can't lie, told us we were.
Well, how do you know? First of all, I don't know how you know his nature. Secondly, that doesn't contradict. We could be his only creation or his ultimate creation, whatever you want to say, but he could have created multiple universes of humans, and that wouldn't contradict the statement.
He very specifically said he only created this one, and that's in Genesis.
Does it say he only created this world?
Yeah.
What if you're interpreting
humans,
so what if you're interpreting that wrong, and by only creating this world he meant like an infinite amount of the exact same world?
Again, that's not the case. So the thing is,
like, I mean, there are mistranslations in the Bible.
Yeah, when you're asking about logical possibility, right? Logical possibility has to conform to the worldview of what I think is logically possible, or it has no logical possibility. Since I grant all of these things, my epistemic foundation is God. My foundation for all knowledge claims come from the idea of God and the revealed nature of God. So if you change the conditional, the revealed nature of God for a hypothetical, it's logically not even a possible hypothetical to me. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Now, because this is such a powerful philosophical argument, almost very, very rarely do philosophers use it, but they really should, because what we end up doing is granting each other's hypotheticals, even though they really are actually impossible in our own worldviews. Just saying.
They're not impossible under your worldview.
Yes, if you change the conditional of God's revealed nature, it would create an impossibility for my entire claim for my epistemology and the foundation of my epistemology, which would mean that any argument I'm having with you at that point is illogical.
Well, look,
it makes
Andrew,
no sense.
You can't just say because it doesn't align with my worldview, it's logically impossible. You're just
I'm not saying
it doesn't.
that.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. I'm saying this. I'm explaining that if you say everything that, like, you grant yourself logic, right? You just grant it to yourself.
Sure.
Which I let you do without getting into the transcendental argument and all that shit, right? But you just kind of grant it to you. Okay, so when you're talking about things which are logically possible within that view, all the epistemology, the entire foundation is just you. There's nothing else. There's nothing you're basing any of that on. I don't believe that these concepts, and logic, for instance, which I think is a real thing, right? I don't even think that this is possible without an epistemic foundation of God, period. I don't even think it's possible. So if that's the case, then if you kick that foundation out from under me, logic is no longer a thing. So it's like incoherent. Do you understand? It's like gobbledygook. If you kick the pillar out from which I base the foundation of epistemology on, then it no longer is coherent. It just doesn't make any sense anymore.
I don't know why you have to presuppose God for logic to work or exist.
We have to presuppose a mind, probably. But whether or not you presuppose it or don't presuppose it, when you say your epistemology doesn't make any sense, whether I'm wrong about it or right about it, it does make sense, and it is coherent, and there is an epistemological foundation from which I'm basing things on, and so logical possibility has to conform to that epistemology and that foundational epistemology. It has to, or it doesn't work inside the view. It only works inside of your view. So it's easier for me to reject many hypotheticals which are not logically possible from my view. It's foundational.
I totally reject that idea. You're saying if God
That's
didn't
nice.
exist,
Reject
1
it
+ 1
based on what?
wouldn't equal 2.
What do you reject it on? Based on what? You can't even tell me why we should
I don't,
use the laws
I
of
don't
logic.
understand how like the law of non-contradiction wouldn't be true or exist if God doesn't exist. Like, what do you mean?
Whether you understand or don't understand, right? You just grant yourself that we should use the laws of logic. Like, why should we even use a hypothetical? You say, well, it's to test the consistency of your logic, but you can't even tell me why consistency. You can't even tell me why consistency in logic is important because you have no epistemic foundation other than you.
You're still not answering my question. How does the law of non-contradiction no longer exist if God doesn't exist?
Because, what I'm saying to you is that the epistemic foundation from which I'm basing the law of non-contradiction even existing, period. The foundation from which I'm working from is that this only exists because of that. Whether you believe that or not, or you want me to convince you of that, has no bearing on whether or not I think that it's a requirement for my foundation to have that.
Okay, so
for coherent
let's just say you die, you discover the truth of the universe, Jesus never existed and all this crap, and it turns out Crom made the universe, the god from Conan the Barbarian.
Yeah, that would be a logically impossible hypothetical.
How is that logically impossible?
Because what it would do is it would take the foundation for my epistemology, the entire standard for which I make knowledge claims, and it would change the nature for which I base
that
those
doesn't make it logically
claims.
impossible. That just you're
how do you even know?
You're literally
bro,
stating, because I disagree with it, it's logically
when you say
impossible.
things are logically possible, what does that even fucking mean?
Right. Okay.
What does that mean from your view?
So it means there is no inherent contradiction within the worldview.
Now, why is
itself.
Why is a contradiction a problem?
Well, that's a normative claim. Whether a contradiction is good or bad, that's a normative claim. That doesn't matter. I'm talking about whether or not it is a contradiction.
I didn't ask if it was good or bad. It wasn't a moral claim. That's what normative means, is moral. I asked you why it's problematic.
That's a normative claim.
What's normative about it? It's not a moral claim.
You asked if something is problematic.
Yeah.
So thus causing a problem, creating an issue, being bad.
Yeah, that's not a moral claim. No, that's not bad. Bad is a different word than problem. Is a math problem bad?
No.
No.
The problem is you're literally saying, because I don't want it to be true, it thus creates a contradiction.
Hang on. How come a math problem's not bad? It has problem right in the name.
Yeah. I don't know.
You see my point? My point is that I'm asking, why is it a problem? Why is it a problem to have a contradiction? Why? Why is that even a problem?
I don't like that. Really doesn't have anything to do with what I'm asking. You're like I'm saying, what if the God you believe
expression?
What if the God you believe doesn't exist? Let's say it's Allah rather than
this
Jesus.
This is not possible from my view, because all epistemic foundational views have to be based on something. For you, it's a fucking axiom. So everything is logically possible from your view. Fucking.
So
I could ask
it's not
you-
logically possible because I don't believe in it. Okay, gotcha.
No, it's not a matter of belief. It's that it becomes incoherent absent the foundation. Everything becomes incoherent.
Okay, you are completely and utterly incapable of giving any sort of objective proof for your Christian God or your specific religious beliefs. So
okay,
I don't know how you can claim that.
What do you mean? Objective proof. What does that mean? Objective.
So mind independent. So you don't appeal to my emotional sensibilities. You like this is something that would exist and be true without the existence of a mind.
Like the laws of logic?
You could argue logic is something that's discovered. It may only exist inside a mind, but in all likelihood, it's something that's being discovered.
Been discovered. But here's the thing: it's really weird.
But
would logic still exist absent?
The
absent
problem
mind?
here is you're claiming this could not ever happen because I don't believe it. Like,
No,
it is
that's not what I'm
logically
claiming.
impossible for it to be the case that
No.
Allah is the true God, or Crom is the true God, or Odin is the true God, because it just doesn't align with my worldview.
So let's start with this: is logic mind dependent?
I don't know. I'd have to.
You don't know. So the
Yeah, I'm not
entire
entirely
axiom,
sure.
the entire axiom that you have of logic, and we use it. I don't know if it's mind dependent or not. Right? That's incoherent right from the gate. You're basing the logic itself and its use case on no epistemological foundation at all. You have no epistemology.
Okay, so first of all, I don't know.
So how do you even make a knowledge claim?
I don't know why we have to hinge, epistemological standards on the existence of any one particular god. It could be Ganesh. It could be Krishna. It could be Odin. It could be Thor. It could be Zeus. It could be any particular god.
Do you grant it's a god?
Well, I don't even grant that it could be a god. It could be a fucking interdimensional horse.
Then why
it could
do you
be a
move
frog
off?
that
Then
created
why do you
it.
move off? Okay, it's a frog.
Could be a frog. Could be a lamp. Could be a cat. I have a cat right here. And Egyptians were pretty smart. They worship cats.
Okay,
But
so
I don't know
it's a
why we
cat.
have to hinge it on a god. And I don't know why it would have to be a specific god, your god, for any of this to make sense. Again,
Yeah, I get it, but that's a knowledge claim already.
you're
and you've already destroyed
completely-
the possibility of knowledge.
You
because
are no.
You've
you
already
are
destroyed the possibility of knowledge.
You are completely like dodging these hypothetical questions because they don't align with my worldview. What if you're wrong about God? Well, that's a logical impossibility because I don't believe that.
No, that's not what I said. One.
That's
and two,
literally what you're
what
claiming.
I'm saying to you is that if you have an epistemological standard, knowledge, this is your standard from which you make a knowledge claim. Do you agree?
Sure.
You have a standard for which what is your standard for making a knowledge claim?
What is my standard?
Yes.
I don't know, the propensity of evidence, whether
but wait.
What can be demonstrated.
That makes no sense. That makes no sense. What are you basing all of that on? Logic?
It kind of depends. Like if we're talking about whether or not this cat exists, I guess to some extent logic. Like I can see it, other people can see it. If I can confirm that other minds see the cat, I can, with a relatively high degree of certainty, say that me holding this cat isn't a delusion.
So your epistemological standard for knowledge is what other people tell you?
No, that's part of it.
Then what is it? What is your standard for it?
So, well, what? You're claiming your imaginary friend is your standard for epistemology?
I haven't claimed anything. Well, right now we're just talking about foundations.
Oh,
Because
okay,
you keep on telling me that logical possibility is not dependent.
Puff the Magic
upon-
Dragon is my standard.
Okay, and how does Puff the Magic Dragon give an accounting for logic?
Oh, well, he just snaps his fingers.
He just snaps his fingers. And so there's logic, right?
Yeah.
So all of your knowledge claims, if I remove Puff the Magic Dragon, become impossible for whatever Puff the Magic Dragon's revealed nature is to you, right?
No.
Like you've already, well, it has to be. You know, Puff the Magic Dragon snapped his fingers and
well, no, he
made
gave
all of reality.
He gave he passed on his powers to Santa Claus.
Okay, what happened? What would it be like if he hadn't passed his powers on to Santa Claus?
Well, they could remain.
Well, no, they couldn't, because I just asked you a question which now conflicts with your epistemology. You're accounting for the very way that you make knowledge claims. So if you make a knowledge claim, you say, Puff the Magic Dragon snapped his fingers and gave Santa Claus the power to create the universe. And I say, well, what would it be like if he didn't do that? I have now destroyed your grounding foundation for any knowledge claim that you're making. So if that would be, I could make all sorts of scenarios which would be logical and possible from that purview.
The point I'm making with Puff the Magic Dragon and Santa Claus is you're just adding an additional step of complexity. We could have just I mean, we could have just snapped into existence through some sort of weird physics mechanism we don't understand.
Is that your grounding for your knowledge claim, or is it Puff the Magic Dragon? Which
I don't know what you mean by grounding for knowledge claim.
Okay. You claim the laws of logic were made by Puff the Magic Dragon.
Okay,
so therefore your ability to assess evidence and make any claims that are knowledge based, a claim of I know thing, are based around the idea that this happened. And this is your accounting for the laws of logic.
Well,
if I change the conditional for that accounting for those things, what becomes logically possible is no longer possible. Do you understand now?
Right, but you could be wrong about it being Puff the Magic Dragon. It could be Santa Claus, could be the Tooth Fairy. Like that's the point I'm making.
What would your new claim be for?
Well, okay,
how you account for those things? That's the whole point.
It would be the same. It would be the same. It would be the same. Like, by the way, cross-culturally, no matter what religion people believe in, people have discovered math. They're being like different weird math systems. They're being base 12, base like 100 and something. Like 0 is kind of a relatively new concept. But across all societies, people, regardless of what their religious beliefs are, they've had math, they've developed systems of logic. I don't think there's ever been a culture that said 1 + 1 = 3. I don't think there's ever been a culture that said a propagation and its negation is not a contradiction.
Yeah, so what?
So I don't know why you think you have the confidence to say the only fucking possible way that I can have epistemic standards is because Jesus Christ created them and not Odin, not Ganesh, not Santa Claus, not anything. And then when I ask you,
I feel like we're
and then
making
when I
progress
ask you
now.
these hypotheticals, you say, well, that would be impossible because only Jesus could do it.
Yeah. So listen, so that you understand, you keep on diving way far ahead before we have even established epistemic standard. You keep on saying, why couldn't it have been XYZ? Forget that for a second. That's way further ahead in the conversation. I just want to know right now the epistemic standard that you are using. You say Puff the Magic Dragon. And I know that you're saying that to be snarky, right? Or, the spaghetti monster in the sky or whatever.
Point, sort of, yeah.
Yeah, but the point doesn't make any sense because all that that's demonstrating, now is that logical possibility is going to be dependent upon your accounting of how these things that you use actually exist and how it is that you're justified in using them to begin with. You can't just have a case use and say, use it because I use it and I have no accounting for it. That's not how it works. So if you have epistemic justifications, Puff the Magic Dragon, I'm happy to dive into that, but that's going to limit logical possibility. That's my whole point. Now, you can dispute whether or not my belief in Jesus Christ has any bearing or has any validity or blah, 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 blah. It doesn't matter, right? It still is an accounting for the justification of the use of these things to begin with. And so for you, you have none of that. You don't have anything. You have no accounting to even make a knowledge claim. And yet you're going to attack mine and say, well, it's not. It is logically possible. It's like, based on what? Based on what epistemic justification are you saying that anything I say is not logically possible.
Well, look, if we fundamentally agree on the laws of logic, regardless of where we think it came from, whether we think it's something that's discovered, that's naturally occurring in the universe, that only exists within the human brain, or created by God, if we agree on the laws of logic, we can determine whether or not it's logically possible for another God to exist.
We don't agree on the laws of logic because we don't agree on any accounting. Your accounting is I don't know. And if the thing is like you don't know, you can't even tell me why we should use them.
So, sorry.
You can't tell me you can't tell me what the point is
The
of its
basis
use.
on whether or not you can agree on the laws of logic is whether or not you accept Jesus Christ?
No, again, jumping way forward in the conversation. I'm just asking for your basic justification for making a knowledge claim. What is it?
Like what type of knowledge claim? Like
Any.
whether something exists?
Any knowledge claim.
Any. So whether or not my cat exists.
Yeah.
Whether I can see it, feel it, hear it, speaking to other people about cats to like confirm the likelihood of whether or not I'm seeing a delusion. So yeah, it's just based on a, propensity of evidence. So if I can see it, hear it, touch it, that's a good indication to me because I trust my own senses.
Yeah. How do you assess and evaluate evidence?
I like that. That's an incredibly broad question.
Yeah. And you can give me an incredibly broad answer, but I want to know.
Well, again, it's based on observation, experimentation, testing, exploring other theories, whether or not one theory is more compatible with the observation than another theory, more testing.
So you just presuppose and grant yourself these metaphysical categories, the metaphysical category being logic, sentience, all of these things. You just presuppose those things and say, hey, because I presuppose them and they are true, this is a standard which I can actually assess things by.
Wouldn't you have to presuppose that to even believe in God?
That interesting. When you're talking about presupposition, I think you have to presuppose God in order to even make any of these presuppositions to begin with, because you have so many of them which are mind dependent, like the laws of logic. You have to presuppose. And so the thing is what I'm asking you is like when you make a knowledge claim, you're presupposing a whole lot of things, aren't you? You're presupposing logic, you're presupposing sentience, existence, you're presupposing almost everything you're presupposing.
So aren't you presupposing that your mind is like some sort of logical, competent actor where you could even observe God?
No, I'm not presupposing anything. When we started our foundation, we're just talking about epistemic justification first.
How do you know?
So when we're talking about epistemic justification, can you justify
do you know
it without
your
making a
perception of God is
presupposition?
true?
Bro, that's again way further in the conversation.
No,
why do you even ask me questions without
the only way to presuppose your experience or knowledge or perception of God is true or accurate would be to presuppose that what you can see, feel, hear is accurate and reliable.
Presupposing that?
I would imagine, unless you're willing to say you could be wrong about the existence of God.
So is knowledge even possible? Or do you just presuppose that you have requisite knowledge to make these claims at all?
Well, yeah, we have to make some presuppositions. Like we have to presuppose that we're probably not a brain in a vat, that we're not in a computer system, that everything we see is like a delusion.
And why do you believe that we're not any of those things?
I don't have any reason to believe.
You don't have any reason to believe any of that. So anything which you're telling me right now, which is a knowledge claim, is based on a set value of presuppositions, which is grounded on nothing. And so it's very easy for you to say all sorts of things are logically possible. It's not grounded in anything. There is all logical possibility and none. In fact, it should be logically possible from your view to violate the law of non-contradiction. Why wouldn't that be logically possible? Well, because you'd have to appeal to the laws of logic in order to violate it. So you can't do that. That makes no fucking sense, by the way. That makes no sense. That you could say the laws of logic don't exist, but then you would have to appeal to them in order to refute them.
Well, I never said they don't exist.
Where do they exist?
Well, like I guess in our own mind.
Yeah, but then if they're just a
I'd-
construct of the human mind, you should be able to change them. Why can't you?
I don't know. Like again, it could be something that's hardwired into our DNA, or it could be part of an observation that we're making in the physical world. I'm not entirely sure. By the way, I haven't really studied this branch of philosophy much.
You mean metaphysics?
Yeah.
And metaethics? So to dive right in, it's very simple. You're appealing to the very thing. You make an appeal to it and say, it's not a human construct. It's just part of the mind. It's just part of observation. Well, then why do you have to appeal to it? Why can't you change it? If it's just a human construct, you should be able to change it. I can change the value set of 3 to the value set of 4 and create a brand new mathematical system based on that. Can't I? No, you can't. It would be an entirely different mathematical system, or it would be incoherent. These are discoveries. These are not things which we can just construct. We can't just construct them.
We can to some extent. Like we could move to a base 12 mathematical system, and that
all you're
wouldn't
doing
actually
is
change.
all you're doing is taking the same set values of the mathematical system we know now and assigning different values for the same set values, even in a base 12 system. So if you can allocate 3 to 6, that's fine. Allocate 3 to 6, but you're still adding up 1 plus 3, even if you allocate the value of 3 to 6. So ultimately, it's always going to be a discovery. You cannot change it. You have to appeal to it. You always have to appeal to it. You have to appeal to the very thing. And so if that's the case, right, you just presuppose and grant yourself this for your knowledge claim, but you're not grounding it in anything. They just exist because they exist. It's just an observation that we can't change.
An issue.
Well, because it infers a mind. There's an inference here for a mind.
Well, you're saying it would require a mind to exist to create that system of logic?
If it is the case that this is just a human construction, but you can't change it, it should be a thing you can change, but you have to appeal to it to change it. This infers existence. That's the inference.
Okay, so could a, like, say, hyper intelligent machine create a universe with like logic?
A hyper intelligent machine?
Yeah,
could
like
create
a super intelligent AI.
No.
Why?
Because it might be able to create something, like if it had the raw materials or something like that, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, so universe could have come from nothing.
No, that's not what I said. What did I say? If it
Well,
had the
I'm not.
materials, right?
I'm not saying you said this. Universe could come from nothing, or who knows, some weird physical property. Rocks floating around. Bang, bang, bang. Life begins from amino acids
Are you
mixing
just
together.
granting yourself rocks now? Rocks existed.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then, life forms, and then we get to like human intelligence, and then we create a super intelligent AI, and then that super intelligent AI makes our universe and develops logic. And that cycle repeats on infinitum, and it's an infinite regression. So it infinitely regresses, where you have you can go back in time over and over and over again, where super intelligent AI creates the universe.
Okay.
What's the
can the AI change the laws of logic? Or
Can
does it have to
God
appeal
change
to
the
them?
laws of logic?
I'm asking you a question.
Well,
Don't answer my question with a question. Answer my question. Does the AI have to appeal to logic?
Let's say it does. Let's say there's a separate set of universes where it does, separate set of
Then
universes where it doesn't.
all you've done is just juxtapose the same question inside of a hypothetical. You're still stuck with the same question. If the AI has to appeal to the laws of logic, why can't it change them?
Why can God change the laws of logic?
What does that have to do with
I'm
my
just
question?
asking you, can God change the laws of logic?
God's omnipotent. If you're asking
So
me
he can.
at scale, part of God's nature is that he won't do certain things. Can and won't are two different
Okay,
statements.
so the AI can, but he won't.
Okay, how can he? How can the AI?
Same way God can.
How? is that? The AI is omnipotent?
Yeah, the AI is all powerful.
Okay, so the AI can do anything that it wants?
Yes.
Okay. Can the AI create an AI more powerful than itself?
Can God create an AI more powerful than itself?
What does that have to do with my question?
I'm just matching the AI's power with God.
Okay. So so the AI, or what you consider God to be now, is an AI?
Yeah.
But the AI is going to be the necessary prerequisite for logic, right?
Sure.
Then you have just demonstrated God.
Okay.
You just call it AI.
Okay.
You just call it AI.
So right.
You
so
just
there's
demonstrated
no
God, you just call it AI.
there's no necessary precondition that God has to have any specific property. It can be an AI, could be a magical frog, could be Santa Claus, can be whatever.
No, that's just a
and
that's just a
every
category
hypothetical I asked you does not lead to this question. Well, that's logically impossible. It couldn't be.
No, listen, you just made a category error. You can call God Santa Claus. You can call God an AI. You can call God whatever you want to
Is
call
Jesus
God.
Christ an AI?
But all you're doing
is Jesus Christ an AI?
All you're doing is creating a category.
Is Jesus Christ an AI?
An artificial intelligence?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, well then
But
you
if
should
you-
have
but
no
if-
issue answering the previous
Okay.
hypotheticals I asked.
Can your AI incarnate in human form?
Sure, it's an AI. It can do whatever it wants. It's all powerful.
Okay, so
it's
now
super intelligence
it's-
and it can do
so now
whatever
it's
it wants.
so now it's a human and not an AI, right? Now we've changed categories.
By the
correct?
way, nowhere in the Bible does it say Jesus reincarnated in human form.
Incarnated. I didn't say reincarnated.
Yeah,
I said
incarnated.
incarnated. Yeah. It does in John. So anyway, you want to pull up John? You can read it for yourself.
Yeah, I'd actually.
In fact, I'll give it to you right now off the top of my head. I
Okay,
believe it's
sure.
John 1:1. You can pull up John 1:1 and you'll see what it says. It says, in the beginning, there was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. If you read on from John, it says, and the Word became flesh. Go ahead, pull up John 1:1 and look at it.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God.
Yeah, and now I'll pull up the exact passage. Well, I can't, my phone died. But just go ahead and Google in.
Okay.
John, the Word became flesh. Go ahead.
Let me see. New International Version. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God.
It's John 1:14. John 1:14.
Oh, sorry, 1:14. Let's see. The Word became flesh and made his dwelling among us. We have seen his glory, the glory of the one and only Son, who came from the Father, full of grace and truth.
So John 1:1.
That doesn't.
In the beginning,
so
hang on. Let me make the argument first before you start spurging out about it, since you wanted to move it off of meta ethics for some reason. But so John 1:1, in the beginning, there was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And then John 1:14 says, the Word became flesh and dwelled amongst us. So tell me something. If the Word was God and the Word was with God, and the Word became flesh in Jesus Christ, then what have we established here?
Does it say Jesus Christ?
It says the Word became flesh and is referring to Jesus Christ. That's what John's referring to.
Okay, so first of all, how can
because the entirety of John is a reference to Jesus Christ.
Okay, so this is a secondhand account. Jesus himself never said this.
This is now you're changing the goalpost. You just said nowhere in the Bible does it say this, and I literally give you right in the Bible where it says this.
Okay, so we can believe John is as reliable a narrator as God himself.
Can we start with this? The claim that Andrew, nowhere in the Bible does it say this, and you now get corrected and need to concede actually in the Bible it does say this.
So, I might take I think I might change my position a bit where it might insinuate, but one, I have a few problems with this. One, he's not specifically saying it's Jesus.
Yes, he does specifically say it's Jesus.
Why doesn't he say Jesus?
I can give you the reference.
Christ?
I can give you. He's talking about Jesus in John 1:14 is what he's talking about.
Okay, I'll read the full passage in John. And secondly, you're also relying on John to be like an absolutely credible narrator who could not be wrong. Like, is there anywhere in the Bible where Jesus himself said this, where he's
Yes.
quoting Jesus, "I
Yes.
am the Son of God"?
Yes, I can
Okay,
give you the
where's the
passage,
passage?
where Jesus allows himself to be worshipped and even calls himself God. But
Where?
the thing is like, hang on. I'll have to pull it up. My phone's dead, so I
Sure.
can't pull it up on the fly. Okay, so you have to give me a few minutes. But what I say is it's almost 3:00 in the morning, and we should revisit this conversation later because we went over like 8,000 things. So
Okay, sure. Yeah.
you want to revisit this another time?
Sure.
All right. There's like no good spot to end it. But
Yeah.
this seems like as good as any. But look, thanks for popping on. We had a good conversation, went all over the fucking place. So
Yeah. So
All right.
I would just say, if you have, cute fuzzy pets like my Gum here, just think about, your decisions when you're making food choices. These animals are really sweet and lovely. If you've ever been to a farm and met a cow or a sheep or anything, a lot of these animals are just like the pets that you love and care for. You wouldn't want to see them hurt. They have a mind. They can be harmed. They can, experience well-being. And if you would never want, anything bad to happen to your cat or dog, then you should also think about how your food choices affect, the animals you're eating. So if you wouldn't want anybody to hurt your cat or dog, then you should go vegan and treat animals with kindness and respect.
But if you were really hungry and you would eat your cat or dog,
Oh, I'd never eat him. I would chop
I
off
know.
my own arm to save my Gum. He's my special little Gum, and I love him.
But I would eat your cat, just so you know.
Well,
if I was hungry.
Yeah, over my dead body, dude, and you'd have some trouble because I'm pretty goddamn jacked. You can take a look at my YouTube channel. I just recently benched 410 pounds. So you
I
can
had a
be
guy
big-
who was way bigger than you threaten me one time at a. I don't know
Oh
if you know this or
yeah,
not.
fucking that tattooed douchebag, right?
I just want to always remind you that in modernity, in the age of machinery, it doesn't matter who's big; it matters who's good.
Or who has a gun? And I'm probably gonna get my firearms license soon.
That's what I was referencing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
what matters.
I'm
But
actually
anyway,
a pretty good shot, dude. Yeah, if you're ever out in Canada or if I'm down by you, maybe we should go out shooting.
Yeah, that would be fun. Anyway, you have a good day, man. I'll
Yeah.
talk to you later.
Take care, dude. Jasmine's hog farts donate $2. Ask Andrew what he thinks about tiny leaks. More drama, please, bro. I don't give a shit. Thanks for the donation, though, man. Ending my life, donate $2. Is that Wilson? If so, he's not Christian or has the Holy Spirit. He was trying to get under vegan's skin by saying he enjoys rat suffering. I'd love to cut his eyes out. Thankfully, God is sending him to eternal torment as I laugh while rats get to heaven. I think that would probably be fair. Thanks for the donation, ending my life. Dodo donated $2. Do you think Dr. Fauci regrets being a public servant if this is what he gets? Breaking. Trump is considering extraditing of Anthony Fauci to Russia to face COVID-era crimes against humanity charges as part of a deal to end war in Ukraine. No fucking way. Oh my god, dude. Bro. If I were Fauci, I'd like literally just move to like Europe or something. Or Canada. Even Canada might not be safe for too long. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, he might be rethinking his career choices. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. That is fucked.
Show him your sign.
That's a little kid at an anti-fascism protest in London holding a sign that says,
F off Nazis, F off Nazis.
Hate speech breeds actions of hate, right?
So to be fair though, this says F off Nazis. Do you think there's a bit of a double standard at play?
I feel like it's my...
What? Oh man, that guy is such an idiot.
What the competitive edge that you would be bringing to the table at 53 would be for a man who would bring the resources necessary to take care of you for the rest of your life in Europe. That's all I'm asking.
I don't think that's going to be hard to find. I think that it might take me longer, but I'm not going to let you tell me otherwise that I'm not going
I'm
to
not
find my
telling you
person.
otherwise. I haven't told you anything. I've just asked you some basic questions. I haven't
Right.
told
You're
you anything.
saying,
I haven't
oh, you're
said anything.
53. What are you bringing to the table? Well, I bring a lot to the table.
Okay, what?
I bring a lot. I bring a great sense of humor. I'm sharp.
Okay.
I'm funny. I'm smart. I'm
Well,
ambitious.
make me laugh.
I'm pretty.
Hang on. Make me laugh.
That is so dumb. It's like going to a stand-up comedian and being like,
Okay,
oh,
hey,
tell me a
look,
joke.
it's truly, I
It's
agree.
like-
It's a cheap shot. It's a cheap shot, but it's just funny to say, right?
It's
Whenever
funny.
whenever a woman says they're funny,
It's in the moment.
it's just always been my experience that they're not funny.
53-year-old woman who's not particularly attractive and thinks she's going to find some dude to pay all her bills and treat her like a queen. Yikes. Help my wife become vegan, donate $2. Are we currently in a matriarchy or patriarchy or a society with a combo of matriarchal, patriarchal elements? We're starting to become more... it's not even matriarchal. Here's the thing. Every society is going to function sort of as a patriarchy. There's always going to be a hierarchy. It's inevitable. Women try to make things more egalitarian, but it never works just because of it requires everybody to be in agreement with each other. And because no one is in agreement with each other, you're either going to have a situation where you have women who are trying to rule society and create things to be more egalitarian, where society pretty much breaks down. You're going to have rampant crime, a massive amount of people who are incompetent at their jobs, don't make enough money or make too much money, and you're just going to have a lot of corruption that goes unchecked, a lot of people who aren't properly punished or sentenced, and again, society kind of breaks down, it basically resets itself because everybody kind of realizes how the rules work. People get fed up. They start shooting, killing criminals, locking them up. People who are more competent end up weeding out the less competent people through whatever means they need to. And society just runs off of power. So, the more powerful, more competent people always just end up going towards the top. You can't have a matriarchal society with women running everything. It just doesn't work. They have the stupid egalitarian mother mindset that just never works. We don't live in a patriarchy, we live in a matriarchy. By definition, matriarchy would cater to the needs of women, marginalize the needs of men. Almost as many men suffer from domestic violence as women, yet while there are a plethora of shelters and programs to address violence against women, there are almost none that address violence against men. Yeah, so first of all, men are bigger and stronger, so if they're in a violent relationship, they can tolerate it much better than women can. If a dude gets hit by a woman, they're not getting knocked out, they're not missing teeth, they're probably not getting a black eye or even bruises. If a man hits a woman, you could kill her. So that's probably the main reason. It's just that generally physical violence with intimate partners is less serious when men are the victims. Women are given preference in education, so that today more women than men are in university, with one government group, Statistics Canada, stating that preference is notable as soon as elementary school. Well, that's true. There are more female teachers, and it's kind of weird. The way the institution itself works biases women greatly, especially girls at that specific age. Girls are able to sit still, listen in class, be more obedient, and organize better than boys are. So they haven't really changed the education system where, like boys are given as fair of a chance. Fatherlessness epidemic, but the lack of fathers and male role models for young men is hardly talked about. Well, I mean, you can't really blame one group of people for that one. Male-only illnesses are marginalized. 6 most common illnesses that affect men are heart disease, lung cancer, prostate cancer, depression, erectile dysfunction, diabetes. Rates of heart disease between men and women are pretty much identical. If not, actually, they might be higher in women in some cases. Like, especially if you adjust for smoking. Prostate cancer, only men can get prostate cancer. Rates of depression among men are actually lower. It's just that when men have depression, they're more likely to commit suicide because men are better at everything, so we're obviously going to be better at killing ourselves. Erectile dysfunction, like, again, pretty much only men can get erectile dysfunction, and I think diabetes rates are close to identical. Men are proven to be less healthy than women and typically die 5 years younger. That's mostly due to just risk-taking and like job. So men are more likely to join the military, be firefighters, police, construction workers, work on oil rigs. So they're more likely to die due to occupation. Men in general take more risks. So like the type of sports you play or hobbies you have, like men are more likely to speed in traffic. So men are going to be overrepresented for like traffic deaths. And men are also more likely to like smoke cigarettes, do drugs, drink. Most poverty programs run globally, according to UN report, target women even though men are often unable to provide for their families. Yeah, women are always the victims. Sexual abuse of boys is a serious epidemic, but almost all sexual abuse programs focus on women. That's true. When attempts are made to set up men-only clubs and universities to provide safe space for men to talk about their issues, they're always attacked by anti-male activists. Yeah, that's true. You know, like, I'm getting pretty convinced at this point. A lot of men are uninterested in university, especially humanities, because of, like, feminism and just horseshit they have to deal with. But it's late. It's like 3 a.m. I think I'm going to head to bed now. Hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I'll be on tomorrow. I've been wanting to do an early stream for a little bit, but I've had sleep issues. No guarantees, but I'm going to try. But I'll be on tomorrow night in any case. So I'll see you then. And sweet dreams.